swear to God, I will hold you in my
welcome everyone to Week 8, day number 2 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Tankar. Joining with me is Zach Rusty Pie, and it's another day of crazy Chinese League action.
Another day, a very important day as well. We've got some very big head-to-head matchups, especially our second one in particular, fighting for third place. And with the new announcement of those standings, it is actually more important.
Yeah, all of a sudden playoffs changed quite a bit. We'll talk a bit more about that as the day goes on, but yeah, absolutely insane. Now, it was already fairly close to this split, but all of a sudden, your position on the ladder matters at every turn, and this weekend's matches, after that, one weekend break for the Demacia Cup finals, this schedule's nuts. Today especially is insane.
Definitely a lot of big matches. The first one in particular doesn't look that big, but on paper, every single game today looks like it's going to be super important, or relative to the future, how important it is going to be. It's essential that certain teams come out ahead today.
Yeah, it's just time to open up some of the standings. Let's go through today's schedule. Like I said, it's fairly insane. So we'll start things off, pretty tame. Unlimited Potential taking on Xiaogu, and then OMG versus M3. But then this happens.
Yeah, Snake taking on LGD, Invictus Gaming, and EDG to close out the day. And that is just an explosion of awesomeness all over the stream.
Yeah, we already had LGD EDG yesterday. That was a great last match to wrap up day 1 of Week 8. And again, the schedule just that much more important, especially IG Snake and LGD really struggling for points. Because, again, seeding's going to matter a lot more moving into that new gauntlet-style playoff format. And other than that, M3 and OMG tied for third, still looking to move up because, again, every single spot you can claim on the ladder matters. And teams are still chasing the likes of Xiaogu and EDG.
Yeah, Xiaogu, EDG, fairly comfortable, not by a fantastically large margin, but they are happy in that first and second place. Both teams really just fighting against each other to try and find that first spot.
And, again, still top 8 teams make playoffs. So, UP going to try and look for some points and get their way up. I think they're sitting in 9th right now, tied for 9th, I believe. So just short of breaking through the top 8 and looking for a playoff run. And that's our first matchup. Unlimited Potential versus Xiaogu. Second versus tied 9th at this point. You'd think on the standings the match would be, kind of a wash, but UP have definitely shown they can slay Giants. They've beaten EDG 2-0 before, and both these teams desperately need points. Even QG, sitting in second, want to try and crack that first spot.
Yeah, that's right. They're definitely looking to at least keep their seedings with a 1-1 today, worst case scenario, or get that 2-0, because EDG might be starting to pull ahead. They found themselves with a 2-0 yesterday, starting to get 3 points.
Yeah, they did. Let's have a check-in with the standings as well so we can see a little bit more of how close these teams are. EDG still on top, 27 points after their 2-0 over LGD yesterday, but QG very close behind at 25, can take over with a 2-0, and then the rest of it's just ridiculously close.
Yeah, we've got 20 points between M3, OMG, our second game of the day. Snake, Invictus, LGD, 19-19, and then 2 more points between what is 5th and 7th, tied as well. So there's ties actually everywhere besides 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, just the difference between the tie for 3rd and the tie for 7th is 3 points.
Yeah.
So teams are in striking distance if they can get 2 wins in their best of 2 series today. And that's sort of been the trend of this LPL so far. There's been lots of splits in the last few weeks. That's part of the reason the standings are so obscenely close right now. But teams need to start to open up more holes. They need the maximum amount of points to try and get ahead and start leapfrogging spots in the standings because, like we've said, gauntlet format, every single match matters. You do not want to end up in 8th in the playoffs, but these teams, they'll just be happy to crack it at this point. They're all still fighting for playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. To round us out, though, we do have Unlimited Potential in that 9th place on 15 points. So still a little bit behind, but there's enough time and enough games left for them to find their way back up the standings. If any team can go 2-0, it generally is Unlimited Potential. We've seen them do it multiple times. Royal Never Give Up. They're there in 14th place. They're not far away either.
No, just if they can live up to their name, they can just make a nice run moving towards playoffs. We saw teams sneak in. It was World Elite that snuck in the spring playoffs. They're just ousting M3. So top 8 is not that far away from a lot of these teams. Although King and World Elite pulling up the rear there at 12 and 11 points respectively. But again, it's all about those deep runs. You go on a hot streak, you rattle off 2-3 straight series in a row, you win 6 games, and all of a sudden you're very close to the top of the standings. Look at the bottom. It's 11 points, I believe, for World Elite. That's 20 points if you rattle off 3 straight 2-0s, and all of a sudden, you're in the midst of top 4.
Yeah, and that's right. And worth noting, every other team in the LPL, they're having tendencies to go 1-1 in every single game that they've played. The last few weeks have been massive amounts of them with very rarely finding a 2-0 or a 0-2 run. So if you do manage to get 2 wins in a row, get those 3 points, you're just going to keep jumping up further and further, assuming it continues on this trend.
Yeah, that's pretty much how M3 got to third right now. So you can tell that when teams are splitting, it does matter how many games you win and getting the maximum amount of points. But with all that in mind, let's move on to our first match. Unlimited Potential versus Xiaogu. Again, second versus ninth, so pretty far as the standings go, but still important in points. UP, they need points. Every match at this point onwards, week 8, really don't have that much longer left now in the league, given that it's just 3 weeks left. Despite the amount of games, they need the 3 points here.
Definitely. With 3 weeks remaining, they're looking for every piece of points that they can get, essentially. They need the 2-0, but Xiaogu, again, most importantly, are second place, 2 points behind EDG. They need the 2-0 win to get ahead of them to stay first on the standings.
Yeah, and then hope EDG either find another tie or a loss in their match today, and they have a tough game as well coming up, so anything can happen, but the story of the whole day, I feel like, especially with the new playoffs format now upon us, everyone just wants maximum amount of wins. You can no longer afford to lose points. And as far as the matchup goes, like team versus team, for me, it's almost QG's strong early game versus a strong late game of UP.
Yeah, definitely. They've been both teams starting to experiment a little bit more with play styles, champions that they want to use. But when you come back to this, as you've just mentioned, playoffs looming now and the new playoff system announced, every point is important. They might go back to their standard and default to that, which is a very strong early game from Xiaogu and a very strong late game from Unlimited Potential. They are relying on Unlimited Potential to get going, to have heart push them through to the later stages of the game where they can excel in their team fighting prowess, which we know they are so good at doing.
Yeah, on the other side for QG, it's just Swift that's really been starting a lot of this up. If you want to think about Hart as their big playmaker and shot caller for his team, feels like that's Swift's role on Xiaogu as well.
Yeah, Swift definitely the big playmaker of the side, makes a lot of things happen. They've experimented a bit again. 4 games of Nidalee lately, I believe.
Yep.
Starting to push that burden, but that also unlocks the top laner, the support now with the new patch, the Braum that you can bring in their tanks to alleviate that from Swift. So they are still changing it up a little bit. The direct carry role, 100% still Swift, but they can change up their champion so that he can genuinely carry, not just engage on a Sejuani.
Yeah, we're going to start on UP, actually. Let's kick over to their side now and see what they've got going on. Lineup for game 1 is going to start probably the standard lineup here, as we do start in the top lane with Lum, who's been okay for the team, but certainly not a big standout player for me.
Yeah, no standout. Just playing mostly tanks and facilitating the rest of his team as we move on to Amy. And that is just about as standard as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, Amy's been hot and cold, but when he's hot, he's a really strong player. Very aggressive jungler. Echo for the big pick to watch out today, and punished. He's been the big man, honestly.
Definitely has been. If he gets Twisted Fate, he is a very scary force to deal with. They didn't have a lot of success with the splitting, but when he can team fight or get going early, the team carries through so well.
Another bottom lane, of course, probably the heart and soul of this team, Sketch. He's been okay. Like, he can get brought up by support. He's very good. And this man right here is all we want to look at. Lots of disengaged supports in the recent picks, but Heart can do just about anything.
I like that you said Heart and Soul.
Yeah.
We should rename Sketch to Soul, I think, for that
that would be
purpose.
great.
Yeah, that would be way too good. They've got the Janna in there for the most played recently as well. Not really standard for Heart, someone trying to carry the rest of his team through to a later stage, but Janna's very good at facilitating and disengaging. And what we know is that Sketch goes pretty ham.
Yep.
He just goes all in. Janna's pretty good at helping him in those scenarios.
Got to fish him out when he dives in a little too deep. But Hart, it's not just his play on the riff that really shows how strong of a player he is. It's a lot of the stuff that we don't get to hear as much of. The macro level shot calling, all the warding that's going on as well. That's what Hart brings to this team. And when they play together, UP, one of the best teams in the league at 30 minutes, you have to think. But as far as teams that assault you early on and hit you hard and hit you often, that's just Xiaogu to a T.
Yeah, and if they ever find themselves with a lead early, Xiaogu, very hard to bring it back and actually take that lead away from them. They're actually very rarely losing game 0-2, if at all. They haven't lost a single one in this split.
Yep.
And they lost, I believe, a best of 5 in the Demacia Cups, the most they've actually lost in recent times. So they're looking very good. Their early game reflects to their strong late game, and we'll see how they go up against this UP side.
Yeah, let's kick over to the Xiaogu lineup now and see what we're working with today. They haven't changed much at all in their lineup. I don't think they've ever used any of their subs just yet, but we'll start on the top side with V. Just been a very solid top laner all league long.
Yeah, changing up with the Shen in there, kind of acclimatizing to the new patch, but has the Maokais, the Nas, the Hekarims, defaults very strong top laner with low economy.
And look at Swift now. Carry junglers everywhere,
Oh, yeah.
especially that Nidalee. He loves the Runeglaive, and you have to think those Echo picks, if he gets it again, he's going to be going definitely more to the carry style.
For sure, loves to carry. We'll see Echo probably contested in that jungle pick as we do move to the mid lane, and Doinby has a Nautilus in there. It's not something you're often used to seeing.
Yeah, there was his game yesterday. A brilliant counter pick against King there to take out Khans. Yasuo's TNT, the other really big player on this team for me. He is carrying really hard. He's kind of the secondary carry behind Swift.
Yeah, diversified his champion pool, can play it all, but defaults to the Sivir to work around his strong team.
Yeah, and there's TCT, of course. He's hot and cold in the bottom lane there with TNT. I think his one job is just to try and keep the very aggro TNT alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, it's almost like what Hart does with Scatch to a degree, but in saying that, TNT is a little bit more self-sufficient in the way that he peels himself, whereas Scatch is just completely in the fray, in the direct middle of a team fight as far as he can.
Yeah, I feel like it's reversed, where it's like TNT trying to keep TCT alive.
Almost.
In fights.
Yeah.
But it is certainly a strong top half of the map here for Xiaogu. As you can see, Doinby looked really disappointed after his game 1 loss to King, and then looked elated after smashing poor Korn with that huge Nautilus counter pick. So Xiaogu are a team that definitely rely on the top half for a lot of carrying. We look at TNT, we look at Swift as really being the primary carriers of the team, and everyone just brings around them. Doinby especially, he's not roaming around anymore. He's not playing pure support. He's doing whatever his team needs him to do.
Yeah, he's a super smart mid laner and versatile in the way that he plays, not just champions, but play styles. He started off with the Morganas, the Lulus, moved into LeBlanc and Victor, and has even shown he's got Maokai mids, Nautilus mids, can just bring out anything that his team actually needs and makes it work every single time.
Yeah.
So a very smart mid laner, works around the carry from the jungle, the carry from the AD role, and it's almost like a team of multiple supports with multiple threats.
Yeah, it's sort of like TNT and Swift is your carries, and then V and TCT is your support, and then Doinby sort of fills whatever roles necessary for that team comp.
Definitely.
They play a really cool way, and I think it's an awesome matchup here. It's one of the best early game teams versus one of the best late game teams here. UP, they've struggled to consistently get some points in games where they can take teams late. It feels like they either win or lose in a big way in games. They very rarely seem to split against strong teams. They either upset like they did with EDG, or like they did in the last matchup here against Xiaogu, they just take the O2 and kind of wonder what happened.
Yeah, it feels as though they're very momentum-based from the first game. If they can get that victory through, then they can translate that into the second one. They've got very smart drafting.
Yep.
They do have a very good coach in that respect, but it's always about putting it into effect. The macro shot calling that they usually have is just not up to par with the better teams, which is why we find them going down. Maybe it's a momentum thing in terms of losing the first game, the shot calling starts to flounder. But we know that against Xiaogu, they went 0-2 last time that these guys met, but they've also gone 2-0 against EDG, OMG, and then they've also gone 0-2 against King. So you never know what to expect from this unlimited potential side.
Whereas Xiaogu's been the opposite. They've been very consistent, haven't lost a series 0-2 yet, and rarely lose on the blue side. Actually finally picked up a second loss yesterday against King there in game number 1. So both these teams, I think, draft really well, especially QG. We always talk about them drafting on the blue side and playing around the priority pick. They're actually going to start on the red side here for this game, so be curious to see what happens. But in general, two smart teams with fairly different play styles. Should be a great match to watch. But Swift, for my money, he's the hardest player to play the first 10 minutes of the game against. He is so punishing.
Definitely, and we have seen him bringing out that Nidalee, and just to make 10 minutes a little bit harder for everyone else in the game, having that Nidalee to fall back on. He's so versatile, mobile around the jungle, can clear unique parts, can either go for clear speed or health speed, and then just gank. You never know when a Nidalee is actually going to gank you. It's very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Swift's been a great player, leading his team to what's been a really good, strong second place showing so far in the season. But the time for points is now week 8. With 3 weeks left, or 11 weeks in what is a fairly long LPL season. But teams, like we said, playoffs have changed. Points are starting to solidify. Games are starting to run out here. It is a finite number of games in the LPL, believe it or not. Teams are running out of time, so this is a very important match.
Yeah, finite, but also abundance of.
Yes.
So just now we've got 3 weeks remaining. It does start to come down to the wire for them, and we'll see what they've got coming into this game. It is all building up now to a pivotal moment.
Yeah, I think the drafting, like you mentioned, Rusty, is just key for these two teams. And let's talk a little bit about the patch. We changed to Runeglaive. Ezreal's now the big thing. It's not live, so there's not a mass change of AP items, but key picks here. What are we looking for? Because for me, when we start, we are into the draft. I think about Nidalee in some ways. I like to ban against Swift, but I definitely think of Echo.
There's always going to be Echo. Both junglers do have that as a contentious pick. It's not just the Nidalee that exclusively Swift plays. Maybe the Hecarim needs to be considered also whenever V gets that. It is a monster in the top lane. As someone that is very self-sufficient with low economy, he makes it work so very well and can actually carry his team through.
Yeah, it's just been great on Hecarim, especially with those teleports and ultimates. We're doing a lot of Acorn, actually, another great Hecarim player in the LPL, but Kalista banned away from QG. Nobody wants to play against that champion when they're on the purple side, so they'll ban that away. 5 seconds left for UP to take their second ban away, and it will actually be TNT Sivir.
Yeah, TNT does have a lot of champions to fall back on, but the Sivir itself is just too good for team compositions, and I like this ban from QG though.
Yeah, Gragas ban, they're actually taking that away from Amy.
Yeah, very smart. Amy seems to just perform the best when on Gragas. Can play multiple champions, but let's just akin that to maybe Swift's Nidalee, is that he just seems to perform or excel when on a particular champion. The Gragas is definitely that one for Amy.
Ooh, a Victor ban actually by UP, taking that away from Doinby. We saw he was the shining light of the game 1 against King yesterday, but couldn't close things out. So I do like that ban as well. And that leaves QG with a couple of choices. Do they ban Echo? Do they ban Rise? Alistar's been seen as well, though a little bit less. Lots of picks here to consider.
Definitely a lot of picks, and mostly entirely target bans. The Sivir is a pseudo target ban here from Unlimited Potential. It does leave Xiaogu with a lot of questions as to what they want to get rid of. Of course, the Ezreal's still up. Alistar's still there.
Forgot about Ezreal.
Yeah.
Still here as well, but Rise is the choice there for Xiaogu, so do not want to play against that one. Been a strong champion in both top and mid lane, but usually a preference for top laners. But Unlimited Potential have to think harder. You mentioned all the target bans here. That means picking is hard on the blue side because there's 2 strong picks left open for QG.
And it's important to note that Punish did play Ezreal yesterday, I believe, and had a fantastic game on that, completely carrying not just his own lane, he carried the bottom lane whilst staying mid and never leaving the lane. So he's had a big impact on this Ezreal, and if they don't lock that in, I'd be surprised.
Well, there it is. Ezreal is going to be the pick away from Unlimited Potential, but what does Xiaogu respond with? Echo's already locked in. Swift knows what he wants to play. I guess we already... Never mind. Echo Annie, there we go.
I was going to suggest maybe the Nautilus or the Alistar as the tanky option as the support, but Annie is their preference. They're going for that big engage option. They don't have necessarily a full hard engage option in the jungle already with Echo. It's a bit of a pseudo follow-up engage because of the time it takes to set up the parallel convergence, but they've got Annie to compensate.
Yep, you get the follow-up stun, and Parallel Convergence is a great follow-up CC. So Xiaogu, I like where they're starting their draft. Nice to see TCT on something a bit more aggressive as well. Nice to see aggressive supports in general. Actually seeing a bit more of them with the Rune-Glaive mid laners coming around, Ezreal in particular. But 3 seconds left for UP. They've gone through a ton of different champion combinations, but they decide on Rek'Sai and Shen as their second and third.
Yeah, so they're looking for a self-sufficient split-push-esque top laner in that Shen on long, and he can also protect people such as the Ezreal, who is hard enough to get onto as it is. It allows them to maybe choose the hyper carry in the AD role. Sketch might want to go to that Vayne again and work around a very tanky bot lane, say Vayne Alistar perhaps, and then just have the Shen to boot.
I like that Doinby's flashing the Nautilus here as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit of fun.
That's
Being like, yeah, remember guys, I play this. But Rek'Sai Shen, that's actually quite a lot of global pressure there as well.
It is definitely a lot of global pressure. They can get anywhere on the map, including the Ezreal as well. So they're looking at maybe a complete global comp. They have the option of the Twisted Fate.
Well, I guess we'll see. As we do change a couple of things over. TNT considers Vayne, but swaps over to Corki, and V is going to get his Hecarim again.
Yeah, so Corki very strong right now in this patch. Does need to be respected. Takes away the potential Leona that they were hovering before, because the Corki Leona is the best combo to ever exist in terms of damage. Procs those passives from Leona just so easily that it makes trading really strong. But they've gone for the Annie Corki bot lane, and that is strong in its own right. Once the stun connects, someone takes damage.
Yeah, that's very kill laney. Haven't seen that in a while, as Leona does get locked in for hard.
That is
and
so
Graves
kill
here for Sketch. They're like, all right, QG, you want to play a kill lane? Guess we'll play an even bigger one.
Yeah, it's a burst kill lane is what that one is. You can see TNT and TCT with the Annie and the Corki are a bit more of a put down the burst and try and back up a little bit, prolong the trade so that they've got the Gatling gun on their face. But there is no way to prolong a trade against a Leona and a Graves. If one of them gets onto you at all, you're taking damage. If they both get onto you, you're dying.
Yeah, and they're both tanky as well, so all that burst not going to do as much as their burst, so we'll have to see how that bottom lane goes up. Really fun, though, to see sort of the teams going back to more of these aggressive style supports and AD carries. But what does Doinby want to play into Ezreal? He considered Lissandra, but instead he goes for the hyper carry in Kassadin.
Yeah, looking for that scaling. It's a very easy lane to find yourself getting through. You're against the smite, so the kill threat is very low if they're at all. The fact you've got the spell shield stops a lot of Ezreal's damage. He doesn't want to level that W first. We'll just go for the wave clear and try and keep Doinby under the tower. Pretty hard to keep a Kassadin under the tower though when you have a smite.
Yep, just clear the wave, see what happens. I mean, it's kind of a free farm lane, which for Kassadin, that sounds great.
That's exactly what you want to have. Of course, Ezreal does want a farm lane himself, but Kassadin being picked into that signifies they're looking to match the scaling, if not best it.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. Nice to see Doinby on more of a carry champion. Again, it was basically a support in the mid lane with Nautilus yesterday, but back on a carry today on Kassadin. But here are matchups long on that Shen. It's been the real hot new pick there in the top lane, it feels like. And V, though, back on an old favorite in Hecarim.
Yeah, he's got that Hecarim. Always trust in the carry as we go to the junglers now, and it's Rek'Sai into the hotly contested between these two teams, Echo.
Yeah, Swift on his Echo is a big one to watch for, as we do see Punished back on Ezreal for a second day. Had a great first game here this weekend versus Doinby's Kassadin. This bottom lane's awesome though. Graves Corki versus Leona Annie. I feel like we've gone back a few seasons.
Yeah, I feel like the best part about this lane is they're probably looking to get their 2v2 as well. So there's going to be kills going left, right, and center in this bottom lane. Most likely where the junglers will put all of their attention. Yep. Everything just going to go into that lane. TNT, the big carry. Sketch is just manly. If I could define him in one word, it's just very manly. So there will be action, to say the least.
And that's the nice thing, is that it's aggressive junglers and aggressive bottom lane. So like you mentioned already, could be fireworks in that lane.
Oh yeah, and you've got the Leona to back up the aggression from Sketch, so it's going to be intense.
Well, with that, let's get onto the Rift. And welcome back onto the Rift here as we enter our first game of today here. Unlimited Potential versus Xiao Gu as second plays 9th. Both teams looking for points, but you want 3 points, Rusty. You've got to start with game number 1.
It has to start now, of course. You need to get that first win, and Unlimited Potential, something that we've seen them as of yesterday loving to do, is stand in one bush together as a team.
Yep.
And just hope someone walks near them.
You know, got some wards down. See if anyone from QG dips in, but I imagine Xiao Gu have probably done their homework here. Not looking to face check anytime soon as Swift got a bit of AP there on his runes, but I'm curious to see what build he goes to, because I have to assume he's going Runeglaive, just based on his playstyle.
You would assume the Runeglaive and then perhaps an aggressive. You can either go Rod of Ages or Zonias, but being in 5-12, we don't know what he's actually going to go for just yet. There's a bit of experimentation around this patch in the new Runeglaive, so it's entirely up to him.
Yep, and of course that makes Ezreal in the mid lane with that smite super, super strong as well.
Yeah, it does. There's no real threat of killing Ezreal at all in this lane. He's going to scale very easily. Can get that Runeglaive, give him wave clear and damage output that is just unbelievably high. And because we are on 5-12, he still procs the Ludens.
Yeah, which is the grossest part.
Yeah.
But UP going to start things off with a late invade, actually, towards the red buff. Was spotted out. Sorry, they spotted out V, but they've got wards down, so they'll know what's going on. So instead, we're just going to have a vertical jungle by the looks of things.
We do have a lane swap, though, coming out. You can see the Graves and Leona have gone into that top lane.
Yeah, so not the 2v2 we wanted, I guess. No aggressive lane. They're just going to use the Graves and try and shove out towers. This is a very old school Graves thing to do.
It is 100%. I guess the big question is, are they going to push the lane out and just try and get towers down? Or are they looking to just get, say, the level 3 or 4 mark so they can come back into that bot lane and just fight?
Yeah, important to note, V does have the smite as well. We've seen a couple of Ignite Hecarims, but China especially has seen, I think, a preference towards the smite and going for more of the late game in the Cinderhawk build. So V will get nice and tanky, but he can also help Swift in his jungle.
Yeah, they're going to be able to help each other out in the jungle. They V giving vision, essentially, of seeing where Unlimited Potential were. They do get a free vertical jungle start here, knowing that Unlimited Potential probably just going to force down this top turret. There's going to probably be a 4-man push unless they opt into just continuing to jungle and not taking it down.
Well, we can see V is taking away the Raptors. He's level 2, so he's going to go back to base, buy a couple of items, and then probably continue jungling. But UP have already swapped back down. I guess they did want the 2v2.
Yeah, it's the level 1 strength of the Annie auto attacks as well as the stun that can be readily available. It seems to signal that they just wanted to get a little bit of a free farm start, recall with some pots, and then be super aggro and out-sustain the lane.
Pretty clever. We'll see how the lane goes out, as both bot lanes now are level 2. As TNT's actually kept the wave pretty close here. TCT just hanging out in a brush, hoping somebody walks by.
Someone's about to.
Yeah, there's Sketch. Leona's actually not there yet. I wonder if TCT is going to pull the trigger. Have to be careful though, like we said, Leona Graves doesn't really mess around.
Too many minions there to consider as well, so they'll need to let the wave reset before they consider fighting. They'll have an experience advantage though, they'll be level 3, I believe, unless Sketch and Hart manage to find that from this last minion before it hits their turret.
Just yet, but big wave crashing in, they're going to try and trim it back and take that away from themselves, as we will now return to actually standard lanes. V and Long will match back up in the top lane. Nice and even on CS, but V did get the early jungle camp.
Yeah, so an interesting start to the game, of course, just looking for levels in that bot lane, which is why we're back to standard. It was a delayed standard, essentially. So everything back to standard, resetting. We've got a top lane, though, which you would say starts to favor the Shen early, but Hecarim, if he can get that helicopter going, it's pretty hard to beat a Hecarim.
Yeah, junglers are the big thing as well. Punished and Doinby have apparently had some sort of a scuffle here in the mid lane. Swift's actually looking now maybe to try and gank that lane up. Pretty tricky to gank Ezreal, but he's going to give it a go as Amy is in the top lane. Taunt lands in. Amy will line up the knock-up as well, trying to stop some of the devastating charge duration, but V, a little too quick off the mark.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to kill him, but of course the sustain is not entirely there from V. He's used a lot of pots already. He'll be able to get himself to healthy again. But if Long can keep that pressure down, he's going to struggle in this lane. Will need to recall and doesn't even have his teleport up.
Yeah, Swift's counter jungling though, so we'll get a little bit out of it. Actually looking for the gank in mid lane. Finds Punish, just misses the stun. Lines it up nicely as Hart though. Zenith Blade in the bottom lane. TCT stun out on a Skash's TNT now. Firing shots back as Hart. He'll get quite low, but everyone is all-inning in the lanes.
And very important to note how they recalled at level 2 to come back bottom with extra pots. They are able to do these trades consistently, essentially, and stay high enough in health. The TNT and TCT need to respect that. They will have to go back soon and actually get some pots or some items to be able to maintain strength in this lane.
Yeah, TCT's Talisman not going to help out here either, so they will recall. At least TNT looks to go back now, get a bit of his health back, but Sketch will keep the lane here as long as he can now, and all of a sudden, Xiaogu, but a decent lead in the bottom lane, is starting to lose ground.
They had a good start, but it was a tactical decision here from Unlimited Potential, and almost panned out as expected, is that a trade from the bottom lane forces TCT and TNT to go back, but now they're going to have the item advantage, and we're almost going to see a seesaw in this bottom lane, of a lane being in control, the other one having to recall, and then just topsy-turvy. But at level 6, that indefinitely favors Sketch and Hart.
Yeah, I mean, pretty explosive for both sides, but their Graves ultimate kind of hard to beat, so Sketch will end up with the XP advantage, especially since Hart has booked it out of the lane briefly to give Sketch a bit more XP. We'll see how the lane works out. Mid lane, though, is going quite well for Doinby. Nice little gank attempt there by Swift, forcing out a Summoner spell and an Arcane Shift, and now he returns back with a Blasting One, the aggressive option there in the mid lane.
Oh, they're going bottom.
Yeah, TNT gets smited hard. Flash autos there. Flash knock up in there as well. Sketch will join in with the smoke screen. TNT does not have his flash, and first blood goes to Amy.
Doesn't have the flash or heal. A very smart gank. Amy has been pressuring very appropriately so far in this game. Top fighting.
B gets low, Long. Not able to take him out. Level 6. A little bit better for Hecarim than Shen in the top lane, but Long will survive.
Yeah, having the offensive summon or a disengaged summoner from the Hecarim compared to the Shen ultimate, which doesn't actually affect him directly in laning phase. V's going to be okay in that lane. He's still yet to get his jungle item completed, but has the Barmy Cinder, and that is something that Shen will need to match soon so that he can maintain strength in the laning phase.
Yep, and there you go. Goes back and gets it. So we're going to have battling Cinders now as like extra cloth armors there for Long as well. TCT though, just trying to line the wave up as TNT returns to scoop the creeps up in the bottom side. But Graves goes back. He's got a CS lead and a BF sword.
Yeah, that is a big Graves, to say the least, compared to the makings of a Phage and boots from the Corki. So you look to this bot lane, and you say the second they have ultimates, someone's dying.
Yep.
And whether it's TCT or TNT, doesn't matter.
Oh, Hart's going back in again. Amy now going to line it up. TCT is the one under fire this time. Has his flash, they turn it around for a bit of damage, but Amy fairly tanky already on the Rex side.
They didn't have the Graves there to secure any kills, so it was just pressure, taking some health away from TCT because Hart is due for a recall himself. And now it's up to Hart if he wants to stay in this bot lane or do a little bit of roaming with Amy. They are working very well in combo because of the crowd control that they have.
And he actually just bought a pair of boots, so it might be a bit more roaming there for Hart, but Punish getting pushed in a little, has the Trailblazers, so able to fight at least in mending waves a bit more effectively, but Doinby keeping up there in the mid lane as Swift actually lets Cinder Hulk. He's got a Barmy Cinder.
Yeah, he's going for that Cinder Hulk option, being very tanky. They do need a tank on their side as Annie feeling the heat a little bit there. Ezreal's starting to ramp up.
Yeah, ulti there from Punish going to be annoying as Doinby's roamed down. He'll clear out a ward though, get spotted off and have to give up his roam plans in the bottom half of the map, but level 6 now can start to be a bit more active on the map.
Yeah, getting level 6, or level 7 now even, and having a CS advantage on this Ezreal, you do have to question why Amy has not been focusing the mid lane whatsoever, but then you think the kill pressure that could come out of an Ezreal and a Rek'Sai is 0 basically against the Kassadin.
Yeah.
So he's been smartly ganking elsewhere, but you have to keep in mind it's unlocking this Kassadin to become really strong soon.
And it's kind of, again, we go back to bottom half versus top half for these teams. The unlimited potential bottom lane is the one that's receiving the early attention. So it's Sketch and Heart. Again, that heart and soul of the team that's really been gifted the early advantages. But on Xiaogu's, it's just all topside, Doinby and V back to farming.
Yeah, and the fact that they are farming quite contently is very good for this team coming into the mid game, where they will excel over that of unlimited potential. In saying that, the lead's not big, but the pressure that they've got, the control that they've got on the map right now, favoring unlimited potential. TCT's not enjoying himself at all.
Punish shows another ulti into the bottom lane. That's twice now that TCT's eating a bit of damage. Heart thinking about it as well. You can tell he's close to 6. Sketch has hit level 6 there as well. And even Amy's coming back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, the pressure well and truly on in this lane right now. And the fact that Annie is just a magnet for all of the Ezreal ultimates ever is just signaling bad things to come for this QG bot lane.
Yeah, Heart can't be too far away there as the TNT popping out some rockets there. Heart looks for the Zenith play, doesn't get it. And Swift now going to enter the jungle, clear things out, try and get a bit more vision around Amy.
Yeah, they're just looking to try and get some vision back in their favor now. The bot lane is struggling from Xiaogu. Unlimited Potential have got all of the control, especially now they're getting close to that level 6 mark. They can just completely zone them out. So you'll need to see a lot of pressure now from Swift. Xiaogu's jungler get in their face or get some vision control most importantly and start to turn it back in their direction.
I mean, does Swift want to be in the bottom lane, or is he sort of be like, yep, have fun on your own, guys. I'm going to go gank the other 2 lanes?
So there's no real other lane for him to gank, to be perfectly honest. You look at the kill lane that they've got unlimited potential in this bot. You want to be there to prevent any kills from happening. You can't really gank an Ezreal unless you all in overcommit and tower dive. Kassadin's very good at doing that, but you have to ensure that Ezreal's not close to full health. So they'll need to play a bit more carefully around that.
Oh, TNT just getting wrecked by Sketch. He's basically just walked in a 1v1 to him. TCT left a lane toward and Sketch gleefully took the 1v1.
Yeah, and he will continue to do so. It's a BF sword against a Phage and a Mana Crystal at the moment. So well and truly favoring them. That aggression, no surprise, but I look forward to much more of it.
Yep.
And how they're actually going to go now. Leona is 6, but Annie's not.
No, TCT does not have access to Tibbers, and TNT is pretty much left to just throw rockets. They are going to look for the all-in. Ultimate misses, though. Zenith Plague will get Valkyried out, and Heart and Sketch, first 2v2 all-in fails.
The idea was there, of course, wait for a last hit attempt from the Corki and then just turn it on. But very smart and very good awareness to notice the positional aggression that Leona was having, knowing that she was 6 and avoiding the ultimate, jumping away to safety. Was smart in a forethought here from Xiaogu's bot lane. And now there are many members pressuring, and an Ezreal probably going to hit
I think
Annie.
this is going to hit Swift. No, misses both. That's good. TCT finally dodges an Ezreal ulti.
Yay.
But Sketch and Heart realizing the aggression and it's going to back away Swift. Pretty telegraphed gank there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and you can see Punished. We did this yesterday, is just staying mid, farming, and then trying to pressure bot lane with his ult. He is taking damage.
Yeah, Doinby is starting to really pressure him in this lane. I mean, Runeglade's been completed for Ezreal, but that doesn't really make him fight ready. That just helps him farm a bit more.
It just gives you wave clear on your Q, so he's able to throw ultimates down into the bottom lane because he has the Runeglaive. But you can't compare it to a Kassadin with a Rod of Ages at 12 minutes.
And you can see the theory, I guess, behind the lane. Doinby, who's now strong enough to just fight him 1v1, just every time it's up, going to jump on top of Ezreal.
Yep, jump on top of him, push him out of lane, maybe force the ultimate to be used to clear mid lane whilst he's in base. Also unlocks the Kassadin and his potential to roam elsewhere and find kills instead of just having, say, an Ezreal ultimate.
So Doinby starting to ramp up. We'll see where he goes, if anywhere, from that mid lane. Maybe try and pressure the bottom side here as Sketch, Heart, and Amy have all found their way for a tower dive.
Are they going to...
Yep, TNT gets nailed by the ulti. CC comes in, chains too long, and Amy collects the kill. Look, even Shen said, just for fun.
Just in case TNT found a way to get out of that situation. He was not getting out of that situation. They are being very cheeky right now, and they are picking kills up.
Oh, they're going back in again. Doinby actually the next one to get pressured is Punished. Eats quite a lot of damage in return, but UP numbers advantage. Brought Shen down to the bottom side to take Dragon.
I still love that strategy. The gank that they just put, a Corki would never expect all of them to be standing there. Leona ult is one of the better ways to engage from distance as well. The reliable stun to allow the follow-up engage. They get a very easy pick onto the bot lane, translate that immediately into pressuring out mid, and then it's a dragon.
And V, who decided not to teleport down to contest because they were down a man, tried to pressure the top tower, but Shen, having those two different styles of teleport there, the ulti and the actual summoner spell itself, he's back in the top lane safely. There's an ulti, he's going to clear that wave away.
Yeah, it's not going to be designed to actually do any damage to the Kassadin pretty much all game at this stage until later on when he's got the Luden's Echo, maybe a Void Staff on top of it. So at the moment, mid lane well and truly favouring Xiaogu, but the bot lane is really, really scary.
Yeah, bottom half has been all unlimited potential this game. As a blue buff steal does go through, that'll be a nice takeaway from Punish. Make sure Ezreal doesn't get that buff for himself, but I think V got it, not Doinby. So I guess he'll just walk over and get his own blue.
As long as they don't have the blue buff onto Punished, it helps a lot. The mid-mention now going to be harder for them if they can get the blue buff onto Doinby. He is starting to scale with that Rod of Ages. Xiaogu a war.
Yep, Heart's just starting to fish for Zenith Blades whenever he can at this point. And TCT and TNT are entirely zoned off this wave. In fact, this lane.
Yeah, the bot side of the map almost is entirely gone.
It's 30 CS up for Scatch right now as Punish. Going to throw another ulti looking for the blue. Doesn't get it. Just kind of grazes Doinby as Amy going to get collapsed on stuns. Down parallel convergence stun will follow up. And that's like 3.5 seconds of CC. You're dead.
Yeah, he's having a bad time. TCT with the flash tibs directly on top of his face. They can follow it up so nicely. And this is why they picked Annie in the first rotation, is that they can follow it with the Echo. They've got the Kassadin to jump in and on their face. V to follow it up also. If they didn't have that hard engage, they'd be struggling for team fights. But you can see that laning phase, the Annie being a Leona picked into it is actually quite common now, we're seeing.
Yep.
So it's a very smart decision from Unlimited Potential to win lane. But you can see Xiaogu might be picking more to try and win the game, not just the lane.
And how important is the fact that TCT stun is instant comboing here in this team? Yeah.
Infinitely more important than any other champion. The Leona, not even as reliable as the Annie, because the flash tib is directly on top of targets and it's coordinated with the rest of the side, as that was a crit in one auto attack.
Yeah, Scatch has an Avarice Blade, so starting to work this bottom lane as TNT. It's another Ezreal ulti. Punished, still trying to win the bottom lane from mid.
This is what I was talking about earlier. He can win multiple lanes as an Ezreal by not even leaving middle. He's struggling mid, but he's farming, and that is what he wants to do. The bot lane already struggling from Xiaogu are now further behind because of the constant pressure that has been placed from just Punish ultimates, let alone Amy being there all the time, and the fact that they're a Graves Leona.
And Doinby and Swift, they're trying to come down on the bottom lane. Swift's actually here, but Doinby gave up on his roam. We'll see where Swift puts that W. Needs to line it up properly, but TCT does not have his ultimate.
They don't know he's there. They're pinging a lot deeper. They're assuming he's at the Gromp because of the aggression that they've been putting down here for Xiaogu. The positioning has been noted.
Yep.
They smartly back away.
Really?
But an Ezreal ult. Off cooldown?
Yeah, he used it again. He actually has used it off cooldown. Doesn't like having it. I mean, has wave clear here from the Ringglaive. So
I like the
out.
ward that Doinby put in the lane. You can see the Raptor camp generally taken from Punished to actually have the smite. The Ranger's Trailblazer allows you to remove vision control on the map. You place it somewhere where he can't get to, and then you punish him if he tries to get it, is very smart.
And of course, proc it instantly so that he doesn't get any use out of the buff.
That's
really
right.
clever stuff. You already called it, but Doinby, he's just such a smart mid laner.
Definitely smart. You can see that coming through now, and the fact they've only got one kill, it is onto Doinby. He's got a CS lead. If anyone can carry them through this game, we saw it on the Victor yesterday. Doinby on this Kassadin, already doing work.
Yeah, back on a hyper carry here. He's going to do actually pretty significant damage to the tower. Punished, gone a little too aggressive. Doinby knows something's up, but Punished almost cost him his life there.
So super smart from Doinby again to not use the ultimate offensively with the potential to kill him. The Ignite wasn't there to be used, otherwise there would 100% have been a kill gone down. He realized something was probably up because that over-aggression was really pointless, and there was a Leona there, so very smart.
Yeah, Amy was there as well, so UP do roam in. Ultimate really trying to hit Annie at everyone, I feel like. As Heart's just going to clean out the cannon creep there for Amy and try and play a bit more pressure. Doinby going back though. 900 gold to spend. Spends a big chunk of it there. Probably getting himself a blasting one.
Yeah.
And other than that, gold leads pretty reasonable across the board. Graves up there on the bottom lane there for UP. Probably the big winner for Unlimited Potential. But Xiaogu looking good in the mid lane in particular there for Doinby.
Starting to power up though, definitely. The armor starting to come through for both the jungle and the top laner. You can see the Trinity Force just completed from this Corki, and though he's behind, he does still get a power spike from this Trinity Force being done. All he's really missing is the Sorcerer's Shoes to have a strong mid game. And that's probably what he's going to look to do, because unless he wants to try and scale and he's very behind against the Graves, he will struggle. So force the power spike sooner with the Sorc Shoes and maybe group up behind the Cassid and strength that he already has.
Yeah, Doinby almost fully charged on his Rod Evaders and has cooldown boots and a needlessly large rod to go with it. So looking good. Swift going to line something up on a Heart actually, but Heart moves out of the way of the convergence. Now TNT actually. Good poke down there onto the Corki, but Dragon up in 20 seconds. That's why there's all this movement in bottom lane.
Yeah, very adventurous parallel convergence. They're trying to catch Heart, maybe on rotation towards the Dragon with a ward, but he didn't go there, so they easily back away. TNT is starting to hurt, though. We did see the damage he just put down onto Heart, and the pressure, as you said, mounting around this Dragon pit.
I like the way Heart's playing the lane, though. He just bought Mobies and is running at Corki at every opportunity.
Generally speaking, you'll see mobility boots used to roam around the map. Heart is using them to sit in the bush and to get closer to the Corki so that he can engage.
Yeah, TCT also has his distorted movies, so ready for more flash Tibbs action as Punish. Going to try and get this blue buff, but that might see Dragon control to Xiaogu. Yeah,
they don't want to risk the bear being dropped on top of them, and the numbers advantage well and truly in favor of Xiaogu. The vision control as well. If we have a quick look at that mini-map, entirely in Xiaogu's control. So a free Dragon right there.
And smart stuff. We talked about needing to get control back of the bottom half of the map for Xiaogu, and they've done that successfully. And all in the meantime, mid lane's farming up for both sides, top lane's farming up for both sides. Both teams are now on part. Oh, blue buff?
Ooh,
blue buff!
He got it.
Very nice, punished. Yeah, he looks happy about it.
That's not what I would define as happy. He looks really neutral about the situation. But he did find the blue buff with his ultimate. Another strength of Ezreal. Not only is he ulting bottom, he's taking blue buffs away from Doinby as he does the Raptor camp and gets vision control. It's just so strong.
Yeah, AP Ezreal really good on this patch. Even fine on live as well, but especially good here. And punished has the Ludens almost completed now as well. So that big 2-item spike coming for that Runeglaive Ezreal is about to hit his Heart. Looks for an ulti onto TCT, but now they'll swap targets. Stanchion out of use. They'll go in, they'll follow the flash there, but Tibbers is down. Teleport's being used. Damage is good from Graves. Long will get the kill. Ulti from Punish is trying to find something, but Amy come down there as well. Scatch tanking tower hits, but pretty tanky here on the old Graves.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a Graves without tanking turrets, but that dive, Heart actually predicting the flash with that Zenith Blade to catch Annie as she tried to juke it. Completely safe dive because of the Shen as well. They've got a very strong team comp in order to get it done, so you can see the prediction from Heart here. Watch as he aims for the flash.
Yeah.
Fantastic play right there to catch TCT under the turret, and the Shen able to follow it up with Scatch's burst and a very easy kill.
And now Xiaogu trying to make something happen in the bottom lane, but too late to try and save anyone. TNT actually might die here as well. Amy's tracking him now on Rek'Sai. Heart going to line up another one. Doesn't have the flash, so can't close the distance, but Unlimited Potential will clean out the bottom lane tower after Long has already done himself the top turret.
Yeah, so they've got top, they've now got bottom. The middle turret is the only one left standing for the outers on this Xiaogu side. They are yet to pick up a turret themselves, as Ezreal is just going to use his ultimate to wave clear to prevent the top lane turret from going down as quickly.
Yeah, punished again, influencing all different corners of the map here with that ultimate. Been really on point, using that ulti in the right spots here as Long. Back in the top side on Shen, use that teleport to get back to the tower. And V's like, come on, man, let me have your tower.
Just give me a chance here. I'm just trying to split push. I can't team fight with everyone. Shen having a big impact in this game from one ultimate alone, allowing them to dive, unlocking the bot lane. It is a lot more risky for TNT or TCT to be in this lane without knowing where their opposition bot lane duo is, because there's no longer a need to dive. They've got mobility boots just to chase them down on Heart. And they're in a fantastic position as, it's a QSS.
Yeah, Punished is really strong right now. Oh, actually, Heart could be in trouble though. Swift getting jumped on by, jumps on Heart there with Doinby. Chrono Break dodges the ulti from Ezreal. Doinby diving his way and will get the next kill. Scatch though, looking to lock him up. Can't quite complete that as TNT now getting aggressive onto Sketch, who's splashed away. Now Amy going to get chased down. Swift will dive straight in on top of him. Slow there from the Time Winder is good. They'll follow in for more damage. They do have enough. Amy will go down. Punish will QSS out of the first stun from Annie though, but they're trying to chase more kills. Swift, he wants it so bad, he dives in, but he can't complete it. Doinby dies to Punished as well. And the top lane still top lane.
The fight started so well from this Xiaogu side. They were kiting around, skirting on the smallest amount of health to actually get any kill that they could. Amy did go down. It worked out really well. Heart going down at the very beginning. And they just went a little bit overexcited, got overzealous in their aggression, and they end up paying for it with their lives.
Yeah, the Luden's Echo Ezreal with the Rune Glaive starting to do pretty monstrous damage. And that QSS proved to be mighty handy in that last exchange.
Definitely was. A smart buy, as that was really close. That would have probably killed.
TCT is like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Heat-seeking right now, that's for sure. There is a big heat signal on TCT's head. He is marked for death.
Yep, well, doesn't die that time. Punish just missing the ulti there, but Amy and Sketch return to the Raptors. Punish.
They're his Raptors. I don't know what everyone's trying to do, stealing them away.
Well,
but
Dragon in a minute 45 means that either team can pick up their second. Given the course of the game, as Amy trots along the mid lane, flirting his way through. Just trying to get some vision down here. Again, 25 minutes in almost. Baron is Hasborn. Could be an objective these teams have to consider as well. Swift has found Heart, Sketch, and Punish. With the Stand United down Swift, it's a little too much now. He has to chrono break, but there's just nowhere to go.
he had nowhere to go. The number advantage well and truly in Unlimited Potential's favor right there.
Oh, now TNT. Ulti?
Nah.
No, we'll miss there. TNT went the right way.
The standard guess there from Punish, not expecting the Duke. It's a bit of a 50-50, but didn't connect. A lot of damage, though, from this Ezreal. Something that was maybe not considered during Champion Selectors. Punish had a stellar game on that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they, first picked it. Pretty easy. Interesting to see them let it get through. His Hard actually dove onto Doinby, who's doing decent damage. Feather gets a massive ult. Doinby picks up a double for his troubles. Now Punish getting dove in on. Doinby wants it. He goes over. He finds Long instead, who shadow dashed over the wall, but he'll chase him down, slap him down there as well. Oh, fishing for Punish. Good Zonya's there as well for Doinby as TNT going to try and complete the damage. Doinby still alive now, gets the Q. Magic damage, not enough. TCT kiting off Amy, who's forced to tunnel away to safety. Punish is like stealing the blue buff as Amy's forced to ultimate away.
Doing?
Punish looks like he'll live, but Swift is back in UP. Lose 3 for nothing there.
It could even be another one. V is getting adventurous. He wants it.
Good parallel convergence. Punish has to run. That was a really smart arcane shift from Punish, but he's dead. Gatling gun and some auto is just enough.
A very aggressive positioning from Punish there. He was essentially looking to maybe smite away the blue buff to get some mana and health back, but could not get to the blue buff to smite it, and instead had no mana, had to run away from the rest of this side. Xiaogu have a very good engage on the back of V, who finally shows up to a fight and goes massive right there. The ultimate connecting. 0-0 and 4 right now. The big talking point is not just that Doinby has the kills, is that they've got a front line to boot. Echo is always going to be tanky. The Hecarim is massive. We saw that in the last fight. He's not going to take any damage against a burst-oriented bot lane of Sketch when he has a Frozen Heart completed. The only thing you need to keep in mind is punishing this mid lane. If they can get him down first, then they're going to be very happy.
Good blue buff steal though from Unlimited Potential. Sketch actually picking that one up for himself. He'll take the Scuttle Crab as well, as Dragon is back up. But Unlimited Potential don't quite have enough people here to try and take it.
They've still got themselves a 3k gold lead on the back of just every member having a bit of extra gold. The bot lane in particular having a big, sizable CS advantage. It's doing wonders for their team fighting, but if they get caught out of position again, Xiaogu can very easily find their way back into this game with strength after strength, which is their team fighting around the mid-game skirmish.
Yeah, it's just V looking for those big ultimates here. It's UP do start themselves up the Dragon. TCT is in the area, but the Dragon's going to go down. Teleport's actually being used. They're going to try and lock them up. W into the Dragon Pit. They'll find Amy for the first stun. Sketch getting locked up there as well, but Long's teleported down with his ulti. V gets in onto Sketch, ultis him away, but Punish firing in the backline. TCT takes out Sketch. Now Doinby chasing in, gets the next kill, needs the zonies, pops it. Long going to get over the top, but Punish gets a double kill there with a huge ulti, and they'll equalize the fight. That was a triple.
He gets a triple kill to finish the fight off as he has no emotions again. What are you doing, man? You just got a triple kill. A big fight for Punish. Not a big fight for unlimited potential as they're caught in the Dragon Pit. They do find the Dragon, I believe, to start it all off. So all in all, the end result is actually still in favor of this unlimited potential side. But Scatch just not having an impact right now on this Graves is worrisome.
Yeah, got caught. I mean, let's watch this again.
Yeah, the engage comes through very nice from Swift, hitting the stun. Scatch stuck in the back of the pit. And this is Hecarim and Doinb. Just get onto his face, make sure he goes down. Doinb gets a little bit overexcited here. And this is the Ezreal ultimate. He pops the Zhonya's predictable positioning.
Oh
1,
my
2,
God.
3.
Jeez. Corky lost like some obscene amount of health, like 800 health.
That was how I looked when that
Yeah,
happened as
oh
well.
yeah. That was
I'm glad it wasn't on
actually
us.
instant replay of Rusty.
I'm glad that wasn't on us.
Oh, what that was
actually.
it? That was how excited
thank
you
you. It
were.
was exactly what I was.
His Punish gets the double bust now as well. Well-deserved donation after that triple kill. And all of a sudden, the Ezreal's gotten farm. He's been unlocked. Another ulti thrown out again. This time, oh, didn't hit TNT.
Cheeky, but looking. This Ezreal has a death cap.
Yeah,
He is big.
he's really strong.
You can see an Abyssal Scepter needed to be completed by Doinb, so he's slowing down his item build in late game scaling strength. Has a Zhonya's and an Abyssal with a Rod of Ages. So not actually able to have the impact of the Ezreal in terms of direct damage if you were to try and compare them. Ezreal even affording a QSS in between that all is just doing wonders for him right now and his team's team fighting. Everyone is on Punish's back.
Yeah, I mean, and QG know that. They're trying to stop him. Spirit Vizard finished up for V. He's massively tanky at this stage on the Hecarim here. Even a Locket for Swift is a good pickup here as well. So Xiaogu have the tools to try and deal with the Ezreal. But that being said, there's plenty of protection and Punish. You already saw in that last fight, he does monumental amounts of damage. So what do we say? UP, they're the late game team. Punish on a big carry with a lot of farm. We're 30 minutes in and I've caught Amy. Swift now going to dive in, but there's not enough to stun him up. Swift just taking poke now.
Yeah, the Ezreal ult not actually connecting, allowing them to disengage because you got the feeling that unlimited potential were staying a little bit too close for comfort there, even though they should have been running away. Because it didn't connect, they didn't follow it up with anything. And everyone just gets out and it's time to reset again, work around that vision control and look for another opportunity to engage.
And you can see both teams looking around the Baron area as well. They've got decent wards down to Xiaogu, but Heart's trying to come in and sweep some of those out with the help of Amy and his sweeper there as well. Pink ward goes down. Amy doesn't quite spot the ward in the back. Actually might be a good blue ward, so... Yep, no, it's a QG ward, just doesn't want to go in as Swift and Heart have a little meeting in the jungle, but Swift just gets out. Follows in, it plays good. Long's going to follow in as well. Swift gets knocked up, he pops down the W. Can Chrono Break back if he needs to not be stunned though. Dow damage going through Ezreal. Very close to taking out Swift and Amy and Long. They're just too tanky. Now Punish going to come in and clean them up. Doinb in trouble. Forced to pop the Zhonya's TNT late to the party. But Echo's going to rejoin. Now V trying to tank it out, but Long's been locked up. Doinb going massive there, just diving into the carries. Castanen gets a double, gonna make it a triple. And Xiaogu clean up the ace.
They make a massive team fight. Doinb being level 16 as that fight actually erupts is massive for their team fighting. Swift taking damage from the Baron, using the ultimate to ensure he has health. And a big fight. TCT hits the Tibbers of Dreams right there, just locks them down. And on the back of a smart engage, a very nice pick from Heart, finding Swift. Swift does not go down. The Ezreal ult did not have as big of an impact as you would have otherwise liked. Doinb scaling massive right there, not taking damage because of his resistance stacked build. We said he's a smart player. We're about to see how smart he is all over again as Swift does get caught up. Doinb comes in and gets taunted, by the way, by this Shen, which is just ridiculous. But the fact that they've taken so much damage, QG, you'd think they're in a bad position. This is where it starts to get very tense as the ult gets taunted, has to walk back into the middle of everything and use the Zhonya's. And this is where it turns around. This parallel convergence, the stun combo from the Annie, I believe it was the W, not even the Tibbers, resets and unlocks Doinb to just go massive in the following rest of this fight. Picks up a triple kill, they find an ace, and what was looking bad against the side that is really good at team fighting, this unlimited potential roster, has completely turned around. They've got an 8-2 Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, Doinb is massive. He is the big character of this team. Did a lot of work there in that last team fight here, but it's nice to see when V finally joins the fray after farming for a few years in the top half. make such a big difference is Doinby's going to face check a brush. Now he's just going to chase
Wow.
that. Oh my god, that damage. Reset again there from the Hop. Hop's back in one more time. Going to get stunned up though by Hart. Forces the Shenhold out as Punish joins in as well. But TCT's running rampant. Drops the Tibbers on Amy's head. Good Echo converted to the middle as well, but they're answering back well. TNT's got the kill. Swift lost a Chrono Break out as Long's taking too much damage. Amy getting low. Punish gets stunned off to the side. Now V going to jump in. They're going a little too deep, you have to think.
That's
V tanking up some damage. Will just barely go down to Punished. And Xiaogu, after one big fight, went a little too far there.
Doinby starting the fight off with just unparalleled aggression right there. Finally had the team to back him up, but there was no Leona basically for the entirety of that fight, but still Punished. Sketch staying alive. They find a fight that is actually okay. The end result was not too bad. But Doinby is just showing this infinite aggression.
He's not stopping. He's looking for Punish. He's found him. Damage is good. Riftwalk
Wow.
again. That is absurd.
How do you get away from an Ezreal, one of the most mobile champions in this game, has the exact same facial expression as he has in kills or deaths? I think it's becoming a joke in and of
He
itself.
looked a little more perturbed there, I think.
Oh, what, like 1% maybe?
He's still jumping. This blue buff cast in. Doesn't even have extra mana. Doesn't have the Athenes. Just pure damage stats here, hopping all on top of the carry spaces.
Yeah, he's just got a mana pool. He doesn't even have the mana reset from that Athene. So the Cassidy pretty scary, to say the least. Picked up an entire Void Staff after that last fight, and you can see the effect that it has been having on this unlimited potential roster. They are struggling.
Yeah, the cooldown boots and I guess the W mana regen helping out.
doesn't stop.
Doinby's really good at weaving in auto attacks, I've noticed.
Yeah, he's very good. You got to get the auto with the W in there if it's in between autos or if it's in one combo between the ultimate. The fact you do have a 2-second window between it allows you to just throw out everything all at once. But being able to fit an auto in, weaving an auto in there is very impressive.
Yeah, just jumping on people and honestly he's like a melee AP assassin at this point. What Echo dreams of being, I guess. But Swift is the other tank in this team. V's also finished up his Trinity Force, so damage threat starting to pop up in multiple places here for Xiaogu. And they're going to set up a siege.
Yeah, TNT, you look at his score, you didn't really think he had a bad laning phase from this, but he had a horrendous laning phase and is somehow back in the game massively. He is a second carry for this side already.
Yeah.
The front line well and truly established for them, doing be a pseudo frontliner, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, acting like it, certainly with how aggressive and far forward he is unlimited potential. The big team fighting team struggling to find the way into these 5v5s. You have to think Punish did some good setup here. He's certainly got the damage, but Xiaogu in the last few fights have just been on top of them.
TCT. Having a bad day.
Ezreal ult magnet.
Having a really bad day.
Let me tell you, if it's not banned, I think TCT is going to have a fit in the draft.
I would as well if I was TCT, believe me. You did not want to get hit by that many Ezreal ultimates, not when it's an AP Ezreal in one game.
Damage is really silly. As Punish actually doing good damage here to Don. He's actually going to force him away this time. That Void Staff helping out massively for the Ezreal.
Yeah, speaking of doing damage, this Ezreal is just going off at the moment. He doesn't even have upgraded boots, by the way. He's got leather boots.
Yep.
Doesn't need them.
Yeah.
What a Sorcerer's Shoes when I can get a Void Staff.
Blink all the time. Arcane Shift away as Swift looking for a stun. Won't find anyone. Hard actually the target they'll look for. Righteous Glory popped by TCT. Have to be careful, Leona's pretty tanky. Hart will get locked down. The slow there. Echo very sticky. But they'll back away with Punished. Constantly threatening. Ulti. Just pegs me.
Oh, didn't hit TCT.
He was really close.
He was right there. That was the concern. He gets away from it, but they are pressuring now Unlimited Potential. They're starting to find some strengths behind their team comp. They know the Ezreal can poke people down. They just need to avoid the flash tibbers. If the bear gets dropped on an important member, then they will struggle to finish a team fight off after that. They can't split push because Doinby will catch them out. The Shen may be the only exception to that rule who can split push very, very well. But they are relegated to essentially sitting here and trying to team fight against the side that's nearly impossible to catch. Thankfully, they have a Leona to make that more possible. Oh my god.
TNT.
Oh
my god, that ultimate.
wow.
Just on the end of the splash damage. And now they're going in. It's 4v5. Xiaogu don't want anything to do with the rest of Unlimited Potential. Long's actually created pressure on the bottom side. That was a fortuitous pick from Sketch and Punish.
That was unbelievable. The Graves ult picking that up. The damage that this Ezreal is outputting right now, with it, not even with the ultimate essentially, is just unbelievable. He can just pressure the map off the back of one strong play from the AD in the mid lane of unlimited potential.
And Swift doesn't have any teammates, can't force them off the tier 2 turret. It was Xiaogu that was sieging all this time, but Long with a split push and a nice play from UP brings it back into it. Long though, maybe caught out, he looks for the taunt, doesn't get it. I think just hit Swift. W down to zone them away. Sketch has to be careful. Two-man stun. Binds onto Long. He's going to go down. Swift chrono breaks out. TCT diving into the backline. They have to kill Punish. And Doinby wrecks him. Sketch is dead. There's the triple. They'll chase him down. Really looking for Amy. Hart will get away. And Doinby could smell the pentakill.
Doinby is just the entirety of this team right now. That is literally my face after that fight, looking at Doinby. He just went massive again. Without him, this team is going to lose the game. But every single time someone gets picked, something bad happens. Doinby just comes out again with a massive play and just carries the team through a fight.
And Hart trying to buy a little bit of time, but he doesn't have enough. Can't escape. Doinby slaps him away, gets another kill, and Xiaogu will break the base.
And you're looking at this Cassidy pick right now into the Ezreal, and it is a complete master stroke from Doinby. The smartest player, arguably, in the LPL, is making it work for not just him, for his entire team, as he's made smart decisions, scaled very well, is probably able to afford an entire death cap now, and that damage that he was barely outputting is going to just exponentially increase.
Gonna skyrocket now. 13-2-8 for this Cassidy here. Doinby, an absolute wrecking ball. The ult is good. Not enough to steal Baron though. Xiaogu will take it. Amy will get the blue buff, but that's about all he can claim.
He still claimed the blue buff away from a Cassidy, which is nice considering he doesn't have an Athene's. He has a Rod of Ages as the only mana pool. So prolonged uses of the ultimate starts to hurt. You don't get the resets on kills. So not too bad all in all. They lose the Baron though. They're down about 8,000 as well. The kills have been doubled. Unlimited potential in a period of the game where they were essentially not that far behind, if at all. In fact, they were ahead during the mid-game, have just started to really struggle against Xiaogu.
I feel like UP had their window with that Ezreal and just couldn't close the game out. Doinby, Swift, and V have gotten far too big.
These Ezreal ultimates are coming out hot and fast.
Yeah,
so
Punish
there's always
is
a threat.
To say the least. Here is TNT working on the bottom side push. Long will put a ward down, but it'll get cleared pretty quickly by Xiaogu, scattering pinks as they advance their way through the bottom side of the map.
All it takes, though, is one good engage. Unlimited potential have the team comp. They have the makings of a fantastic team fight. If the Leona ultimate connects, if the Ezreal can do what we saw before, just get that poke down onto one important target, people will die very easily. So even given the gold lead,
they need the right target. So Long now going to get jumped on. They'll do damage in. Swift trying to dive into the backline, looking for a stun. Finds Sketch, only V charges back in. Punish has gotten absolutely wrecked as Doinby takes out Sketch. Hart's going to get chased down. There's already 4 dead. Make it 5. Xiaogu in seconds get the ace.
That was the quickest ace to ever exist almost right there. Simultaneously killing multiple members. The teamwork between this Xiaogu side is just unbelievable as they pick up a convincing victory off the back of a shaky start.
Yeah, and they saw it. The hard engage in those first 2 picks from Xiaogu's team comp came up big time and time again. They're in the game. The Annie Echo Hecarim combination. We talked about those players setting up well for their team, and Doinby carrying the torch through and slapping his enemies with it. Says, hey, look at my score. It's pretty good, isn't it, coach? Punish is real mad.
He's a little bit flustered, I get the feeling. But in saying that, we spoke about this as well. The team fighting is what Xiaogu were looking towards with the Annie pick. They weren't looking to win that laning phase. In fact, they struggled a bit, but they made it work, picking that hard engage option with the Echo to follow it up, the Hecarim to follow that up again. They played around their strengths as a team fighting team so very well.
Yeah, and we talked about UP being that team fighting team. They had a good comp together. They felt like they had a nice window in the mid game, but Xiaogu just shut the door in the late game. It felt like there was nothing they could do 5v5.
Yeah, Doinby was massive. There was no way for them to poke. They were getting hard engaged. He went monstrous in that game. He was just outputting damage left, right, and center. The rest of the team, V was essentially a support. At one stage, he was 0-0-12. I'm not even sure what he ended on. But he just scaled, got tanky, and then they just ran through the game. It was very smart tactical play and very good macro shot calling from Xiaogu.
Yeah, Doinby ended that game 15-2-11. by
That's
the way.
monstrous.
That is a lot.
Cassidy's pretty good.
Well, we'll see how good Cassidy is. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, game 2 between UP and Xiaogu will be here. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPLs. We're about to get into game number 2 of Xiaogu versus Unlimited Potential. And Rusty, that game number 1 was basically a battle of two amazing mid laners.
It definitely was. It felt like Punish deserved the win just as much as Doinby, but eventually that dive comp, very strong teamwork out of the Xiaogu side did reign supreme. They found themselves with a very convincing victory in the end of what was a very shaky start.
Yeah, it was. Punished and Co. UP actually did a really good job keeping them down early, but Xiaogu held on, scaled up their Kassadin, got V to just farm away, got Swift nice and tanky, and all that dive that you mentioned was just too much here. As I imagine Doinby is our MVP.
Yeah. Very surprised if it wasn't Doinby, that's for
too.
sure. 15-2-11. This guy was a monster in that game. He was taking out Punished at every opportunity. He's just hopping around the map, and that was disgustingly awesome to see unfold. This guy was a beast.
Yeah, managing all that mana well with the Rod of Ages, getting resets on the W for mana, hopping around and just doing Doinby things.
Yeah, just doing what he does best. You can see it starts all around this period of time. He was already big, but this is just where it all gets cemented. A very prolonged fight breaks out here where Doinby actually gets completely caught on the back of trying to rotate and help his team. But he manages to turn it back around, starts playing hopscotch all over the faces of Unlimited Potential because he gets level 16 from a kill in this fight. You can see the taunt actually baits them into getting the Zonias out of him, which was really bad to begin with, but turned out to be great. They find a kill, get 16, and you can see he just starts hopping.
Yep.
And hopping.
Goodbye, Sketch.
And
Goodbye,
hopping.
Punished.
And
Goodbye, everyone.
After the other, the enemies fell.
Yep, he's actually in the top lane, slaying poor Punished again there. And it was a nice counter pick as well there into the Ezreal. Yeah. We saw the Runeglaive AP Ezreal with the Luden's Echo. Just disgusting damage all game long once he got the 2 items, and it only got better from there. But Doinby had one job, it felt like, in that game. Chase down the carries, and poor Punish. All the arcane shifts in the world are not going to save you from Kassadin.
No way to get away from him, especially once he hit that level 16 mark and just snowballed kills after kills, triple kills in fights pretty much every single time. And it's a soft counter in laning phase. It's not a direct in-your-face push you out of lane. You can see Punish still had a massive game. You have to give credit where it's due. He did work, but just had no team to back him up. You look at the rest of this Xiaogu side, and it just suits so well, having that Echo in the front line with the Hecarim, Annie to follow it up, and TNT, who had a horrendous laning phase, just completely unlocked and able to do whatever he would like in fights because he wasn't being touched.
No, just came in for cleanup damage, and it was enough. Their V as well, when he finally joined the fights, his Hecarim is still something worthy of a ban.
Oh, 100%. He's got such a good win rate and performance on that Hecarim every single time that we see it played. I don't know if that'll be the focus in terms of bans. We did see the Victor taken away from Doinby.
Yep.
Maybe that'll change to Kassadin after the last performance and he'll get back his Victor.
Maybe. I mean, just 3 mid lane bans.
Oh,
just
yeah.
throw them at him.
Just ban him out.
I think we also saw the importance of Echo. We talked about it being a contested pick between these two junglers. Amy was aggressive on the Rex side, but just couldn't do the same work Swift was doing.
Yeah, you could see in team fights in particular, the way that Echo was working the front line, baiting spells to kill him, and then just using the ultimate, getting back, chrono breaking himself back to health, and still being around in that fight. The impact that Echo has, especially as a tank Echo, is it's tanky, but it's also pseudo extra tanky because you're not expecting him to still be in the front line with that little health and then just coming back again with more health.
Yeah, exactly. Ult out, get more health, and then run back in. Really well placed Ws. Not nearly as many ganks as I thought, honestly, they're coming out from Swift, sorry. So not as aggressive as I thought, but farmed up on the Echo. Just felt like Xiaogu were waiting for a break point there in that game, sort of hit the 30-minute mark, and that's where you think, all right, Unlimited Potential, that's their time to shine, but could not 5v5 and couldn't find a good split pushing opportunity with the Shen. Poor Punish for all the work he did. A lot of that undone just by the team comp there. So we talked about both teams being good at drafts. I think Xiaogu definitely got the better of the game 1 draft. So what's going to happen on the blue side now for Xiaogu? Because remember, Xiaogu's blue side record in particular is immaculate.
Yeah,
almost.
They've only lost twice now,
Yep.
the second one being yesterday. So their blue side is phenomenal. They usually play around that a lot better. The Nidalee might not be banned this time in particular because first pick is in Xiaogu's favor. They may want to ban the Echo perhaps, or if it's a hotly contested pick. There's a lot of options for Xiaogu to do, but as you said, both very good at drafting. And it's funny that we looked at that last game and it was a 30-minute win condition for UP in every single game they play ever, where they got completely outclassed at 30 minutes. So a diverse champion pool that can come out of Xiaogu might reign supreme in this next draft.
It might. I mean, their flexibility's been good. That's what the unique champion that Doinby's played in recent memory. He's played just about everything. And Troy's Cassidy, I think he played it in like a few early weeks there as well. But the man can do just about anything. We saw him support yesterday effectively, playing the mid lane Nautilus, going straight back to hard carry mode today on Cassidy.
Yeah, he's so diverse, very smart, and it's definitely just the right mid laner for Swift.
Yes.
He's not necessarily the most mechanically gifted mid laner or the best carry style mid laner, but we've seen performances from him in support, in carry, in tank mids. He just does it all really well and unlocks the rest of his team to perform to their best level. And that's exactly what happened in that last game.
Yep, did really well there. So we'll see what Xiaogu have lined up in this particular draft. UP, what can they bring here as well? Will they go even deeper into the scaling and try and get more of a teamfight competition, get the Ezreal back in if they get it again? Not sure I want to give it back to Punish, but I guess we're going to find out as Gragas and Kalista are our first two bans.
Yeah, it's funny. Last game, they almost got outscaled as a team fighting team.
Yeah.
Graves starting to drop off in terms of his relevance, and it was just Punish saying, where is my team the entire time? But the bans, I like that they got rid of Gragas again. Take that away from Amy. Make sure he doesn't have his best champion. It's not to make him uncomfortable. It's just to make him less proficient.
Yeah, just, kind of weaken him a little bit there. Give him something else. Maybe open up something like that Echo again for Swift as Ezreal is the ban away. A nice respect ban there to Punished and well-deserved despite the Game 1 loss there for Unlimited Potential. But what do UP want to take as their second? They've been very careful in the way that they've drafted. You'd ban Nidalee? Well, they banned Nidalee too.
Yeah, you don't want Swift having Nidalee. His performances, irrespective of win or loss, have been phenomenal. It just unlocks this style of Xiaogu in that they can pick tanks mid even. They can just have the one tank top. They can have TCT on a Braum. A guy that loves to die a lot, TCT, may as well put him on a tanky champion. Let Swift carry. He already gets a lot of the gold. May as well unlock him with that Nidalee. But they don't get that one this time because another smart ban from Unlimited Potential.
I wonder how many jungle bans we'll see. We saw a couple in the last game, at least these two, perhaps one more if memory serves. But it's going to be the Sivir ban actually. I believe that was banned away from TNT on the blue side. So Xiaogu going to keep the trend of banning Sivir on blue here as well.
Yeah, fairly targeted bans here. Getting rid of the Sivir opens up the first pick possibilities. I guess the Echo is going to be another big contested point. Will Unlimited Potential ban that Echo away, though, is another important question to ask.
They can also just leave it up, ban something else, and leave up the likes of Ryze, leave up Alistar. Who the other? Shen is another big pick that's come in. They are going to ban the Ryze, though. Have to think Xiaogu are going to take maybe that. Maybe that. Both those picks would make sense.
I'd say the Echo, unless Punished has a preference towards Victor also, and it might be a priority. But in saying that, Amy does have the priority towards Echo. It is a big pick for them, and they've already spent 10 seconds hovering it, which generally is not a good tactic if you've got the first pick, and it's big.
Yeah. I mean, Punish will play Victor. I'm fairly confident UP will pick it up early if they're allowed to here. And they do take Echo. You have to think Victor's one of the responses here from Unlimited Potential. But what else do they take away?
Keeping in mind that Alistar is still readily available, the Nautilus is also there. It is a very strong possibility for them to play to their strengths with this first rotation in picks and get a very good engage, get a big front line, maybe just go for the jungler as well because they've got the last pick and they can counterpick the mid lane or the AD carry role with it.
I feel like Alistar's actually dropped off quite a bit this weekend, which is weird. Like, we've seen like some Janna and that sort of thing, but we've seen a lot of like Leona, Annie, even Nautilus has sort of dropped off, but heaps of hard engage supports, which is interesting. So kind of trending away from the Alistar, maybe a bit more lane dominance, but Limited Potential, they'll take Amy, he'll take Evelyn this time instead of Rek'Sai, but there is Punish with the Victor.
Yeah, seemingly more of like a ranged engage option. The Alistar very in the face, has to use the ultimates and be a part of fights as a tank. They've got a lot of options in the top lane as exclusive tanks now with the Shens and the Hekarims and Maokais, so not necessarily needing that as their options. The first picks, though, from Unlimited Potential, they take the Victor away. They've got the Evelyn again, and it's a very aggressive pick, this Evelyn, around Vision, and doesn't do too bad into the Echo. I probably wouldn't want to find them in a direct 1v1. Echo might have a pretty good time there, might be feasting on some Evelyns, but Xiaogu not changing it up at all.
No, going to stick to the Annie Corki bottom lane that served them relatively well in game number one. Certainly the Leona Gro's bottom lane was good for UP in the lane specifically here, but Xiaogu again, they've got the Echo Annie combo. That's really all they were looking for, you have to think.
A part of me feels like they're just going to man up and pick the exact same Leona Graves combo into them.
Yeah.
Maybe change up the Graves to something with a bit more range and scaling. but the Leona is just such a strong pick into the Annie. They need the engage here from Unlimited Potential. They've got the Evelyn in the jungle. Victor, very good at following up engage, but depending on what they actually want to go for, I'd say the top laner is also something that needs to be considered.
Yeah, I mean, the last picking top lane at this point for UP, given that they're moving things around. But Lucian Leona, okay, you know, not Lucian, not Graves Leona, but very similar.
Troll.
Sketch. I like it. I actually really like that it's going back to the lane. Like you said, man up and take the lane again. You did so well in game 1.
Exactly. They won the laning phase. They have no reason not to play it again. The only question mark is always going to be that scaling. They've got a Victor now, though, and they've got an Evelyn. So there's no question on the scaling.
No, not at all. I mean, what does Xiaogu do here? That's the thing. They've got 1 or 2 variables here with the mid lane and jungle, but they might just pick
Why would you go variables?
True, the comp works so well. Don't be sort of like, do I do this again? V's like, give me the Hecarim. I'll definitely take that.
I guess the big question mark is, why are they letting us do this
again?
Yeah,
that's true. Like, what are we baiting ourselves into? But Xiaogu are going to have to find out in the last pick here. They'll take the exact same comp into game number 2.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
Nothing changing from Xiaogu. We know what their team comp's designed to do. We know who the focal points are, who can carry them through. The questions I guess you can pose is, will V be farming for 28,000 years before he starts to group again? Will Doinb go off again? Will the bot lane not lose as hard?
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions.
I mean, what's Punish playing? Because he has to play some... Oh, sorry, he's playing Victor. What's Long playing is the question then.
Maokai.
Shen's available. Maokai would be great. He hovered it already.
Or Nautilus, I guess. He's looking for a follow-up on the engage. They've got plenty of follow-up engage. They don't have enough scaling damage, so Shyvana wouldn't be too bad for that. But I like the Maokai, something that I mentioned earlier. It negates a lot of Swift, Doinb, and TNT and Echo as well. It basically just ruins their team comp if you can put the ultimate down before they engage.
Yeah, Maokai is excellent against Assassins. We used to see all the time Maokai into LeBlanc as a counter pick. It's really similar logic into Kassadin.
Yeah, it's the anti-assassin meta is essentially just have so many people that can't actually die that the assassin does nothing. So they're going with a similar one to that right now, but they've got the Victor to back it up with full scaling hard damage.
Yeah, and Punished, he did damage in game number 1 as well, so he's going to have maybe a bit more utility here, just a bit more playmaking options maybe there from the mid lane. But what about the matchup itself? Because Doinb hasn't changed anything on his side. He's back on Kassadin. In fact, let's just go through them now. V back on Hecarim versus Long on Maokai. Welcome to Farmtown.
Yeah, wet noodles everywhere.
Yep.
We've got a tree against the horse. It's just going to be PvE.
Yep, we'll Swift on Echo. This time Amy with Evelyn. Not quite as aggressive as the Rek'Sai, but similarities there. This is my big lane. What does Punish do in this lane? How's this matchup?
He struggles, Punish. This is actually a Kassadin-favored lane, so funnily enough, giving them the counter pick what worked for them so well in the first one.
Yeah, a little awkward there as TNT back on Corki versus the good matchup here for Sketch and Hart. That's the Graves and Leona back into the Corki Annie. And I wonder if Amy's going to change up his gank paths. He had good pressure in the bottom lane to start things off. Tried to make the difference where it counted in the winning lane, but maybe needs to look somewhere else this time.
Yeah, you might want to put the attention somewhere else, but in saying that, if it's not broken, don't fix it, could be the logic here. The ganks were successful last time. It may work for them again if they can actually use those advantages and snowball.
Yeah, I mean, again, Xiaogu picked the same comp, so certainly think that whatever happened the last time was not broken, but we'll see if UP have a different response. Let's get onto the riff for game number 2. And welcome back onto the Rift here for Xiaogu versus UP, game number 2. We talked about points being important. Xiaogu are now poised to take the full 3 points from this matchup on Unlimited Potential. Did so well to almost win game number 1, but got run over in the end by QG's team fighting comp. And to QG's success, they've got the exact same comp in this game.
Yeah, they're just doing the exact standard thing they were last time. You can see even the same potential response here from Unlimited Potential. Getting that level 2 top lane, perhaps. They know Swift's there.
Yeah.
Oh, they all know Swift is there.
Yeah, he's trying to get away. He has his flash. He'll actually make it to safety and some more nice walks from
they're all on a
Xiaogu.
ward too, yeah.
You can hear the insane amount of pings.
Loud noises indicate something is going on. So all of them find themselves standing on top of a ward as Swift smartly gets away. But yeah, we've got the exact same team comp as the first game from Xiaogu. And we're almost seeing an identical beginning here from Unlimited Potential.
Those are really interesting wards from Xiaogu.
They're looking for the lane swap, a very deep invade style of looking for
Yeah,
lane swap.
it's almost like they expected UP to go to the top side. It's like, yep, let's just make sure we have perfect coverage.
Yeah. So it's not about preventing it and matching it.
Yep.
It's not necessarily a lane you want to be into, but it does unlock a lot of potential, say, jungling with the Hecarim at the start. They know that he's safe to do so because they can see them topside. But in this case, I think they've even baited the lane swap.
Did UP have a ward? They might have spotted Annie there, but Cliff will actually start with his W, hit down the red. A little bit of help there from V. Heart's going to start on the Gromp. That's actually Sketch and Heart doing that, because the Krugs into red was the start from Amy and Long. Yeah.
They've actually put the lane swap into effect here, Xiaogu. And I'm not surprised by that, given how last game went for them in the 2v2. It was pretty gross.
It was.
Making it work for them this time, hopefully getting that minion farm experience instead of actually taking a Leona to the face.
And I really like what Xiaogu are doing with the early game as well. They've actually not really jungling together so much as helping each other jungle and just sort of leapfrogging through the jungle together to make sure that they each get maximum value out of their early camps.
Yeah, it's really cool the way they're working around it. It's also efficiency and speed of clear times because one's being started and they're already moving to the next one as it's being finished.
Long's going to have a bad time in this lane. PCD's already leveled the queue. He's just going to keep doing this. And now Leona's going to join in, going to complete that 2 lane here and try and contest. So Maokai gets some fun. Because Long was, not going to have any fun at all.
It's not a great experience to be a Leona Maokai into a Korkin and Annie, that's for sure. Heart, as tanky as he might try to be, will still be getting destroyed. Corki's base damage is very high without even spells.
And here comes the 5-man. Heart going to get caught up there. Tag with a time on to TCT with a great stun. Heart going to just flash out in time, but first blood will go to Swift.
And just like that, as if it wasn't bad enough for them to be in this top lane, it is suddenly so much worse. Graves being left to a solo lane is nice though. 1v0 getting free experience and levels, and that's always good for a Graves. But Leona level 1, you do not want to be behind as Leona or you're relegated to just using your ultimate and dying.
Yeah, Swift, level 3 now, smites away the Krug, so able to get a bit more experience there. But Long level 2, Heart still level 1 like you mentioned. Things are up here in the top side of the map, and Xiaogu don't even commit to a fast push, just take their gank and get out.
Yeah, there's no reason to commit if they are happy having the 2v1 matchup, or the 2v2 rather, with the Maokai and Leona perhaps. They actually just want to stay in this for as long as possible, try and scale up their carry in TNT this time opposed to V, and get him going for team fights.
Yeah, looks like V just going to go back to jungling there with Swift as well, so going to keep that early game nice as Heart tries to get some creeps down, clear them out. They're trying to make the wave hit the tower.
That's nice, actually. The synergy between a Maokai and a Leona, which is not something you often talk about. Their wave clear is massive.
Yeah, between the Leona passive, the AoE, and the south lane.
Yeah, you can instantly clear backlines in their level 2.
Nice. In fact, Chago are tanking the minion lane there as well. And Long's like, yep, I've had enough of leaving this lane. Let's go gank Doin B.
Doin B, though.
Oh, 4-man. Oh, walks away.
Yeah, he's in a very good defensive position. He knows that they were missing.
Yep.
You can see the wards all scattered through the river from Unlimited Potential. They have complete control of that area, but they can't make something happen. So essentially a wasted investment. They're getting no information from this either.
Yeah, now we've got TCT roaming as well. He's going down towards the bottom. Swift is already down here with V, so they're going to break the freeze in the bottom lane and give Hecarim an opening here. And all the while, Corky's just happily freezing, collecting farm in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, the only saving grace is that Sketch is completely free farming. He's going to be level 6 sooner than pretty much anyone else on the map besides maybe the mid laners. And his burst, once he hits that level 6, is phenomenal. So the Graves could be the big factor in this game, but in saying that, Corky's matched the farm. Mid lane's still scaling, and it just feels like from the very beginning of this game, Xiaogu have answered everything, and they're actually rotating very efficiently and smartly.
Yeah, have a slight gold lead of about 200 with that first blood, so doing well there. And Swift and TCT are waiting for this to happen, because V is going to bait them in. He'll run into the brush. Swift will set up the area of the parallel converter. So diving onto Amy. That's the first target. Taking a lot of damage, but TCT will die first. They don't have enough damage. Sketch is massive right now. That buckshot almost getting him another kill. And Swift now, level 3, getting locked up. We'll get the time wider down onto Heart. Now Doinby's going to rotate down. He's got just level 5, I think, actually, as Swift gets the kill there. Does come in time, though. Swift actually gets himself away. Sketch tanking minions has to be careful.
Was cancelled. Almost baited Sketch into dying.
Oh, V going to run back. W will zone them away. And Xiaogu get a nice little trade there.
They almost baited Sketch into death right there, but he does get out. And what was a nice attempt at a counter-engage from Xiaogu, their positioning was exactly where it needed to be. They can't fight the Graves. Something that we just touched on is how big he is from raw levels alone. he has now got himself a BF sword on top of everything else, and this guy is just massive.
He is. And BF sword now for Sketch as well. Almost level 6. Is it they're just ramping up here? And Doinby, I like the roam. Pre-6 there on the casting. Actually made the difference from mid lane.
He's quite happy in this mid lane. The Victor matchup is not something that a Victor excels at. He's got a lot of wave clear and can try and keep the Kassadin under turret once he upgrades their Hex Core and gets that wave clear from the E upgrade. But in saying that, Kassadin free to do as he would like pre that stage. And even finding a roam at level 5 is just credit to Doinby being super smart.
What is it about the matchup that Victor can struggle with? Because you mentioned it's sort of like a soft counter there for Doinby.
There's just no way to trade as a Victor, and that's one thing that Victor's strengths are, is that he's almost unmatchable in terms of trading. But a Kassadin has a magic resistance or a magic shield, so the Victor doesn't actually do damage to a Kassadin, whereas Victor has a very low health pool and can still take damage.
Yeah, and as you can see, Chaos Storm actually down. Doinby going to get stunned. But just shaking it off.
He might even go back in on him. Doesn't have Ignite though.
Get about it. Oh, never mind. Rethinks his position. Swift! Diving in, got the red buff. Amy's here as well, though. Takes the tower hit. Doinby doesn't have enough mana. Swift might die. Doinby's like, yeah, I have to do something. Turns it on to Amy. Good riff walk away. Really smart play.
Good of Doinby to make sure his teammate gets out alive. These two, the best friends club essentially. Might be one-sided in the best friendship, but they are the best friends club. TNT's here.
Oh, hello. Punished. Getting ganked by a Corky. Forces the flat. Ultimate
my God.
Misses the missile, though. Forced to heal. Gets Amy, but will die to heart.
Almost got a double kill, but missing both of the rockets. Punished dodging those ones. Getting away with no health to speak of, as they do still get a kill. TNT with the aggression.
Oh, TNT.
That was unusual.
Well, not for TNT. He's a very aggressive player.
Yeah. Trying his best Sketch impression there almost.
Oh, that was nice. Gets a sheen, gets parts of his fade. Not doing too badly there, but the 80 carry roam mid. Everyone applying attention here to the important parts of the map. As we'll relax a bit now. Gold nice and even. Kills pretty close there as well. Hart looking to gank V, but Hecarim having a fun old time, farming away with his Balmy Cinder in top lane.
Lots of map movements this game, that's for sure. The 5 kills doesn't accurately reflect how much impact has been going down on the entirety of the map. Focus mid, there's been focus bot lane, they've had numbers top as well. They've taken first bloods on people with 4-mans pretty much everywhere on the map. It's just, there's a lot going on. But the direct advantage is actually non-existent right now, as the Corky and Graves have both found themselves with kills, but you look at the jungle, and that is where the entirety of it is actually going.
Yep, Amy with a bit of a CS lead there, going for Runeglaive versus the Cinderhulk that's already been finished there for Swift, who has 2 kills to sort of balance out that CS discrepancy. Blue buffs will get swapped over to the respective mid laners here as well. But Doinby with his blasting wall, I'm going to look to get a bit more aggressive into Punished.
Yeah, it's nice that they've got both of their kills onto Swift. The carry of this side, essentially, in the jungle role, has got most of the kills. That is fantastic for them to try and push themselves through a strong mid-game, maybe prevent the team fighting that unlimited potential are very capable of doing. Or they could just try and do exactly what they did last game and just try and outscale.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've got the comp. Doinby went off in game 1. They certainly have the tools to do it again here. Even Swift going back to the tanky Cinderhulk build. It is a matter of scaling here for Xiaogu, and this time, the nice thing for them is the bottom lane's been the one that's been mostly untouched.
Yeah, definitely. The Corky actually having farm, not being behind, or the Graves not being ahead.
Amy.
Ooh.
Good stun there. Now TCT going to follow up. Does have the stun in the end. Amy just can't get away at all. Does pop the ulti, but it's not quite enough health. Teleport down for V as well. Hart diving in. Long will get the kill. TNT little late to the party as Doinby's going over V. Just tags Long with the ulti as Swift going to go back in as well. Chrono breaks his way to safety as Doinby gets the kill. Now Hart going to get looked at, barely missing the stun.
They find the numbers advantage again. They can rotate around the map so easily. V taking some damage, but is the Dragon going to be considered?
They wanted the Dragon. I mean, they have to because V kind of ported down here, and they've got 2 smites, but he's a little low. Not sure I want to face check a Victor, despite the fact that Punish has no ulti.
The teleport. This is really risky.
Yeah, Long going to join in. Doinby's low on mana. Dragon going to get angry.
It's pretty mad.
Yeah. Hits hard a couple times, resets, goes back to his home. Sketch gets the top tower. That was a mistake from Xiaogu, I think.
So great pressure from Unlimited Potential to force them to not be able to do the Dragon, and also conceding a tower at the same time. Graves basically split pushing at the moment, trying to get some advantages in levels and items, and translating that into a mid-game strength, which he is definitely going to have right now. He is starting to ramp up. But they find some kills to begin it all. They just couldn't get the Dragon from it. They did force themselves into the Dragon Pit to try and make a trade, but it was well played by Unlimited Potential to defuse that.
Yeah. Nice stuff there, preventing the objective, getting one of their own as well. Keeps them up about 1,000 gold here in this game, so looking good. Doinby, though, on the way to his Rod of Ages, pretty close to finishing it up, actually. Should have that nice and soon here. Got a nice Null Magic Mantle as well for some treads. And things going well for Cass. And again, Xiaogu, it's all about that scaling. So what's UP looking to do here? They've got a tower, they've got some aggression, they've got the nice bottom lane as well to get things going.
I mean, what I'm seeing from Unlimited Potential right now is they're matching the aggressive mid-game style of itemization that a Corki will get, that the Rod of Ages that'll come out of this Kassadin soon will have, by going resistances of their own. You can see the armor boots completed from Maokai with Home Guards, wants to teleport in, now working on the Righteous Glory, has accelerated his armor, his relative strength against physical damage, and will probably just stack magic resistance from here. You have a look at the mid lane in particular, doesn't even have boots yet, is working towards that Abyssal Scepter, getting resistances as soon as possible to match the mid game that will be coming out of this Xiaogu's side. So their plan is to best them at their own strength.
Well, see if UP can get that done. Do have a nice little lead there in the turrets, but nothing really coming through just yet. Dragon up still. Xiaogu looked for number one but couldn't get it, so we'll see which team can maybe look to create some pressure around the area. As right now, just back to farming. V going to return to top lane. He's still scaling up, and Doinby having a fun old time here in mid against Punished.
Yeah, no teleport available though from the Maokai, and he is top lane. So the Dragon's something that can definitely be considered as something to be done. But depending on where V wants to go, and it seems to be top, it's just going to be a 4v4 if someone decides.
Yeah, Swift still getting tankier as well. He did a lot of farming in game one, so it's kind of like we saw. Xiaogu are happy to team fight. TNT also looking for his Trinity Force, so not quite there as far as early game damage goes. But again, the lane's gone a lot better. This game in general is much closer in the early stages of the game. Yeah. But UP might be able to take an advantage though. They kind of not lost, but lost traction in the mid game. It's Heart's lining up a Zenith play. TNT though, Valkyrie's straight out.
Yeah, gets out, of course. Hart trying to bait some spells. He doesn't want to use the ultimate and waste it from the Valkyrie. The turret actually just spotted Evelyn. So a little bit of a mistake. The exclamation mark making that abundantly clear that he has made a big error and smartly leaves.
Amy just going to leave, go back to his jungle and keep clearing it. Does clear nicely with the Rune Glaive. We saw this yesterday actually from Clearlove. Picking up the Evelyn again. Did go tanky after this though. Sightstone into like your Randuins, that sort of thing. Locket as well, of course, your standard tanky jungle items. But, you know, Rune Glaive's just a nice little upgrade for Jungle Eve.
Yeah, it's nice, and it's not necessarily something that I'm the biggest fan of. If you go for a Rune Glaive, generally you want to go AP to follow that up. Make it actually cost efficient, because Warrior does a similar thing.
Yep.
The difference is that you can go Rune Glaive and max the Q first, the hate spikes opposed to the Ravage on the E, and you'll still be doing the same amount of damage. It's just that the hate spikes are AoE and can hit multiple people, and you can back that up. So the Warrior is more of an on-hit, auto-attack based Ravage build, whereas the Rune Glaive is the Qs.
And right now, they're going to use those Qs and line them up on the Dragon. Punished here as well. Actually, nicely timed Dragon by UP as QG have all backed away from the lane. So that first Dragon will easily go over to Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, the first Dragon gone. 15 minutes though for the first Dragon. Slightly delayed considering there was a lane swap in effect at the very beginning. But most of the map movement has been around ganking people and trying to get kills. Hasn't necessarily worked in their favors though when anyone does put that into effect. So it's been really hard to translate that advantage into something further, such as an objective, a turret or a dragon. But finally, it does go down. Unlimited Potential picking that one up, and they've now translated their strengths towards mid lane.
Yeah, it's just a matter of which team is going to pick up the pace. It feels like UP here is a grouping mid. Doinby actually has to be careful. They will consider tower diving here, and Scatch, relatively strong, got his Berserker Greaves and his two big AD items, especially good at taking out turrets. He's just throwing pot shots in, taking a couple tower hits there as well.
Pretty hard to dive. Doinby is quite tanky considering he has a Rod first item with the Negatron cloak available. Scatch is the only big threat to take him down. So the fact that Punish has gone more of a resistance style build, not able to output an abundance of damage himself, they can't necessarily dive unless there's 4 members there.
Ooh, V actually might be lining it up. Yeah, forces Long to flash. He was to advance back on top of him, but that might have been a mistake from Long. V going to come back in. Good Arcane Smash actually to buy some time, but V starting to flex his muscles in the top lane.
He's definitely flexing, but he's also found himself behind.
Ooh, TCT slowed by Hart. No follow-up, though. Just going to keep it quiet as unlimited potential. Get themselves the mid lane turret.
Yeah, finding themselves in a strength period right now. Amy
wants
it.
Damage good. Flash forward. Agony's embrace. V has to run away. But Amy going to keep chasing through. Can he get it? The W's popped. Doesn't have enough. V does get away.
One of the strengths of playing Hecarim. Oh my god.
Yeah, now Swift going to make it, but Amy does massive damage here. The reset's good. No chrono break from Swift, and Amy gets the 1v1.
Swift actually out of mana, so not able to follow that up with the chrono
The
break.
nerfs.
Yes, the nerfs have just reigned supreme. The Evelyn finding a kill from the change. Swift would be shaking his head.
Yeah, and Doinby looking for the counter kill, but can't find Amy, who's already invisible. And there's Amy looking pretty pleased with himself after that kill, but still very focused.
Yeah,
he knows the team.
What is pleased really when they have stone faces?
There's a little snicker. He's not punished. Punished is
smirk.
stalwart. He's like, yeah, whatever. I stole the blue buff.
Yeah, NBD.
Don't worry about it. ET. Trinity Force completed for TNT means that items are coming through now for both the AD carries. Infinity Edge there for Sketch, so they're ready to go as far as their first early itemization goes. But Xiaogu, apart from the couple of kills, they're looking to trade back and forth. Only 1,000 gold behind. We talk about their scaling. For me, it really just feels like they're waiting between dragon spawns.
It's nice that they're 1,000 gold behind, considering they're also 0 to 2 in turrets. So that gold is very easily achievable because there is standing gold all over the map for them. They haven't necessarily lost control of a particular lane either, so they're able to sit around maybe the top lane, split push, get that turret down, find some gold in their favor. Or they could work around the mid lane perhaps. The bot lane is the only one that's going to be continuously contested, as it's the only standing turret left.
Sketch actually might get a bit more gold here. Miniwave crashing in as TCT can't really defend it solo, especially with Heart just off to the side, zoning him away. Swift is here as well, but the tower is going to fall. Sketch trying to deny a few more minions, but will get the tower for himself. And UP is going to walk away a bit more gold now as that lead ticks up to 2k ahead.
TCT's looking at death. Doesn't find it.
Yep, gets away. Not today, he says. Runs back away with his stunners. TNT is going to keep getting the wave. And UP, they're gaining some ground here, but again, it feels like the teams are waiting between dragon spawns here. And I feel like that favors Xiaogu.
It sort of does, not by a massive amount.
Sure.
You have to keep in mind when a Graves is ahead, he generally stays ahead. He doesn't really drop off in his strength. But the vision is the biggest factor right now. You can say unlimited potential, not really worried about the vision. It'll start to bite them.
Doinby does roam topside. That means Long's under fire now as he does pop his ultimate, trying to shake off some of the damage, but it's a little too much. And Doinby looking for the kill, doesn't get it. TCT will get the kill onto Graves, so Punish gets a response. We pop back in. Amy getting far too low. Swift, though, locked up by the gravity field. Punish makes it count, but the chrono break does finish it off, and now TNT snipes him as V. He'll chase down Punish. Punish trying to find a way out here, but Doinby's found the slow. Good stun there coming in, and the ace is completed by QG across two sides of the map.
It's crazy to consider that V and Doinby were top lane when that fight started. So unlimited potential very smartly taking the fight, knowing they had the numbers advantage. They get a kill onto the Maokai, and then the teleport. You can see Doinby leaving early, knowing that V had the kill, getting there in time to secure at the very least the last one. But the MVP of that fight, you have to give so much credit to the way Swift played that. He was just doing work, saved his ultimate as long as possible to ensure he stayed in the fight, and they cleaned up shop almost in a 3v4.
I was going to give it to TCT for the assassination onto Sketch.
That was pretty good.
I think it was Sketch, but yeah, TCT started that fight off well, and Swift certainly finished it nicely. So mid tower doesn't fall. That's actually the bad news there for Xiaogu, as TNT wasn't able to finish that one off. And Dragon back up in 25 seconds now as both teams, you have to think, going to look to contest. But the Goldids actually flop back over. Xiaogu, after that fight, end up 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, they found their window. The engage was right. They get a turret for their troubles, though there was one traded not too long ago. But considering the gold lead in that, yeah, the engage was from Swift and TCT onto the right targets. CCT gets punished, but Victor shouldn't be focusing, and Annie realistically, as Swift was putting in work right there, saving the ultimate for as long as possible. And then the rest of the team was just on cleanup duty.
Yeah, nice teleport back in there from V to clean up the rest of that fight. Dragon is back alive, though. So Xiaogu looking to get a foothold into the area and try and get some vision around it. Amy back in base, Long doing the same, but with Home Guard and teleports ready. But Xiaogu have beaten them at least to the area.
Yeah, they're here. They're ready to fight for this one. And of course, their window is well and truly in effect. The resistances from the Hecarim have been stacked. they're ready to fight.
Well, Galgu's pretty tanky. Started Dragon, actually. Limited potential. Can they find the engage? TNT actually hit up by Long. Swift trying to put the zone down. Punish takes the Dragon. Swift forced a Chrono Break out. He's already too low, and they'll dive in onto Skatch, but there might not be enough damage. Doinby takes up Punish's Skatch. Will go down now. Amy getting chased out. TCT will fall next as Hart now caught up between a few too many. Swift baiting them around. Does get the slowdown there. Will chase away Hart. And a beautiful fight from Xiaogu. Cleans up the almost ace.
And just like that, again, they turn on their strengths. They're so strong at recognizing when they can win fights. Oh my God, that was
good dodge by Amy.
Threading the needle right there. I can't believe he didn't get spotted.
I can't either. A really good attempt there as V and Doinby swept through the bottom lane trying to stop Amy. But Amy, pretty sneaky on the old Evelyn. Unfortunately for unlimited potential, that's the only good news because Amy, he was the only one to live through that fight.
Yeah, a very convincing fight right there from Xiaogu. They just played to their strengths. 3-0-2 on this Cassidy again. He's going off another time round. They've got the big power spikes from the Corki, the Trinity Force Sork Shoes, and only really had the Vamp Scepter, a bit of magic resistance to boot. If it's worth anything, Punish stole the Dragon as a victor. That's nice.
It was nice, and that's 2-0 up for unlimited potential, so keep the Dragon as an objective they can take away. Let's see a replay.
Yeah, we're going to see a replay of this fight. Doinby and TNT, the big factors in this, get straight onto Punish. At the same time, V goes onto Skatch with TCT's ultimate. They just simultaneously take people down. And this is a team fighting side, Xiaogu, against what is one of the better team fighting sides in the LPL. And they're making it work so well for them, almost just completely making unlimited potential look like rookies.
Yeah, Swift's bait there was nice towards the end. But just the collapsing under those carries, Punish and Skatch died instantly, almost simultaneously in that fight.
So that ward that just showed on the screen actually reveals that they know they're in the bush.
Doinby's acting delicious. Stun comes in. TNT will dodge it. Doinby not so lucky from the Zenith Blade. He Rift walks away just in time. Now going to turn it around. Chaos Storm's big. Punish has to get away. He pops his cleanse to get out from under the Annie. Doinby trying to run away from the Chaos Storm and still get the kills. But V goes in, gets the two-man ulti. TNT jumps through. Doinby a little low, gets sniped by Skatch in the ulti. But now Swift going to dive in. That's the other kill. 3-0 now as Amy starting to take rockets from the rest of the side. Amy getting chased down. Swift phase dives onto him. Amy going to get slowed down as well. The Phosphorus Bomb, they got to keep chasing Amy pretty quick, but TNT takes him out.
Amy just doesn't want to die.
No.
Very good at living, but the rest of his side are just struggling to stay alive right now. They had the advantage in terms of vision control when that fight broke out, but they couldn't find anything. TCT, very smart usage of the threat of Tibbers. Not actually throwing the Tibbers down until it was the right time, but just skirting the edges of the fight, saying, I can drop a Tibbers on you right now, but I'm not going to until it's the best situation. Allows the rest of the side to get there in time. They find a convincing win again in these team fights. Xiaogu starting to run away with the game. And now even the turrets are even. You can see the gold leader stretched. Yeah,
almost 6,000 gold up for Xiaogu right now. And items only getting stronger. Doinby had his kind of core elements of this particular build. The Abyssal, the Rod of Ages, and his cooldown boots completed. Now moving into a Zhonya's. TNT's good. He's got a Trinity Force. He's actually spotted Long, Heart, and Skatch doing his red buff, and immediately Valkyrie's out of the way. Swift will try and make the difference. He looks for the stun, doesn't get it. Little short there on the area of the convergence. Swift are going to keep fighting in. Chrono breaks out for a bit more health, but the rest of the team's here. V, though, going to try and dive in and make the difference. Long getting low. They'll dive back in. Punish takes out Doinby. 1v3 there as Doinby couldn't survive the rest of the damage. V is still alive somehow. The double stun from TCT might be enough to make the difference. Amy will fall low. Now Skatch getting chased up by TNT. He's going to keep running. He's got rockets. He's got red. And the big one claims him.
As if to add insult to injury, TNT found the red buff before that fight even started, sniping it from the three members that were in that area, taking it away from him specifically. So they follow that up very well. You can see the impact that Swift is having on this Echo. The fact that he can carry in these fights as Doinby actually gets completely taken out in this one, I believe it was, by Punish. The strength of the victor is always evident, needs to be respected. Regardless of the period of the game, ahead or behind, the fact that that can happen.
Oh,
yeah, that was close.
Made it close. Doinby getting as much as he can out of his Cassidy, but Amy starting it off nicely with an ulti. Couldn't quite survive through a lot of the Chaos Storm damage, so Xiaogu will reset to get some nice kills there, but can't claim any objectives by the look of things. I think they got a tower in the mid lane, 4-3 currently in that, and almost 10,000 gold ahead. Xiaogu, we talked about needing that 30-35 minute mark to sort of get ahead. They are well and truly ahead now at under 27 minutes.
Yeah, they're on target to try and end the game by that 30-35 minute mark. So looking very strong right now, and again, Swift is just being this monstrous force in the front line. V has been hitting all of the ultimates. And it raises questions as to the one thing they still have in their side unlimited potential is the Graves. Great in the laning phase, but Xiaogu can just put that lane swap into effect, and you've seen Sketch do hardly anything. Of course, he's been hitting some of the nice ultimates, been sniping people out, but just really cannot impact the rest of the game like the Corki can from a distance and like the Cassidon can from point blank.
Do you feel like UP just didn't press the mid game here? Because we had a really quiet period in the middle, sort of between dragon spawns.
Swift scored.
Oh, that's bad news. TCT caught as well. Stuns onto Amy as they'll dive in onto Punish in the backlines. Doinby coming in for cleanup, but Annie's already dead. Skatch will claim that kill. He's chasing out onto the Graves now, but he's forced a Chrono break out. V will dive into the backside, gets the ulti down as Punish fighting Doinby, but Doinby and TNT take him out. Skatch will die. That's the 2 carries dead. I don't know if UP can do much more after that, and it's clean up city now for Xiaogu. They chase down 3, they'll make long for the 4th, and Amy once again off to the hills running away.
Yeah, Amy just struggling to have an impact in these games, but every single member of Xiaogu is just performing stellar to what their team requires of them. V is just too big. And again, this adds to the Graves point that we were making. They needed a hyper-scaling AD, otherwise they had to push that mid-game. They couldn't do anything in the mid-game well enough. It was 3-0 in turrets, but then they just lost one fight, and suddenly the entirety of this game just snowballs out of their hands. Xiaogu are now so far ahead. They haven't got an inhibitor though. The base is now broken.
Yeah, they've got the mid nice and wide open, so can kind of take that at their leisure. The Dragon is back up here. Probably want to deny at least the 3rd away from UP and take the 1st, or maybe just run to Baron and take that. Whatever the next move is for Xiaogu, they're already 10,000 gold there. They're probably feeling pretty comfortable.
Definitely feeling comfortable. I'm guessing Doinby's got enough for that Zonia's very soon because he's being very greedy and going for another wave in the top lane before going to his blue buff at all. So trying to get as much gold as he can before having to recall, I would imagine. Not going to be too far away from that. And the rest of the Xiaogu side, I mean, look at TNT, polar opposite of that last game. Has a Hex Drinker to deny any of the engage from a Victor and is 11-1.
Xiaogu are ignoring this Dragon. UP will get it. That's going to be their 3rd, but I don't know if they're going to live to see the 5 Dragons here in this game. TCT running up top lane, trying to get the towers down, and Xiaogu more than happy just to run into the top half of the map and force UP to come to them. Nice ward, though.
Spotted by a ward, so they do know they're here. The question is there even a chance of them dealing with this push that Xiaogu are about to have? They've got the numbers.
This tower's dead.
Well, yeah, for sure.
I don't know what else UP are going to lose here. Doinby probably does have to go spend some gold, like
I think they'll rotate mid.
Yep, they're looking for it. Need to get that inhibitor. Don't need to press too much harder here. Ooh, ulti lands onto V, actually going to stun him up, but Doinby turning it around. Damage on the heart, he's forced to flash out away. Now TCT diving in, Sketch gets stunned, but it is running down Punish here and Long. Can't keep his carries alive. V gets a nice 2-man ult. Doinby going to collect the double, make it no, that's Echo there for the kill. No triple there as TCT will get felled by Amy, but there's 4 kills. There's the triple coming in. Amy going to die there as well, and Doinby almost claimed the penta, but
Scumbag Swift.
Echo stole the 3rd kill, but that's it. Ace set completed. This might be enough to close the game.
They should be able to win the game off the back of this. Another smart team fight from Xiaogu. It was engaged on them as well, but they know they can fight. They recognize how far ahead they really are in this game, and it was a desperation attempt from Unlimited Potential. They don't get the engage they're looking for, only slowing members and not actually stunning them. They can't end.
No, they can't quite end the game. Death time is a little too short here at the 30-minute mark, but not going to take much more than that. Do have to worry about the potential Baron being taken here while rushed down by UP, but Doinby's going to go back. He's got a loot in Echo.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Why not?
That's a lot of damage.
That is an abundance, yes. He hasn't actually gone for the zone use,
Nope.
which was expected. Didn't even go for the death cap. Outright bought himself that loot.
Oh, TNT. Chased down by Long. Stun there from Hart. Follows in Zenith Blade. Good pick there from Sketch. Nicely set up there by Long.
It was a nice pick onto the Corki. He's a lot of their damage, but I don't think they can win still.
Don't know if you want to go on top of V. Swift going to zone out the backline here as well. He's just jumped on top of the carries. He's buying time. V will come in. Long will die to TCT. Swift chrono breaks out at the last second as Doinby now going to come in onto Sketch, looking for the kill. Sketch, smoke screen down. Not enough though. Doinby jumps in. Double kill there for FLICKR. 3 for 1 there. The TNT pick was good, but Long, that was too aggressive.
I think they're looking to just end the game now. TCT going to try and stop the recalls as best he can.
Tibber's down. Swift here as well. Will try and stop Amy. He's a little low on health, though. Has to be careful. They'll try and assassinate Hart. Amy going to turn things around. Annie does not have enough damage here, but Tibbers is buying time. xiaogu look to be ending the game. TCT will get the kill onto Hart. Now they'll chase down Amy. Doinby casually taking out towers in the Nexus. Amy going to get kited to death, and the game is over. xiaogu claim the Nexus as they run around in the blue buff.
Didn't find the last kill. The game ended way too quickly for them, but again, they were just so far ahead, toying with this side almost. And unlimited potential, they knew they were behind. They knew they had to be very desperate in their decision making and get themselves the kills or try and force a desperate Baron. But one kill's not enough when xiaogu was so far ahead.
Yeah, and they tried to chase for more, trying to snowball that pick, but it's just too much to handle there. Doinby once again, a massive cast of the game. xiaogu, impressive to me that they take the same comp twice in a series, win with it both times, and somehow game 2 looks even better.
Yeah, they had game 1 was a very rough start in that bot lane in particular, but game 2 turned around completely. They got a lane swap this time, changed the way they were playing, but still the same dive team comp that xiaogu does, and they are so good at doing, is just being in the face of unlimited potential, preventing them from that 35-minute scaling point in the game, and just outplaying them.
Yeah, and xiaogu with some very impressive play and a really nice looking team composition. Claim first place for now.
Till further notice.
Till further notice. EDG are playing in the final game of today versus IG, but they're a point ahead now at xiaogu. So EDG going to need at least one game to tie that up.
Yeah, if EDG go 2-0, they'll be ahead, but the 1-1 will put them tied again for that first place. And something we've touched on is with the standings being so important now, they need all of the 2-0s they can in these last 3 weeks.
Yeah, but that's an impressive showing for xiaogu. I mean, UP, we kind of expect them to win or lose 2-0, so losing game 1's never a good sign for the team, but they look good, especially there in game 1.
Yeah, they looked phenomenal. The fact they could turn around a deficit in game 1 and just expand on that and improve it for game 2 with the same team comp. xiaogu looking nearly unbeatable right there.
Yeah, xiaogu just far too strong, and they do take a nice 2-0 victory. Don't go too far away, though. When we return from the break, it's the battle to break from third place as OMG take on Master 3. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Zach Rusty Pie. About to get into our second match, but before we do, Xiaogu, man.
What can you even
Xiaogu.
say? Honestly, what can you say? They just performed so stellar. They barely made mistakes in that second game in particular. But they ran the same team comp twice in a row, and they won twice in a row. It's just phenomenal to note how well they played.
Yeah, I even like the fact that the Victor pick just like opened back the cast and they're like, well, this is even better than the last lane. The last lane was a neutral lane.
Yeah,
Now it's a
exactly.
winning lane.
Yeah, before
Perfect.
it was farm, now it's kill me.
Yeah.
So
And
it's good.
Doinby got farm again. Wasn't quite as dramatic as game one, but
Yep.
the whole team were playing well together. And it's just the smart lane swap, the good movement, great pressure all across the map, and just kind of scaled through. UP couldn't really break through in the mid game where they might have had an edge. And once again, they just crumble to the late game team fighting of Xiaogu.
It just comes down everywhere from macro to micro, almost every single level, especially in the second game. It felt like Xiaogu were completely in control. From the macro shot calling of rotation-based plays to the wave control, the ward control, everything was just favoring Xiaogu so well. And I mean, Doinby went off 2 games in a row, carried them through the first game, what was a difficult slog up against an AP Ezreal, but came through. And then the second game was just all-out aggression.
Yeah, they just banned the Ezreal. Don't want to deal with that anymore. And then just, Doinby had his run of it once again with the Cassidy. So good to see Xiaogu really kind of stepping things up again, getting closer towards playoffs. I feel like everyone's going to enter like try-hard mode now that the format matters so much more. Your position on the ladder in those top 8 positions is very significant moving into that new gauntlet-style playoff format. So lot to talk about there as far as what matters as far as positioning goes. And QG currently hold first. Can't imagine they'll hold that by the end of the day, but technically right now they are first on the ladder.
Yes, as of this game, and up until the 4th game, they are 100% in that first place. They got 3 points from that last game, a 2-0 victory against Unlimited Potential, and now they're the ones in the driver's seat. EDG have to answer, but it feels like every time Xiaogu win a game, it goes tit for tat.
Yeah, EDG just answer straight back and make sure they have probably a 2-0 this time, given that EDG tend to mirror QG as far as performances go, especially when they lose that first spot on the ladder. EDG do like to be first. QG, though, again, nice to see them step up. We kind of mentioned a little bit that Demacia Cup for them maybe didn't look as strong as we thought they would be. They're a good-looking team. Their regular season's been excellent, but kind of a lot like Snake in Split 1. Things going well the regular season, best of 5s come and the wheels fall off a bit. Might be a similar story here. But I guess we'll have to see when playoffs actually do roll around if they can improve that team strength more. As we do see, this was the last game. It was just QG all over.
You can't help but even note that jungle control was still in favor of Evelyn, but that is because Swift spent so much time actually trying to find kills that jungle didn't matter as much.
Yeah, 35 kills to 11, a bloodthirsty game, and V going to earn the MVP this time. I think it's well-deserved for Game 2.
7-0-18 could not be more deserving of an MVP right there, and actually completely carried the team through by making sure that the Graves, who was in the backline trying to put down damage, would just consistently die. You can see him at the focal point, not even of the camera, but in the back, the sidelines, ensuring that Sketch goes down every single fight. It allows TNT and Doinby from his team to play cleanup because there is no AD carry to really secure this. This was a cute Sketch ultimate, by the way, to secure Doinby.
Yep.
Not going to be enough to win his team the game, as he does still go down, because look who's directly on top of him being a pest. V, again and again.
It was actually really smart the way V played all these fights. Their target selection was impeccable all series long, because they're pretty much using their 2 anti-carries, like the anti-mage and the anti-carry, excepting Hecarim, and just picking the right target. V, jump on Graves, doing V, jump on Punish and his Victor, and it's just like, well, guess the carries don't do anything now.
And it's the sign of an experienced team, of the team that is in their first split in the LPL. That says wonders about what they can do coming forward into the rest of this season, coming into the playoffs even as well. They're starting to look better and better. It seems like maybe they're taking it more seriously now the playoffs have been announced. Going 2-0 immediately after is a big help in that factor. But yeah, the fact they ran a dive comp, something they've always been very good at, but they had split target focus and still got the kills and got out with their lives, just shows they're so very skilled.
Yeah, sends a good message. And Shago looking strong, finished today 2-0 though over UP. But Wimintel next matchup, and points, we're going to talk about it all weekend. They always matter here in the LPL with playoffs looming now. But M3 versus OMG. might be the tightest spot on the ladder right now. These two teams currently tied for third right now. So a 2-0 here once again sweeps the ladder wide open and gives one of these teams a big leap ahead.
Yeah, we've talked about points a lot already, but there isn't really a game more important than this one in regards to points. M3, they've been kind of floundering a bit, but Dade and Looper have really stepped up lately. They've managed to secure their spot in that third place. But now OMG, on the resurgence yet again, have found their stride. We saw them in the Demacia Cup making it to the finals, being a little bit dismantled there, but still making it quite a far distance and really stepping up in their strengths. They've shown diversity from player selection as well as champion selection. Depending on who they have, their playstyle may change.
Yeah, let's find out now. OMG, we'll see what lineup they're starting with here in this game. But like you said, they've made some recent changes. This isn't a change. So Xiang, been their top laner ever since the summer split started, and he's been just fine, to be perfectly honest. Lots of Maokai especially.
Yeah, neither here nor there. Doesn't really stand out, but does his job.
Yeah, and Loveling has been the standout player. Back into the lineup about halfway or just over halfway through this split. I like to see the Nocturne. That's a very old school Loveling champion, but he's been solid across the board. And this man, he has been the real anchor of this team.
Yeah, he is the rock, and you can see the Nocturne RE comp between Loveling and Cool. It just does wonders for their team fighting and really shows the strengths that Cool does possess.
Yeah, we are going to play North again, though. He was the Demacia Cup AD carry. Uzi on the bench at least for game number 1. Can, of course, come in for game 2. But important game here. They're running North at least in the first game. That says a lot about his skill and amazing. Pretty much just an engaged support player, but he's followed up well on Xiang and Loveling especially.
Yeah, Amazing's been doing what needs to be done. He's very similar to Xiang in that respect, is that they fill their role quite well, and it allows the rest of the team, Loveling, Cool, and now North, to play their roles in a massive carry position. If they have 3 threats opposed to 2, which is what actually having North tends to unlock, then it makes them a much more dangerous roster of 5.
Yeah, it just gives Loveling the opportunity to, gank Cool's lane more, unlocks Cool as well because he has more pressure and more space, and just North does not demand the same resources that Uzi does. They're not the same player. So North plays a lot more like San used to on this team than Uzi plays, even in this team where he's getting less fun than he might have, say, on Royal Club back in 2014. So a different sort of team here for OMG. Looks very similar to their old team, but a far cry away from how Uzi looks when he plays. It'll be interesting to see if he plays today, how different the team looks, or if they're trying to adapt more to the style that's seen more success, which has been Cool and Loveling kind of leading the charge again.
Yeah, that's right. And having someone that doesn't demand as many resources that you do see Uzi needing is a big help in letting Cool and Loveling be unlocked and really carry them through.
Master 3, they're almost the opposite here. They've come together just with a very consistent roster, to be perfectly honest. We'll start in the top lane. It is Looper there looking good, and he went from going full Looper in the early weeks of the split to an absolute beast again.
He definitely has started to step up. One of his Shyvana games, one of the keys we didn't see there because it was a while back, but massive.
Yeah, huge. Aaron Condi being the other one to really step up. We talked about M3 kind of early in the season needing another threat here, and Condi is ascended to that spot, but Dade has been playing out of his mind game in game again.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I just saw an Azir in Condi's last played. That was unusual, but yes, Dade stepping up massively as well. The mid laner playing a lot of Azir himself might have been the mistake.
And then here's the bottom lane, SMLZ. Very solid, very consistent, just sort of there to play clean-up crew along with this man, Love CD. Really serviceable support. That's just sort of M3's bottom lane. It used to be 2 threats. It was just Looper Dade. For a while, it felt like it was just Dade. But a strong top half, kind of coupled with a good utility-style bottom lane here. In M3, they've only gone from strength to strength. And right now, against OMG, a tough opponent that you're currently tagged with on the ladder, they need to make their impact.
Yeah, it's interesting to note how the dynamic between both of the teams work, where the focus is going to be on the map. Generally speaking, it will be both on the top half of the map. Most of the rotations and the map movements will be around maybe getting Xiang going, making sure Cool does get going, with Loveling there to back that up, whereas Condi loves his Lee Sin, loves his Rex side. The early pressure is going to be placing that to ensure that Dade and Looper get rolling themselves.
Yeah, his Gragas isn't bad as well. Condi's really stepped up as a jungler. Wasn't all that flash hot, to be honest, kind of through the year, but has gotten better and better and built the synergy with his team especially. So Dade and Looper, if they're playing well, they're all getting facilitated by Condi, and that's what makes M3 look good. OMG, very similar story. Xiang does his job, kind of North and Amazing do their jobs, and Loveling and Cool run all over the place. So jungle mid lane matchups, this is something to watch in this series.
100%. See if Loveling or Condi can make something happen in that mid lane, because that's the point of contention between both of these teams. And there's just no real other place to look at besides that, I guess.
No, I mean, Lifetime, unfortunately, M3 have not had the best record
Wow,
against
yeah.
OMG. Actually,
bad.
don't have a single win against them so far. OMG have got the better in this particular head-to-head, but there was ever a time for M3 to start winning against this team. Better be today.
If there was ever a time or a place, that's right. It has to be today, essentially. Looking to secure that third place spot and push the other person down. At the very least, these teams are looking for that 1-1 so that there's no separation in the standings, because standings are so important right now with the points going into the playoffs that has been announced. So at the very least, if they do get a win, then they're going to be content, but 100% looking for that 2-0.
I think Dade and Cool is a great matchup here as well. From memory, the last time they played at Worlds, I think a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. What was a year ago? I'm bad at years. I think they split their best of ones in the group stages. So they have like a lot of history there as well. And back then, both of those players were sort of at the height of their power as mid laners. The meta really suited them. They were both playing absolutely incredible. And certainly this year in the LPL, both players at different times have sort of fallen off. I feel like we're getting back to full strength Dade and Cool. So there was ever a time where the games really mattered. The teams are now trying even harder than they were before because the playoff format's now different and seed's even more important. And both of the star players on these teams are mid laners. It might be nice to see 2014 Cool and Dade returning back to form, just going and smashing each other in the mid lane.
It does feel like they're starting to come back to their strengths again. It's almost gone full circle from when they last played against each other. Dade's starting to feel more comfortable in that mid lane, changing his champion pools up, picking bad matchups just because he wants to be comfortable on the champion that he's playing. Does play a little bit for feel, but that's the way that he makes it work. There are players that play off feel, there are players that are forced into champions. Cool loves the assassin style of Ahri, but has a lot of default champions, whereas Dade can play pretty much anything he wants ever, but has very strong Vladimirs and things to fall back on as well. So the mid lane matchup could be quite heated.
They're both surprisingly diverse, and that's not something we used to say about Dade. He's expanded significantly since he started playing this year alone. Like, it was just like Azir and Xerath and like the odd LeBlanc game towards the end of spring, and all of a sudden Dade's crept up and he's with Cool a very strong player. But the LPL is full of excellent mid laners and good teams, and these are two of the best here. So OMG M3 head-to-head in game number 1 draft here, and we've got some bans. Kalista standard ban there for M3. They'll follow it up with the Maokai, but a Thresh and a Hecarim ban there from OMG.
Yeah, they're banning away the Thresh, not letting Love CD have that champion, and the Hecarim as well away from Lupa, taking away a potential carry role from him in that Hecarim. We saw V in the last game go massive, so there's always the chance that the Hecarim can go big. I do like the Maokai ban though, taking away that from Ziyang. Put him maybe onto more of a carry-style top laner where he can start to struggle.
Yeah, Rek'Sai ban there from OMG. The Insta-Rise ban from M3, which is required, given that OMG will not give it to M3 at all, given that Lupa and Dade can both play it well. Xiongnu going to have some fun. Flashes high-hitting it for a second and then locks in Gragas.
You always want the Dongo whenever he's
I know. Every time.
But they lock in that Gragas pick. They've got the very strong jungler there now. Of course, the Rek'Sai being banned also does make it a little bit harder, but we know Condi has the default Lee Sin that he can always go back to. Does give him a lot of pressure, but it's also more of a streamlined decision if he opts into that Lee Sin pick now, and that might be the decision they've gone for with the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, they ban Rek'Sai, so I like the pick away from OMG, but does Condi have something else? That's the question. Hovering Alistar right now, we've seen pretty much these two junglers that you can see pick or ban and Lee Sin from Condi, but Nidalee's been seeing some more play. Runeglave's sort of a thing. Echo's a big champion. Does he play them? Maybe not. Going to take Lee Sin Alistar for their first two.
He may play it, but we're not going to see it in this game at the very least, as they've locked in that Alistar, something that wasn't really contested in the first best of 2 today and always available. They finally have that one on the board, and I feel like one of the best ways to answer a tank is with a tank.
Yep.
There isn't many better ones.
There's Braum for amazing, and there's Corki for North. They're just taking the very strong, very self-sufficient bottom lane.
And that's exactly what they want to do here. OMG's bot lane are they need to be self-sufficient because of the top side focus on the map that Loveling will be placing around Cool and Ziyang, and then trying to translate that into strength. So a smart, nice bot lane there to get themselves through at the very least even and try not to be behind, but from the looks of it, Cool hovering a smite. I'm not sure if he's baiting us into saying his next pick's going to be an Ezreal, but I'm getting the vibe.
Yeah, that's certainly the vibe here. Oh, Dade's like, yeah, I can play this as well, right, guys? Dade and Ezreal sounds like a pretty good proposition. He locks it in. Lupa takes Nah. M3 power across the board in these picks.
Yeah, their picks are massive for them right now. Lupa having that Gnar can go massive on that one. Condi, his signature early pressure champion, and then Dade just picks up that Ezreal mid. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Oh my god, these picks are so juicy. Just what they're hovering right now, OMG. I like the Twisted Fate. Flash at Dade being like, hey, remember this champion? He used to be good at this. Cool actually does have Ghost, so he might have already selected that for himself. Was waiting for the changeover from the Smite.
Yep.
But Dade on this Ringglaive Ezreal, that's exciting to watch as well. How far has Dade come to go from the player with like a negative champion pool to not even just playing like other champions, to playing the current meta champions as well as OMG. They get Nunu and Twisted Fate.
They've picked up the Nunu.
The lovely Nunu. Wait, what? Oh, please be top lane Nunu. Please be top lane Nunu.
Now, it could go either way. It
Yeah.
could be the Nunu jungle, could be the Gragas jungle, but I don't even, because they blind picked it as well. No, they've got the Gnar there.
Yeah.
What is it going to be?
I don't know. They don't know their mid lane matchup.
That's amazing.
Oh, no, they don't know the AD carry, sorry. Because, I mean, M3's showing the solo lane, so
Yeah.
OMG are like, yeah, we'll take this Nunu Gragas, don't worry about it.
It's all good. We'll see what they want to go
Yeah.
for, but I mean, you look at the holistic
Wait,
team
what is
comp.
this?
It's
Are
weird.
they flexing? Oh my god, they are. Dade's going to take Victor instead.
Oh.
And SMLZ's going to get Ezreal. Wait, that's not how that works. No, it is how that works. There we go. There, Dade swaps back.
A lot of swaps.
That
there
was
this
a lot
week.
of levels on this draft.
Yeah. The M3's finished their team comp as well. They flexed the Ezreal, a very smart little bait there. Dade's going to be the victor into the Twisted Fate. Pretty comfortable in that lane. TF doesn't have a great time. Not many champions have a great time against that Victor, though, to be fair. And we have no idea what's happening
That was
here.
smart. I mean, Chiang is playing top lane Nunu, so
Yeah.
I don't know what his build is, but that's what he's playing. I do like that they saw Twisted Fate like, nah, don't give me the crappy lane. Dade's like, take this champion, I don't want it. You have it, SMLZ.
That's one of the cool things about the Ezreal, is you can flex it. As we are looking at a Nunu top.
Yep, Xiang, Nunu top. He's been playing very meta, very standard. So nice to see him break out of it. Lovely on a Gragas. So this has been one of his best looking champions.
It has definitely. And up against Condi on one of the safer ones himself as we move our way towards the middle lane. And
What a mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
Cool versus Dade on Twisted Fate versus Victor. Will be nice to watch, but SMLZ on the Ezreal versus Corki, some players do prefer this matchup, so I'm curious to see if SMLZ likes it or not, or at least how he goes. And I like that Amazing's branching out. Love City took his Alistar, so he'll just take Braum.
yeah, it's not too bad of a matchup in a direct 1v1 if you compare the Corki and the Ezreal. Corki has a lot more burst instantly with the Phosphorus, but Ezreal's much more poke and try not to get hit.
Well, I want to see what happens with the top lane Nunu, Rusty, so let's get into game. And welcome back onto the Rift as OMG take on M3 in game number 1. The points really do matter here today, especially in this match. Maybe no more than other in this particular one for the day. But winning game 1 in a best of 2 is crucial, as we found out in the last one, Rusty. And OMG are throwing everything they have at it, including Xiang's top lane, Dawn Ring start, Nunu.
He doesn't even have a skin.
He doesn't
though.
even
I'm
have a
so
skin.
sad about that. There is, like, why not go the Nunu bot?
I don't know.
And
There's
laugh.
so many good Nunu
You could
skins.
tilt so many top laners by laughing as Nunu bot. It's frustrating enough to be against the Nunu, to say the least, but they're stacking in a bush. A 5-point start here is the response from M3, but are they even going to invade, or are they just going to hang around and try and catch Lupa?
Is there anything in this matchup in the top lane? Because, like, I assume Xiang's picked it into Lupa very intentionally.
Well, there's no direct win. I guess it's interesting to note how Lupa's gone for a Doran's Blade start as well, so his strength is fairly weak, whereas the Nunu does have a fair amount of sustain through there. He's very annoying with the poke, and Gnar doesn't necessarily have that sustain. But in direct trades, I mean, there's just no situation where a Gnar is really in the threat of dying to the Nunu. But you look at the jungle Nunu.
Yep.
You can basically put Nunu in the jungle with Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Consume. He's going to start it off. Xiang also has 37 AP.
Yeah.
So I think we actually are going to see top lane AP Nunu.
That's
into Lupa's
amazing.
Gnar. That is amazing.
It may not be full AP Nunu. Keep
Yep.
in mind they like to go for, say, a Frozen Heart. You want the mana pool. They did give him the Gromp.
And he's still jungling. They didn't lane swap, so Xiang's just hanging out. Lupa thinks something's up. He's taking Raptors for himself here. But this is a weird start to a weird game.
Something fishy going on
North
here with
and
this Nuno.
amazing. Into SMLZ and Love City and amazing, landing some nice chairs.
I like the leash though. I do like that start. This bot lane's pressure from North and Braum right now though on amazing is just ridiculous. Ezreal's a very low impact jungler and Braum has a super strong level 1. I just called Ezreal a jungler.
Yep.
But the Braum level 1 is almost completely unrivaled. He's got bonus magic damage if they even get stunned, and the threat of a stun is enough to push them away. You can see.
Yeah, they're about to hit level 2 as well. So
Yeah.
Love City and SMLZ can't have anything to do with this matchup right now. I like the heal actually from Love City. That was adorable. Keeping the minions alive long enough to get level 2 first.
So it's difficult though to have a heal. Alistar's level 2 now is quite weak, though he possesses some sustain, which is not too bad. Amazing doesn't really have any of that himself. But the pressure that a Corki and a Braum can output at all stages is just, it needs to be respected from this M3 roster. This bot lane in particular, looking for maybe level 3 before the Braum does start to peter off a little bit. The Alistar finds some strength and some actual relevance in this direct laning.
Yeah, you said it already. Ezreal a relatively low impact laner in the bottom lane. I feel like that's true of Alistar as well. So M3 really just want to farm in this lane.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they wanted the 2v2 because they are looking for the direct Corki-Ezreal matchup. There was an interesting strategy last game where they lane swapped till level 2, then swapped back again. That could have been considered.
Yeah, but instead we have Loveling lining himself up for a gank here in the bottom lane. Love City kind of keep on the right side, protect his AD carry, but SMLZ going to get jumped on. Flash Q will be flashed. Body slam though, landing in. Loveling going to smash him, and Condi, he can't save him. Kill goes to Braum.
Yeah, the flash safeguard, not enough to protect him from the damage that came out of Loveling. Flash is used, Ignite's used on everyone except the Corki who has his summoners. And the pressure in this bot lane is not going to stop anytime soon.
No, good pathing from Condi to try and save his bottom lane, but SMLZ will be first blooded as we turn to the mid lane for the first time. Dade, nice little CS lead here against Cool, but Cool just wants to farm away. I like the mana pot there as well.
Yeah, Sivir-esque almost in this mid lane is a Twisted Fate. Just looking to get as many last hits as possible, scales well with the passive, but then we move ourselves to the top lane, and that's now 2 Doran's rings on the Nunu.
And 2 points in Snowball.
Yay!
I see what you're doing here, Xiong. I mean, the early
it hurts.
The early levels weren't that crash hot for Xiong, but this only gets worse. It's a sort of like, what's the best way to describe this, Rusty?
Once level 5 hits, you just struggle to be in a lane. That is what this is right now.
It feels like the worst Vladimir ever. Like, the most annoying Vladimir in top lane.
Yeah, it's like when a Gnar has a frozen mallet.
Yeah, oh
at
man,
all
that's annoying.
stages of the game. That's what Nunu top feels like.
Well, Lupa getting a taste of his own medicine for now is top lane Nunu looking like a stroke of genius so far from Xiong, but we'll see how things develop. Cool though goes back. First, oh my god, this is so funny.
You just feel a little bit dirty inside for the fact that it's working.
Ooh,
wow.
North dives in, SMLZ. Loveling's back here again. Attention to the bottom lane this time, not helping out Cool, who did have a Sheen at one point, but swapped over to cooldown boots.
Yeah, North not actually going for the Sheen himself, wasting a lot of mana there for some aggression. Didn't find any direct kills, so this bot lane of M3 is actually going to be okay for the moment. North can't consistently continue to trade without just using autos. SMLZ's got the mana and mana pots to sustain him through.
Yeah, this is going surprisingly well for M3, given how things started, but I guess we'll have to check in a little bit later here as Amazing and North still trying to apply as much pressure as they can. Loveling again here in the bottom lane. That's the 3rd time.
And now he's just clearing vision to make it scary for M3 to want to push past the middle point in this lane. The fact that he's staying though is a bit of a mistake. He doesn't need to be there. They're already zoning themselves in an attempt to not die.
Yep, don't want to eat any more damage here, so they'll just hang back here, clear out the wave as best they can. SMLZ going to snipe whatever CS he can find. Other than that, looking down, Cool 47 to 49, nice and even there in the mid lane, and Xiong starting to get some traction in the top lane as Lupa has a null magic mantle, but he's going to need a few more of those to shake off all the snowballs.
Look at this. Level 6 to level 5. You have to respect Xiang's strength right now as Lupa.
Oh my goodness.
What I like in this game so far, just something I want to touch on, is how all of the pressure that Loveling has placed on the bottom half of the map has brought attention from Condi on the Lee Sin. Successful or not, he has been around, and Loveling's always one step ahead.
Yep, like right now, is Cool going to find the gold card? Condi will safeguard away. Cool considered a flash, gets started with a stun, but a nice shield there from the power transfer, going to shake off some of that damage. And Cool going to go back once more here.
Cool actually using his ghost to try and catch up there, but Lee Sin does get away. They spotted him about 30 seconds prior to that, eventuating right there from a ward near the Gromp.
And
So,
that's great early warding
Yep.
from OMG.
they're completely on top of where Condi is, and this is the cool strategy about what they're doing here. They're focusing in a lane that otherwise you look at on paper, you don't expect them to be near, but it's working because Xiang can just sit top and be the most annoying Nunu in the world.
Exactly. Opens up for Xiang. And you can see, you talked about the level 5 market. Xiang now level 7. He was honestly down in CS when this lane started. But Nunu right now showing nothing but strength in the top lane. Looper completely zoned off the wave.
Well, the thing with the Nunu is every single time you get a level that upgrades your snowball, you get stronger.
Yep.
So level 5, level 7, level 9 are all power spikes for a Nunu from direct
Oh,
strength.
Looper going in, trying to all in now with the jungler in sight. Condi going to come into the top side. Q will land. Pops the ulti, though. Cool going to come in as well. Damage is massive onto Looper. No! Dade cancels the gate in. Now Xiang has to run away. Cool's actually about to die. Leveling in the top side. Everyone's going to live for now.
That was so close.
Both mid laners played that so well.
Oh my god, that was close. The cancel saving the life of Nara.
Chaos Storm.
Yeah.
Oh, Chaos Storm cancels channels.
It has the mini silence,
Yeah.
like the disruption, like a Cassidon.
Yeah, it no longer actually silences as Condi takes some body slam damage, enough to interrupt Twisted Fate. Dade, nice Victor play.
Yeah, actually saving his teammate. Lupin not able to, well, not going to go down there. Xiang not able to find the kill, but hitting a fully charged channel.
Yeah.
Absolute zero. You can see how much damage that was doing.
Looper was lucky. Oh, Love City all in onto North. Pulverize after the headbutt back in,
the
sorry.
brawl.
After the Pulverize, but amazing. Blocking massive amounts of damage. Ulti blocked there from as well from SMLZ.
You have to
Braum.
question, you have to question why they flexed and put the Victor mid when there is a Braum in the game. Maybe they didn't want the impactful ultimate, they just wanted AD Ezreal ultimate for that.
Looper doesn't have ulti. Loveling's forced to use his there to save Xiang in the top lane. I don't know if Xiang needs much saving. Having a fun time here. Gonna go back.
I think he wants to recall.
Oh, I really want to know where he's going with his next build, but Cool's gonna try and get a gank in. Won't find it, pops a ward on the Krugs and returns to mid.
Yeah, he's not going to overcommit to it because they know he's missing. Pings use it left, right, and center to announce the fact that he's not there. But again, Dade knows he's disappearing. He's trying to put pressure down at every opportunity to prevent any ultimates from coming out.
Good snipe there from Dade. Bit of damage there from the death ray. And you can see the wave clear. Already got the upgraded E. And these minions are just melting. Cool cannot leave for long.
No. And you know what? I was questioning whether they went AP Ezreal or AD Ezreal and why they did it. But I now realize that because the AD Ezreal's ultimate is low damage and low impact compared to that of the mid Ezreal with Smite's ultimate being a big part of his kit, that because they changed, they flexed it because the Braum was picked, is actually really smart from this M3 side.
Yeah, SMLZ can just get the attack speed storage instead of having to use it for damage. Love CD though, stunned up here, is going to maybe be forced to use that ulti. Hasn't popped it yet, trying to save the cooldown. Does so successfully.
Does well to save the ultimate. Most Alistars would have used it, but now he's so low in health they can't contest this blue buff. Cool not actually able to get in range to use the...
That's like the worst feeling in the world as Twisted Fate, because that angle does not work for your auto attack ranges. Love City gets tagged again. Now has to ulti. There's the ult from Braum though, amazing. Chasing in, does get the stun turn. Love CD has to keep running. Does he have enough? Cool. Gonna dive straight under the turret. Loveling pops them all back with the ulti. North gonna get that kill. Now SMLZ locked up by Cool's gold card. Xiang's down, teleports in for a snowball. And OMG complete the tower dive.
They get a very successful tower dive right there. Cool playing it well, getting the ultimate off this time. Victor not able to prevent that in this case. And amazing in North, the heroes of this situation. Catching the Alistar before the blue buff, and then catching the Alistar again, skirting around the edges of the blue buff. They make a very easy dive, and they don't just get one kill, they get two now.
No objective though is the nice thing for M3, so OMG will take their kills and reset their lanes, but that's Sheen Phage completed there for Corki. That's Xiang going tank now actually on the Nunu, so had the early AP, but going now for that Frozen Heart.
So it's good to get a Spirit Visage as a Nunu as well, just because it increases the healing on your consume, and you're essentially going Battle Nunu in your build, looking to get items because you actually get money.
Yep.
You're not just jungling. You have to use the resources in a positive manner to ensure that you can impact the rest of the game.
Big Cool lines up a gold card. Gets under the tower there. Dade though fighting back. Low on mana, unfortunately, for Dade. Probably going to have to go back there. Does recall now, but things going relatively well here for OMG. About 1,000, 1,500 gold ahead. Xiang going to get ulted though by Looper, but Xiang eats a creep and walks away.
Look at the vision control in the bottom half of the map here from ONG. It was all around this bottom turret. They want to pressure this one down indefinitely. They're zoning away. And amazing.
Denied. You can't do it.
Like note button.
Yeah, it is. Unbreakable is a really cool spell. As Condi gets his way to the top
Xiang
lane.
knows.
Great ward from Xiang. Just runs away. Condi's going to kick him. Lands the Q. Looper in the area. Has to be careful. Condi gets snowballed. Xiang needs to eat a creep.
minion.
Delicious.
It's okay. Everything is okay for now.
Yeah, has to run the other way now
Ooh.
because they're going to come back in. Looper tanking that smart. Condi lands it, but Cool now going to come in to clean them out. Gold card lands. Cool gets one kill after the Destiny reveal. Now going to chase him for a second. OMG going to get the Dragon as well. Flash gold card.
Whoa.
Looper. Oh, the wild cards just missed.
Didn't wait to use the wild cards. It was unlucky because the flash was nicely timed to save himself. They do get the Dragon at the same time, I believe. So everything going right for OMG. The Twisted Fate completely unlocked in laning phase. There's no way for Dade to stop him.
I mean, couldn't stop him that time. Managed to do it before, but if you can't see Twisted Fate, he's already gone. Goes into the top lane and saves Xiang.
And that's the thing, is a lot of the vision control in the river has been on the back of Loveling. He has unlocked, essentially, Cool for him to get the gates off and actually find the picks. It's working so well for them, and the pressure hasn't stopped since level 1. He was bottom, and then he controlled the entire bottom side of the river, and that was where the focus went from Condi, which unlocks the top side.
Yep, and Xiang's had a fun time in his top lane, although they're actually now down in CS. Looper doing an excellent job keeping the lane intact after a pretty rough patch there in the middle of the lane. So we'll reset a bit now again. 2,000 gold up for OMG and a Dragon. So still looking for those turrets and that gold, but they've got plenty of pressure to draw on.
And it's hard because M3 have sacrificed their bot lane to be essentially non-existent, looking to scale out of it and maybe get themselves into a strength around the Victor and around the Gnar team fighting. The Lee Sin kicks are still very relevant right now. Has his warrior enchantment done, but he's just not able to get anything done yet. The next fight, if M3 can find themselves getting something successful, making at least an even trade, they can get themselves well and truly back into this game with a strength. But at the moment, the bot lane is so far from a strength, they resign themselves to losing lane, but then they lost really hard from smart rotations of OMG.
Yeah, Trinity Force is on the way for North, so Corki is only getting stronger. Twisted Fate has Lich Bane there as well, so all those rotations that Cool's been doing, gonna make taking those turrets that they're looking for that much easier. But Dade going in. Great stun there from Cool. Barely lives through the all-in from Dade. He's trying for it, does ulti down, but can't finish the kill onto TF.
Didn't get the kill. A nice gold card timed very well to ensure he got out with his life. Using the Ghost as well to run faster than the Chaos Storm can travel.
Yeah, but I like that Dade picked a good spot to all in there. Had 2 evolution points, so Q&E ready to go. Got the speed up from the Q and then just ran at him.
Yeah, even putting down the W in between. This aggression in bot lane.
Oh, SMLZ goes forward there, dodging some of the damage.
Whoa.
Love CD. Tried to go for the flash headbutt pulverize. Instead, Cool's going to ulti, but he's getting it cancelled. Dade will go down there in the mid lane. Cool's forced to fight there instead. But they get the kill. They might get Condi. Loveling's going to chase it. The max W is good damage. Condi. Oh, he flashes out. The Q goes down. Loveling gets a bit of health back. Oh, the Q barely hits him in the belly. And everyone gets away.
That was close. This bot lane, though.
Oh, amazing! Flash, ulti, Q, not enough, unbreakable. Ignite goes down, he gets the kill. Cool's down here as well. Love City gonna get wrapped up, but they need to do damage to the turret.
Loveling's low.
Love City's got nowhere to go. Loveling is quite low. Red card from Cool. Love City knows he's dead, does go down to Loveling, and they'll take the tower as well.
It's just insane, the rotations that OMG are putting in place. They've got a very low jungler who just dived to Lee Sin, but they can still make it happen. Are we watching? This is how the Twisted Fate ults in and actually finds Dade.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, straight on top of him. That was really simple.
Alley-oop there from Loveling.
That was straight into the belly boom.
Yep. And now Condi going to clear out some wards, trying to get traction back into this game, but OMG find themselves 4,000 gold down. Lich Bane for TF, Trinity Force for Corki, moving into Blade of the Ruin King, and Nunu just being Nunu. Xiang not needed right now. Just trying to hold Looper back. He has actually fallen behind in CS, so...
It's kind of what should happen. The Gnar generally has some form of scaling, whereas the Nunu's not necessarily known for his scaling prowess, unless he goes AP. But he can't go AP because he's in a lane against the Banshee's Veil, first item Gnar.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Looper. Very clever choice.
exactly what it needs to be as well. Blocking the one source of damage that Jiang will be using in laning phase.
This snowball is leveling. Looking for another bit of action here in the top side of the map now. Going to get some wards down. Dragon not up for a minute 35, so OMG have some time to try and play to this side of the map. And they are quite strong. Xiang's got his Frozen Heart completed now as well. And they've actually brought North up to the top lane. They're going to try and take more towers.
Very smart decision. They've got enough time until the Dragon spawns. They don't need to worry about it. And they also feel strong enough. Trinity Force done.
Yeah, looking to maybe all in, but instead zone them off the wave. Cool just pops his ulti for Vision, going for
bottom.
SMLZ. SMLZ can't get away from this. Cool gets the stun. Good ulti, but it's not enough damage, and Xiang claims it.
Xiang makes sure he gets the kill with that auto attack, not giving it to Cool, as he's got enough kills already. One's enough for him, right?
Sure.
Easy done.
5 assists. TF looking good, though. Cool, very efficient build as well. I mean, he hasn't knocked down as many towers as we might expect, but Lichbane TF is all about getting in early and often with the Destiny. As Dade turns it around. See ya, mate. Loveling comes in now as well. It's like, oh, I don't really want this. Dade going to keep chasing. The tower's low there as well.
That was so silly.
Yeah.
There's no reason at any stage in the game that a Twisted Fate would... It's a
Little
bit,
smile
yeah,
there from Dade.
the slightest hint of a smile.
Cool looks a bit sheepish after that. Yeah, generally you want to be the one running at Twisted Fate, not have Twisted Fate run at you.
Yeah.
That's the good times.
Yeah, when a Twisted Fate runs at you, he's asking to die. And that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
So, slight mistake right there from Cool. He's been doing a lot of work so far, to be fair, so only one hiccup all in all.
But
Not too
Dade
bad.
getting stronger. Ooh, ulti. Xiang. SMLZ was just like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just taking farm. Don't worry about it. SMLZ will clean it out from under the turret.
His ult's a farming tool, right? That's definitely what it's used for, yeah.
That's
not used for damage.
Misfortune Nunu, same champion.
Yeah, definitely.
Ult to yep.
Does that also mean they're bad out of laning phase?
Maybe? I think that's relatively true of both of them, actually.
What I want to point out, though, is Nunu doesn't have the likes of a direct auto attack-based hyper carry on the side to actually complement with that Blood Boil.
I feel, yeah, I noticed that in the draft. I feel like his best Blood Boil target's actually probably
Fate?
Cool, yeah.
It works really well with the stacked deck. The Corki doesn't necessarily need it because he loops auto attacks in between spells. I mean, it's pretty good on the Twisted Fate, but I guess he's more of a split push pain in the bum.
I mean, you can make North smoother, I guess, as far as like getting the auto attacks in, but he's a seasoned Corki player. I'm sure North is fine just on his own with the spell weaving. But in and amongst all that, Dragon does go to M3, so they managed to claim that for themselves and equalize the objective. Is red buff. Close there for the steal by SMLZ.
Dade's rotating. They're looking. I don't know
Dade's
if they'll
strong.
find. He is very strong right now. We just saw him instantly blow up Cool on that Twisted Fate. 40 CS ahead as well. He hasn't been leaving lane, so he's found himself an advantage in terms of itemization for killing people 1v1 and then farm.
Yeah, and Dade is a player that only gets better in games. So once he gets more items, he gets stronger. Victor has definitely been a champion. He showed a lot of proficiency on it. Again, it's been nice to see Dade sort of play new champions, play meta champions, and make them work for him, despite being a player that usually kind of sticks to his champions and his champions only. Is amazing. Doesn't want to face check too much damage. Takes a massive chunk of health just from a quick 1-2 punch.
Yeah, Victor is massive right now, something that needs to be respected and considered. And I just wanted to raise the question of SMLZ looking to go for a Last Whisper.
Yep.
Looking to accelerate his damage because there is barely any, but he's also using a Trinity Force with that Last Whisper.
Dade getting ganked, forced to flash out from Cool. Stun card will follow. Love CD runs in, but North already claimed the kill. 3-man pulverize is enough time for Looper, but he cancels the port. He knows he can't join in. Love CD is ulted. He's going to go down eventually, though, as North will get himself the double.
Alistar's tanky, but he's not tanking for anything in particular as Dade goes down way too quickly. The max range auto attack flash. Oh, it's just really funny to watch Jiang play Nunu at all.
Yeah, Nunu lane, and yeah, I agree. Nunu's great.
He's laughing. I heard that.
Oh, body slam finds two. Looper alley-oop back into the Brawl multi. Absolutely huge combo gives OMG the kill.
OMG looking nearly unstoppable right now. All it takes for them is to make sure that Dade is not alive. The Victor was the biggest issue, the biggest hurdle for them to jump over before they can start trying to snowball the game. They're 11-1 right now, but still, that one kill is onto the strongest member of the team. And considering the scoreline difference, you're expecting these turrets to be going down very convincingly. They start to make it happen on the back of making sure Dade is the one dead.
Yep, 4-2 up now. Kill the wave clear and
They want
take
him
the
again.
turrets. They are going to go. He's dead. Dade can't get out of this. Cleanse. No, he does use it, but it's too late. And North claims another kill. 5-0-4 for the Corki.
He should have a Blade of the Ruin King completed from all of this. The Twisted Fate is a complete support mid laner right now, just unlocking the rest of his side. They've got the Nunu, who's starting to get really tanky, is not going to be taking damage anytime soon. Everyone from OMG is looking just further ahead of their lane opponent.
And you can see they're just going into lanes, finding kills, and then shoving down turrets. It's, again, the classic OMG style that we're seeing more and more of. And it's led, again, Loveling and Cool going in. Amazing follows up, and Cool, he's gone full efficient damage on this TF build.
He definitely has, looking for as much as possible. As we look at the gold difference between the mid laners, the only lane that really was doing well, the saving grace of this M3 side, is still down 2,000.
Yeah, bottom lane's really far down there as well. OMG are relatively far ahead in this game, almost 8,000 gold up already 23 minutes into this game. So it's a tough road now for M3. They need to get everyone scaling, but Looper and Dade just need a bit more time. SMLZ's done the right thing. He's gone for efficiency in that build. But it's a long time here, and OMG, they are not slowing down. Dade eats another ulti. We'll live through that one.
You just can't help but question the way that M3 were playing the early game as well. They were just completely at the will of OMG. They didn't put anything into effect themselves, and they were the team with the least sin. They were just sitting there responding and playing reactively. They couldn't make anything happen, but then you have to give credit to the fact that Loveling's early pressure, Jiang shutting down Looper in the top lane by just not letting him go anywhere. Look at the forced itemization.
This is so adorable, going for a quick 24-minute Baron without Loveling.
Yeah,
because they have a Nunu.
Yeah, it's an easy bait.
That's genius.
Put Loveling in the mid lane, they won't think you're going for the Baron. Suddenly, a wild purple birth buff appears around them.
Yeah, North has it. They do know it's done now, so they'll have a timer at least, but Cool Split pushing down the bottom side, and OMG get an actual free Baron. Usually you don't get that sort of discount.
Pretty hard to stop it, to be fair. The gold lead, the vision control, just look at the top side of the mini-map. Pinks everywhere around the Baron area. Deep vision, the green wards are well and truly securing OMG a commanding position around that Baron, and only now has M3 started to expend their vision in that area.
North actually tracking SMLZ. Just going to go in and fight him. Almost gets him.
God.
SMLZ gets crit. Ulti out, finds Cool. Not too late. Loveling's here as well. Love CD. Going to get locked down. Xiang's joining in. He pops his ulti, but they'll take it. OMG now going to arrest control this turret.
Yeah, very easy. North playing so aggressively, being the carry that this team was looking for through laning phase now, translating that into just aggressive decisions outside of it. OMG looking almost unstoppable right now. They should get the inhibitor.
Yeah, this tower's dead. They're going to look for the inhib now as well. Xiang can zone them all away. Braum ulti's good, finds 3 there. Love CD gets taken out there by Cool without his ulti. Now Dade trying to fight them off, but the inhibitor's taking too much damage, and they're not that strong. Looper going to get locked up, almost stunned into the absolute zero. And Cool is just,
Cool!
no! Oh no! Chaos Storm down, Dade flashes in, he's going to get the kill onto Cool. Dade with a misplay from Cool, and the carries are dead. OMG, a fatal mistake in this game keeps M3 in it.
What were they doing? He flashed after the card ran out and did not get the auto attack off. Going down, actually dying to the turret, which was still standing there. So a bit of a mistake to run that direction. Yeah.
Cool again. Looks a little sheepish after that.
So he should.
Twisted Fate mechanics. Maybe a little rusty.
Wasn't even the Twisted Fate mechanic. That was a decision-making error. The Twisted Fate was fine. He had the gold card.
Yeah, it ran the duration went out.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
You have to give a lot of credit to Amazing, though, hitting those ultimates.
Yeah, his prom's been excellent as OMG. Are going to turn into this dragon. I like that M3 are trying to push their advantage. They have to. Looper going to come in now in mini-now form, but hops away on the Scuttle Crab. They just need a couple numbers here to claim it. Xiang, though, lining up a steal. Does go to Loveling. Condi locked up, will die. And there's the double as Looper going to get stunned up here as well by Braum. Xiang is just
SMLZ.
chasing them down. SMLZ has no hope.
Red buff and a Nunu.
Absolutely no hope as Love City. He's trying. He's trying to save all the snowball.
Oh, good luck.
Still going. Xiang gonna chase in there. Yes! Pops his ulti, gets the kill. Now Amazing coming in. They're trying to lock down Looper. Jiang's not done. Okay, maybe now he is. The tower dive specialist, Nunu.
Oh, that was amazing. It's
Dade looks deflated in this game.
There's no way to get away from a red buff Nunu with CDR stacked. He's working on a righteous glory as well, as if to add insult to injury. This OMG side looking unbeatable at this stage. It's their game to lose. If Cool makes another mistake in card selection, perhaps they'll lose another team fight. But at this stage, they are just so in control that a Xiang, that a Nunu can 1v1 an Ezreal, one of the hardest to catch carries in the game.
Yeah, and they're 12,000 gold ahead. OMG. I've just rocketed off to a massive lead here, almost just under 28 minutes into the game. Dade goes back, buys his death cap. Dade will try until the end of this game to carry as hard as he can, but it is a long road to carry. And Amazing has blocked so many Ezreal ultimates this game.
It's just making being Ezreal a nightmare. He jumped to the minions to block that one to ensure they didn't die. It's just gross.
And Xiang in North going to apply pressure in the bottom half. Baron buff has worn off, I believe. Yes, it has. Amazing will hop into the front line. Love CD. Oh my god. 4-man pulverize. Chaos Storm down. Xiang channeling his ulti though. Gonna go up massively. Condi almost dying. SMLC getting chased out by Cool. Gets sniped by some wild cards. Now Looper trying to run away, but he's just eating snowballs. And that was the best of a bad situation. They still couldn't do it as Cool. Diving in onto Dade. He will evaporate. And OMG gonna look to close the game out. Looper locked up as well.
Has ultimate.
Chasing him out. Yeah, has the ulti. Gonna try and bait them. Stun again. Cool gonna keep going. Has to be careful. Gets him in. Condi will snipe him. Nice 2 for 2 there. But Looper still chasing. Loveling alive as well. Jiang literally not letting him go anywhere. And North is alive. He's an amazing Corki game here with all the attention from Loveling. And OMG will take game number 1.
The engage was there from M3, but there's just no answer. They may not even be able to end.
Can't end just yet. Spoke a little too soon.
Wow.
Amazing will die. They'll clean up. M3. 14,000 gold behind, base in pieces with the top half broken and no more Nexus turrets. Condi going to try something here.
There's still 3 members.
Yeah, he
there.
knows. He doesn't want to face check that many people. Loveling! Oh, ulties him in. He will die. Super Creep will block the potential Q, and Loveling gets himself the kill.
Condi just being really desperate in the way he's playing, looking for a kill anywhere that he can, but didn't really even care if someone was in the bush, to be honest. He was still looking very greedily for something, as you're right, the base completely in tatters right now. A fantastic engage, though, from Love CD. Couple that with the Chaos Storm from this Victor, and we've seen the makings of what their team comp was looking to do. It's just taken them 29 minutes and a 14,000 gold lead for them to finally get it done.
I mean, if Looper was there in Meganar form, M3
Wow.
wrecked that team fight. Like,
thought we were
absolutely
zoomed in.
wrecked that fight. Loveling is really big.
Yeah, I thought we were zoomed in.
Oh, Dade. Cool flushes out. Gravity field down. Death ray. Oh
Damn.
my god, Cool. Dade with another 1v1.
Cool just doesn't learn.
Dade's like, yep.
Why?
Where's Cool? How's Cool looking? Oh.
He tried to stop the recall with the Absolute Zero. Didn't get there in time, but that was super close, I guarantee it.
Cool's having a little smile there in the bottom left. At least he knows his team's still winning. Dade.
Yeah.
It's tough. Inhibitor respawns, though. M3 are not out of this game.
They're not by any means. The Victor's the one with the kill.
Oh, Condi. Dade's Loveling. He's really big. Does that, like, make body slam better? Oh, God. Condi going in absolutely huge for the ulti. Is blocked out by Unbreakable. Love City going back in. Xiang popped in by Gravity Field. Looper desperately needs some rage here, but he can't quite get it in time. Mininar looking to die here. They're chasing him down. Dade thrown into the team, but he'll flash out to safety. Loveling still chasing him. Dade trying to live, but he will die. SMLC will get cleaned up there as well, and OMG will get the ace and quite possibly the game.
This should be the game. That was a rod of ages, by the way, from this Nunu. He decided to get a 30-minute rod just to start scaling now if they found some semblance of a comeback. OMG, even with Cool trying his best to throw, trying to 1v1 Dade multiple times and dying for it, they should still be able to finally end this game in a commanding place.
Condi's back, but he can't really do anything about it. Doesn't have his ulti, doesn't have a hope here, and OMG will claim game number 1 in dominant fashion. And to be honest, it's funny to think about Uzi being on the bench that game, because Loveling did nothing but gank bottom lane.
Yeah, it's really weird to consider, but in saying that, North making it work,
He did.
finding the kills, snowballing the game through his aggressive 1v1s. And honestly, I felt like they won that game through strong drafting to begin with. They then translated that drafting into a stellar performance throughout the entirety of that game. And they come out with what was the most commanding victory I've seen in a while.
Yeah, OMG, again, when they play from ahead, when they play classic OMG style, they just run over people. There were so many tower dives in that game. Pretty much as soon as Twisted Fate hit level 6, he was just underneath turrets sniping people in the bottom lane, and I think M3 got a little too cute with that draft.
They definitely did. The Ezreal flex pick ultimately feels like it was their downfall just because it did nothing. Braum, wow, he blocked every single ultimate ever.
Amazing played really well, actually. Like, he's a big flash engage player. Think about his Annie, think about his Alistar. But again, when Amazing's following in to the engages that Xiang, Cool, and Loveling are all setting up, he looks like a support that, while he may suffer in lane, that's certainly the thing we've looked at and maybe questioned. But his general skirmishing and team fighting is really good.
Yeah, definitely. He showed up in that game and just did a lot of work. And even the Nunu didn't even die.
Shen's Nunu. That was great.
What do you say?
Are we going to get it again? Not too sure, but we'll take a quick break, and when we return, it'll be Game 2 within M3 and OMG. Welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Zach Rusty Pies. We're going to get into our second game very shortly between M3 and OMG, and what a first game we saw out of OMG.
What can you even say about that game besides a convincing victory from the very beginning till the very last moments? No real mistakes anywhere except for Cool trying to 1v1 a Victor. But that's just him being overexcited because they were so far ahead.
They were. Cool's Twist of Fate looking good. OMG just playing well as a unit, ganking together, Loveling just throwing people all around the rift there on that Gragas. And, you know, drafts aside there for M3, they definitely got a little too cute there with the Ezreal. But OMG, I feel like even with some, you know, more normalized picks, it would have just been a tough game to win. Xiang's top lane Nunu was a stroke of genius. That jungle control rate's off the chain at 70-30. And it was just too much for M3. They could not stop the
question is
the onslaught.
MVP.
It's Loveling.
He did a lot of work.
He did. He was Gragas people all game long.
Yeah, from level 2 in the bottom lane when he came down there. Forced pressure, forced Condi on that Lee Sin to respond to him and prevented the Lee Sin from getting early ganks off. Predicted and was always there at the right time. This is exactly what we're talking about. Came in early. This is the best belly move into, wombo combo ever. The personal wombo. He just consistently made plays. The ultimates were always exactly where they needed to be. And he was the catalyst. He was almost the entirety of his team getting ahead to begin with. They all snowballed super well after that. But the fact that he could get them going was amazing. Yeah,
and Loveling, his Gragas looked great. It's looked great ever since he's come back into the roster this split.
Yeah.
And North is going to be back. They're not bringing in Uzi for the next game. It's a big match here. OMG can extend their lead in third place and finally break apart that tie there in third place and assault the top two spots. And they're going to choose to try and go for the 2-0 with North, their substitute AD carry, who's quickly becoming the starter for this team.
He's definitely making his mark on this roster. The way they adjust their play style to compensate for him being there is just amazing to see how they work around Cool's strengths, Loveling's strengths, and just unlocking the bot lane to be left to their own devices. You don't need to force pressure there. In saying that, they forced a lot of pressure there, which was weird.
Yeah, it is a bit weird. And, like, I feel like it must be something like a personality thing or just, like, I don't know what it is with the team that they feel like they can't play the same way with Uzi, because I feel like they pick similar things, they try and play a similar way, but something in the makeup of that particular roster just isn't gelling. But with North, he's clearly listening to whoever's asking him to do whatever it is that they're asking from him, because he's looked great. He's set up to succeed in a lot of games. He's carrying when he's given the tools, but when he's not, he's just hanging out, letting Loveling and Cool do the work as per usual.
Even in saying that, the players aside, the champion picks in that last game, a big reason as to why there was a lot of focus in that bottom lane. The Ezreal was essentially a wet noodle of an AD carry. Couldn't actually impact anything. Amazing. The direct counter with the Braum, essentially, making life miserable. And then an Ezreal, when he's behind, doesn't even have auto attacks to fall back on. Had to accelerate his build and just had no impact. Dade was just left waiting for a team.
Yeah, and said he got ganked time and time again by Cool and Loveling after they'd finished applying pressure into the bottom lane. So a tough draft there. And I feel like a lot of teams pick on the M3 dual lane. They're relatively self-sufficient. They, come in, they clean up well. They tend to lane fairly well together. But Ezreal Alistar, as far as lane pressure goes, was a bridge too far. With everyone coming back to the Graves, to the Cock. You've seen Leona twice today, just from heart alone here. Like, the bottom lane is aggressive once again, and teams need to start adjusting to that.
Definitely. The Alistar still shows aggression, but the Ezreal cannot be picked with that to match the aggression that is required of them. In saying that, we move into the next game, and M3 desperately need this victory. They are still tied at third until the results of this game. OMG looking for that 2-0, the 3 points to secure their spot. But if M3 can make the tie, they stay together.
Yep, they will tie for that third spot here. So M3, Dade played well. Lupa played fine, I feel like, but it's just consistency for M3. They managed to find some momentum and get the 2-0. A couple of them actually in the last few weeks, and leapfrog up to the top of the standings to get to this spot now where they're tied for third. But that first game looked rough. If OMG play like that again, and they've been playing very well recently with this roster, that's the most important thing. Whatever it is as far as players go, stylistically, OMG play very differently when Uzi's not on the team.
Yeah, and it's just super important the way that they are playing differently. It's almost unlocking Xiang with this really clever strategy to lock Lupa down. Does
that was
not
great.
let him do anything because you're a Nunu, just smashing him with Ice Blast from the beginning of the game. It's wonderful to see how that unfolds so well for them. And then it just leaves Dade left, essentially, with nowhere for him to go. Condi's left in the bot side. It was a strategic and macro decision from this OMG side. Found themselves a very good Game 1 victory, but we'll see if they can translate that again coming into this second
I'm
game.
curious to see what changes kind of happen here in this next draft. Are we going to see different bans coming through? Is the Ezreal going to get targeted? Like, I'm sure Cool plays it if he gets it. I imagine he'll look to take it away here. With swap sides, of course, so things are going to be different in this particular draft, but how different we're about to find out. Maokai, the first ban there for M3, and Rise, the first one from OMG, is Twisted Fate straight into the bin from Master 3.
Yes, smartly getting rid of that Twisted Fate. Win or lose lane, it didn't matter because Dade was doing well, but Cool was doing better. He had the team around the map starting to ramp up, and these bans are coming out fast.
Yeah, he can't afford to let Cool affect the other lanes. Dade was just fine in his lane as Hecarim, Callisto, the bans from OMG. Alistar, the final one from M3. Rek'Sai is open this time, so Loveling not going to get denied that. But it was Condi they really picked on, banning the Rek'Sai and taking the Gragas. This time it's M3 that take the Gragas away.
Yeah, the big question mark is now going to be, do they look for the Ezreal, or are they worried that the counter pick that they just put on display is going to be shown again on the flip side?
Do they take Braum Ezreal?
They could.
They could. There's lots of options here. Shen's been a popular one as well. Alistar's not available, so can't take him. But plenty of power picks here. Cool especially. Nice open champion pool. Won't get the Twisted Fate, but his Ari's open if he wants it. Loveling might just take Rek'Sai here, but he's done some wacky stuff recently as well with the likes of the Nocturne. But it seems like OMG might be keeping it relatively standard with the first two picks. They take the Ezreal, and Loveling's going to get Rek'Sai. Oh,
Nope.
it's Braum.
There it is.
It's really smart from OMG.
Exactly what we thought they might want to do. Deny the Braum as the counter to the Ezreal. It does allow you to put the Ezreal mid lane. You don't have to go for, say, the Sivir as an example, just to bolster your strengths. You don't want to reveal your hand. The Ezreal can still be flex picked. So now you've got a potential bot lane or a potential support with a mid laner picked. The Rek'Sai is always going to be available for you. That's not going to be taken away unless they go Rek'Sai tops. Happened once in LPL, so don't write it off, but not likely.
No. And if there was ever a time for Dade to play Yasuo, could be now. Got to take the other wall away. We'll see what happens. Lupa considering a bit more of a carry. Top laner will take Rumble here, and it's actually Janna there for Love City, so going back to more of the engaged supports.
Yeah, they've gone for that Janna, the disengaged style to kind of negate Braum's strengths. They're going to be going for a very self-sufficient AD carry to bolster the strengths that Janna can provide. Maybe the Corki will be considered in the hands of SMLZ. Does play Corki. Caitlyn's also quite good if we want to consider what goes well with the Janna. I mean, there's a lot of options still available. The bot lane does want to be left to its own devices, though, in this game and not pressured like it was last.
Yeah, by the looks of things, though, OMG will keep it nice and standard here in this game. There's Shen, there's Rek'Sai. Again, standard stuff here for OMG, and Cool has not changed his summoners just yet.
No, it's very smart here from OMG, picking the two lanes that aren't AD or mid to still not reveal what they're actually going to do. It allows the counter pick as the last pick here for Amazing or for Cool or North, depending on what they actually want to do. Whereas they have to pick now SMLZ and Love CD.
Curious to see why Lupa picked Rumble with Maokai banned, but I guess he just wanted to play something a bit more impact. There's Tristana.
That's why. Because they've got AD mid.
Yep. That's a smart thing to do. Dade's thinking about it. Love City is like, come on, man, just play it. They take it. Dade's Yasuo back in the house. Oh, Cool. Do it. Oh, please do it.
Don't count
do
that.
it.
We know they like to troll with their hovers. It's a nice little hover to say it's a big skill matchup and it'll come down to the wire. But again, they can flex pick. The Ari's not too bad of a decision. I think they'll default to actually having the Ezreal mid lane, though. We'll see.
Just take the Fizz. Just get him.
You could.
You could. I mean, this is the other nice thing about... It's funny, we've seen two different drafts with potential Ezreal flexes on both sides, and we might get really clever counter picks on both sides. It is actually Victor there for Cool, so not the hardest of counters, but certainly not a bad matchup by any stretch.
No, not at all. They've got the Shen into the Rumble as well, so there's a lot of strengths coming out of this OMG side. The direct laning phase of a Victor and a Yasuo, though, in particular, is fairly even. It's mostly farm-oriented. The difficult part is once the Victor has that big first item, the relative strength of a Victor can blow anybody up with that first item. So having these two in the direct matchup is pretty scary after about 15 minutes.
I feel like OMG might have made the same mistake that M3 made in the last draft, but I guess we're going to find out. Let's go through these matchups. Looper on the Rumble versus Xiang on the Shen.
Yeah, they've got a very weird top lane. One damage base, one tank base basically to help the rest of his team as we move to the jungle.
Yeah, Condi going to get Gragas. Rek'Sai, though, the obvious answer there for Condi as Dade back on a very legacy Dade champion versus Cool's Victor. SMLZ took the Tristana, actually. I assume that he might have expected this, and this might be his counter pick.
Yeah, so when you say self-sufficient AD carry, Tristana is the ultimate version of that with the ult to knock them away.
Yeah, Love City there as well. On Janna this time, I do like the pick into the Braum, like you mentioned earlier. There's some positive stuff going there as well.
Yeah, definitely. These team comps are both completely almost flipped to what they were in the last game, and we'll see if they can actually make it work for them again this time. The Yasuo into the Ezreal, it's now an AD because it was flexed. Yep. Almost deja vu.
Well, we'll see if it happens once again. Can OMG win, or M3 going to take it for the split? Let's get onto the Rift. And welcome back to game number 2 between OMG and M3. And he said it already, Rusty, deja vu, as it's OMG this time with the Ezreal flex pick.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually make the Ezreal work this time. There's no direct lane counter in that of the Braum. Instead, they've gone for the Braum Ezreal, and it does boost the strength of the level 1.
Yeah, and amazing the Braum looked good there as well. So I like all these choices by OMG. I love that they took Ezreal Braum together, as SMLZ is very close to getting completely wrecked. Oh, OMG coming in.
Okay.
Amazing positioning's pretty nifty. Does get tagged, but will not die. Didn't use summoners either.
And suddenly he's underneath his turret.
Yeah, seems to be okay here.
Yeah, he's going to get out quite all right, only using... I didn't actually use a summoner spell, did he? So that's actually a very good end result, but OMG have complete control of the jungle area now. It's up to them to make things happen. They're just going to probably prevent the 2v1 and maybe steal the red if they're feeling super adventurous, but in saying that, probably not.
Knowledge still power though. We'll get some wards down and at least get early vision as Dade, back on a champion he was incredibly famous for a long, long time. But into a tricky matchup here. Cool, especially with the exhaust, going to make life as miserable as he can.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult matchup to say the least for the Yasuo, but the early pressure that a Yasuo can provide, the level 2 in particular, it's very easy to actually have a direct trade that favors the Yasuo just because you've got the cheese with the Ignite now available, whereas the exhaust is more of a please don't kill me style of spell.
Yeah, more of a late game jeweler spell here, but Dade just wants to go in hard and often. I feel like last game he played so well but couldn't get anything done. Just wants to try and really hard carry a game. He's like, you know what, couldn't do it on Victor and I had items. Screw it, let's just go deep. Straight to the Yasuo.
Full tilt. Give me that mechanics carry. I am trying to win the game right now. So that's where he's going towards.
Oh, the zoning. Looper. Damage here at level... Looper. He missed the second up. And I love that he's actually causing problems. Xiang, though, going to get the taunt down. There's a knock-up from Loveling. Love CD. Too far forward. Good flash. But goes. Loveling flash follows for the kill.
Janna, a very adventurous decision there from Love City, trying to stop them doing their own jungle pass as it is being mirrored by Amazing. The difference is, one is tanky.
Yep.
The other one's a Janna.
The other one's Janna, yes. It's Dade. Oh my god. He's so far forward in this lane, trying to punish Cool, but I think he knows and should expect jungle pressure. Dade almost always gets singled out. Yeah, Amazing here as well. Level 1 Braum. We've seen this a lot from EDG Mako, actually. He loves to get aggressive early on with his Braum.
It does. Almost channeling Mako in that respect right now. Looking for an opportunity to get onto Dade, or at least being somewhere. He doesn't need to be top lane. There's no reason to have a 2v0 lane. So just kind of alleviating pressure or creating pressure that is just unknown to where he is.
And look, we saw this a little bit yesterday, I believe, from King, when they played the Gragas Vladimir Yasuo. Yeah, that was the comp. So there is definitely good combo potential here for M3. It's just a matter of, again, what happens in the lanes, because almost everything went wrong in the lanes in game 1.
Yeah, and the best part about that particular combo is they have the follow-up to engage on a Yasuo ultimate. In this case, they've got the equalizer for the exact same thing. If the Yasuo can hit that massive ultimate, or if the Gragas can combo it so that Yasuo can follow it up, the equalizer is guaranteed to be on top of every member suspended in midair.
And that's great damage there. So M3, can they get together the mid-game power? Unlock Dada's Yasuo and Lupa's Rumble. They put carries on their big players. Though, M3 actually move into defend.
Yeah, so 3 members were seen walking by the Rek'Sai's Tremor Sense, which is why they didn't go for it. Instead, Xian just kind of poked his head out to say, I dare you to walk to the turret, just to delay them a little bit. But really, nothing going to happen. All 3 members walking as a unit to ensure no one died.
And Lupa just missing the second CS, but making a good attempt there as he avoids the potential pressure in the top half of the map. Dade, though, just going to go straight in.
Yeah.
And that's the max E there. You can see 2 points into it. Dade can do that as much as he feels safe to.
Not actually a very good trade there for Dade. Didn't have his passive available, so any trades that Cool put onto him actually favored Cool in the end. He still has pots. Dade has none. He has to recall pretty soon.
That's not good news for Dade, who's trying to get aggressive in the lane. Xiang barely missing that taunt onto SMLZ, trying to apply some early pressure here in the bottom lane. Amazing here as well. He's only level 2, and Condi is trying to force this in mid lane.
Yeah, Dade wants this really bad. The Gragas waiting in the wings to ensure something happens, but amazing on that Braum.
I think they caught him. He's level 2, but actually pretty tanky.
He actually spotted the Gragas sitting in the lane, so he smartly walked the long way back around, and they knew.
Top lane now. Love City gets knocked up. Level 2, Jana's going to die to North. Lupa should be the next target here. Loveling's pressure has been outstanding, and it's North that he keeps ganking for.
It's weird to see this, but it is working so well for them. North has the experience advantage in this case. He's ahead because he's laning against nobody. It is now the Rumble. And now because he's level 5 to 3, Rek'Sai can just appear and someone dies.
Dade got tagged. That's a good win wall. Condi's here as well, but there's the stun. Exhaust down as well. Condi bops Cool out of the way, but Cool's getting closer to 6. Another stun there from the auto. Dade gets a 3-man tornado, but he doesn't have his ulti, and Loveling claims another victim.
Loveling just feels on top of everything that M3 are trying to do. Condi in particular just has no answer. Amazing has been there, and now they're both there. The Braum passive going off twice in that little skirmish is just massive for these fights. And OMG starting to run away already with a big advantage.
You can see the difference that the supports make here as well. When you have lanes split up like this, we've already talked about it, Braum, his laning might not be great, especially kind of between, levels 3 and level 6, but man, is his early level and his roaming good.
Yeah, 100%. If you can use the passive in any type of skirmish on that stun, the magic damage Braum outputs afterwards is also increased. So his base damage is almost underrated as to how much he then deals. And in saying that, he's allowing people such as the Rek'Sai, doesn't need to use the flash, it wasn't even available, to actually catch people completely out of position.
SMLZ though is getting some free time against Xiang. Level 6 actually for Trist, as Condi going to actually make it happen.
Whoa.
The Buster shot back, he wants it, but it might have been too much. Xiang going to get dropped here. Condi cleans him up, but Braum's here to try and kill SMLZ. Gives him the chair and takes him out. Now Condi going to receive a nado there. Good block from Amazing, but Condi will body slam to safety. Interesting dive there for M3, but they do get the trade.
That was a very questionable dive, but a fantastic taunt from Xiang. The whole reason that Tristana did go down there, stuck under the turret, could not flash away. And then Braum just comes in, throws the chair, easy kill.
And I like the attempt there from SMLZ, getting aggressive, knocking him back with his ultimate, but little too much there, we have to think, against the Shen. M3 feel like they're pushing a little too hard for some of these kills, and North, once again, reaping the benefits, going for that quick mana mune.
But that's exactly what it should be right now. OMG are pressuring them into making these over-aggressive decisions in attempts to find advantages where they otherwise would be none. So they do this Tristana play that no one would expect him to do, ever. But he does it. They find a kill. Unfortunately, the Braum is there to make the trade. But this is just OMG rotating very smartly and well-timed around knowing what M3 are going for.
And the big carries again, Lupa and Dade. Still trying to find some farm. Lupa especially has been a bit stuffed. Xiang is as well, but Rumble's going to have to make the difference in the early fights here. Lupa level 6 now, though. Going to have an okay time here. Have to think it's probably quite strong right now, even though the Spectre Scale is being completed by Xiang, but it's Dade that's the real potential future problem, in that he's getting some farm now, but how much more will he get, especially with this much pressure?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure being applied to this mid lane from OMG. Dade's starting to struggle because Victor's ramped up his strength, has that instant wave clear, but is actually using it to zone to deny as much farm as he possibly can. And these two are literally holding hands.
Yeah, amazing.
Everywhere.
Lovely. Been skipping around the rip together. They'll take the dragon together here as well. Trending aggro back and forth as well. Lovely to watch here as the new best friends club seem to have opened up here in OMG. It used to be Loveling cool, but Loveling in this series has been almost everywhere but the mid lane.
He's been focusing a lot on the AD carry position, but keep in mind that Amazing has been spending a lot of time with Loveling elsewhere. So that is why they're naturally going back towards the Ezreal, towards North to find things.
Oh, now Condi going to get ganked, exhausted, down, knock up there as well. Chaos Storm Gravity Field holds him in the air, and Loveling gets another kill. He's third of the game.
Yeah, OMG starting to ramp up really big right now. Loveling having the kills, not necessarily the ideal person to have them on, but he is just going to be this overbearing frontline force right now. Shen can kind of just sit back and be on peel duty, because he doesn't need to be in the front line as much now. He's got a Braum, and he's got a 3-kill Rek'Sai.
Yeah, very tanky, very quickly will Loveling be. As SMLZ still trying to collect some farm in the bottom side. Going for Blade of the Ruined King first. We've seen a bit more of this. We've started to see Tristana every now and then, it feels like. But I like what North's doing. I hope he's going blue build, but we'll have to see what he wants. He's at least going Manamune first.
Yeah, Tristana more of a sometimes champion. You don't
Yep.
often see her played. It's more of a, I just feel like playing Tristana type of pick. Has a bit of utility and matches the range later that a Jinx can output. So it's more of a ramping up style that has early utility and self-peel and escape, which is the big difference between the two. Jinx is much more susceptible to being killed.
Yep.
So when they pick the Tristana, you're more so thinking to yourself, a lane swap potentially, or they're looking at the enemy team putting a lane swap into effect, and they're just succumbing to the fact that it's going to happen, and let's just make the best of it.
Yeah, take those turrets quickly, which you can do with the explosive charge, but
That's
instead M3 sort of hanging out. OMG are honestly just having their run of this game. It feels like all the momentum that we might have seen from M3 in game one's just been deflated and taken out from under them.
You have to look at Dade again, though. In the first game, he was the one making the kills happen, whatever little kills they did actually have. In this game, he's still farming quite well. He's 10 behind, but he's a Yasuo that'll spike with that static shiv when it's completed, and he's still getting the farm as required. You look at the Rumble then, and you think that he's maybe dying.
Yeah, Xiang coming in, equalizer's good, but Loveling just going to face tank the damage and gets another kill. Condi comes in late, but he gets to kill Xiang. Now going to get chased down, but he taunts his way to safety.
He's got the body slam.
Lining it up again, double buffs here. Xiang tanking quite a bit of damage, but he can't quite finish the second kill.
No, but he did come in at the right time. A little bit too late, but early enough to find a kill at the very least. They're starting to ramp up a tiny bit, M3, not comparable to OMG, as we're looking at this.
Yeah, Cool just running down Dade. Dade forced to pop a wind wall and then run away from Cool. Probably needs to go back and shop here. Cool, he's got that first upgrade. He's got double thorns. He's in complete control of the mid lane right now.
He's actually just standing aggressively in mid to have the option of freezing it if he would like by stacking the minions there, which is very cute and not often seen in a mid lane, which is such a short lane.
Exactly, but OMG, Cool especially right now, he's got two friends in his back pocket at all times. He gets the knockup, gonna go in, pops the last breath, but Stage United's down. 4 members ganking the mid lane as Dade flashes out, but Loveling will follow in with a tunnel. Now Dade trying to sneak away there, gets another Q, has a knockup at the flash. Braum is in there, he's still alive somehow, but he gets clipped by a flash taunt. Will die now. Looper in trouble as Condi trying to chase out Cool, but it's a little too much. He gets the double barrel slow, but Condi tagged by a Winter's Bite has to run. Cool gonna chase him down. They might not get the kill. They're gonna look for it. Amazing, still chasing. SMLZ kills North in the bottom lane with a bit of help there from Live CD, but OMG will claim the mid turret.
That was a very close fight in the bottom lane. You can see the flashing health bar of SMLZ as he's now in the base healing that back up. Considering North has been alone for the entirety of this game, you can see Loveling and Amazing have actually, like I said, they were holding hands. They haven't not been holding hands at the moment. It's just becoming a joke.
Sticky tape together at this point.
Yeah, they're tied together.
Xiang and Amazing now going to group in towards the top half and try and take out Looper. Looper in a bit of trouble potentially as his flash gets taunted, tagged by Winter's Bite. Braum passive coming, lock-up's there. Looper pops down his ultimate, but he's exhausted. He flashes out, but Amazing gives him the chair. Gets another kill.
Braum is massive. He's 203 as a Braum.
Oh no.
He may as well build full tank Braum and just be another frontline member. He's not going to be with his AD carry from what we have seen so far in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes immediately into, say, a Righteous Glory or the Aegis and gets tanky items for the rest of his team.
And look, North's been fine here. Ezreal's a really self-sufficient AD carry, despite the 2v1 that he just lost in the bottom half. You know, he's got his build water, he's building Blade of the Ruined King. Very utility-focused Ezreal build.
But the fact that the 2v1 was that close and that he can sit here and still aggressively position himself to at least get the farm, which is a big factor in this lane. He's keeping up in farm in a 1v2, is allowing this Braum to walk around the map and do as he would please.
I'm mostly surprised that OMG still have turrets standing here as SMLZ now going to get tracked by North and Amazing. They'll give it up here, but the tower's still not dead. And this is a Tristana that hasn't been able to claim a turret in a 1v1 or 2v1.
Yeah, struggling right now, this bot lane of M3. There's a lot of pressure placed elsewhere, so they know that Condi's not able to be nearby, and they know that there's no jungle pressure from Loveling either. So the fact they haven't got the turret in a 1v2 raises some questions. But again, the Ezreal was so far ahead in experience that they've only just recently caught up to that.
Yeah, and now Amazing going to take some damage. SMLZ actually outputting reasonably significant damage, but North actually gets the stun with a nice auto. Love CD going to get stunned up as well. No, needed one more auto, but a very close call there in bottom lane.
That was very close. The Braum has come back to support his AD carry with all of the items in the world.
Oh, Condi.
Oh
Dade actually gets the knock up onto Cool. That's who they want. The Stanchion Data down though. Dade eats the Chaos Storm, and it might be too much damage. Dade's still alive, but will fall now to North as Loveling barely gets out alive. Cool will die to Condi in and amongst it all, but it's just not quite enough.
No, they do get away with only one person going down here, OMG. Loveling barely getting out with his life, but in saying that, I actually just noticed that Cool completely upgraded his Hex Core to have everything in there. It knocked them around after he got knocked up, almost got out with his life, but the aggressive positioning from Condi is what secured that kill.
And now Rek'Sai going to take a tunnel with a Void Rush down to the Dragon, and OMG will collect Dragon number 2 here in this game. And it is an interesting build from Cool. I think it's fine. Like, the Hex Core is such an efficient item, and you do want it anyway. I'm curious to see where he goes next, but Cool. Just all the damaging utility he could ever need. It's super early mid-game focus, but it's paying off nicely.
I mean, it's an efficient item, but then it's also per level scaling in efficiency, so it's not necessarily that efficient if you're looking to get through the mid-game against the Yasuo, who has a static shift and is now ramping up to be able to best him in laning phase, which is unusual to say of a Yasuo-Victor matchup. So direct impact, I'm guessing that Cool is going to go immediately into more scaling AP items, potentially just straight into a death cap from here.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty cool build actually from Cool here. See if he skips that cooldown reduction, but curious to see where he goes. Hasn't gone too far just yet, but certainly has some points already into those abilities, all powered up now. Dade still farming up those. Static Shift done. Vampire Acceptor now. See if he goes for the God V special, that Trinity Force Yasuo, or if you're going to stick it to more traditional builds and maybe go Bloodthirster or Blade. But right now, M3 are still scaling up, and OMG, they're ahead, but they're actually not that far ahead. 2,000 gold ahead with 2 dragons is a decent lead, but it's not the same turbulent, fast-paced game we saw from OMG in game number 1.
It feels like the dust has settled in this game just a little bit, and everything has almost gone back to standard. But then you take a step back and look at what has actually gone down, and you're finding yourself a 5-1 Rek'Sai who has all of the team in the world to back him up. So many kills onto the important members of this team that actually are not just the Rek'Sai, that Ezreal's starting to ramp up as well and be quite huge. And then you look at the flip side from M3, they're struggling to find gold onto the important targets. They do have them onto the Gragas, but he's been mostly cleaning up on the back of actually reacting to engages that OMG have been putting into effect. So a lot of gold has gone missing.
Yeah, it's actually both junglers that are relatively fed, as North and SMLZ will have another battle. Stand United going to make that fight unfair as Love City joins in just in time to scoot them out with the tornado, but OMG going to get themselves another turret. M3 did get 2, so they did manage to fell the turrets in the top and bottom side, and all of a sudden map opened up wide on both halves now.
Yeah, the top lane turret, the only one remaining, but Xiang spending more time not in top than he is in top. So not too bad overall as a result. Looper starting to have to push a little bit deep to make sure he can continue to get the farm. And that is where he is at risk now of being killed by a 5-1 Rek'Sai. Loveling not up there to focus it just yet, but it's getting pretty scary.
Got a tunnel there. He can kind of join whenever he wants.
Yeah.
Looks to be doing anything cool. Blue buff first here, and cool actually has cooldown boots. So sticking with sort of the utility theme here early on.
Yeah, and living up to his name as well.
Yep. Cooldown reduction.
Yeah, cooldown. Yeah.
Blue buff now for cool. Even more of that cooldown reduction.
He's gone straight to the lucidity though, is the cooldown reduction that he would otherwise be missing. If the speculation is correct that he's going for the CDR stacking build, then he'll go Morello's into raw damage, I would hope. Otherwise, I don't really see the efficiency of upgrading your Hex Core first.
Yeah, that's the part that is interesting. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but your standard Victor fare is just like get 2 upgrade points and then build your first major item like Morello's or Athene's, usually Morello's.
Yeah, you could even just go for the 1 upgrade, then go Morello's,
Yep.
then the 2nd upgrade, because you want some CDR sooner rather than later.
Well, we'll see what Cool does here, as he's got, again, lots of utility. Upgrading on Hexor, got his boots. We'll see what he wants to do. It smells like there's a lot of swords in the bottom lane. Actually, neither of those build into a static shift, so not too sure he's going just yet with the build, but does have an Avarice Blade. Nice block, though. Ah, it could be Ghost Blade, Brutalizer. Yeah. I like it.
Early game, or mid-game pressure rather, but he's also building it quite late as his 2nd item, if that is the option that he's done.
Yep.
That's it.
There he goes. SMLZ Ghost Blade. I mean, Looper and Dade are both sort of scaling. They do need more mid-game power. I guess if you have to make room for your Yasuo, you need to be able to do damage right now.
It's not even that they're making room for the Yasuo. They are kind of bridging him in a way, but they've got the Rumble, and that's one exclusive mid-game power spike from this team. So they've added a 2nd one by build order, essentially, from this Tristana. So they're team fighting as 5. Probably going to happen very soon because they've got the Ghost Blade there.
Dade caught now. Damage over the walls of the Chaos Storm's a little too much. Condi finds Cool, pops him back into the team. Dade going to get the ulti down, but Cool flashes out. Death beams Dade. Now SMLZ, who taunts, Jiang actually taunts Love City. SMLZ is still alive somehow. Hasn't quite joined back in yet as Condi goes down next. Loveling able to chase out for another one. Flash taunt from Chiang makes his 2nd taunt of the fight. Looper stunned up by the Braum passive. Ulti from Ezreal gets the kill. SMLZ going to get knocked up and chased down. And it's too much. OMG take the clean ace.
They sit in a bush with a pink ward and they wait for M3 to make a mistake. That is exactly what just happened as they walk too close. They find a turnaround point. Dade gets the ultimate off, but he had no health before he got the ultimate, instantly dying. And you can see even the completely upgraded Victor right there knocking the Janna back into the middle of them and ensuring that they go down. You have to give a lot of credit in this to the Braum though, but has just been making everything happen with his passive stun.
Yeah, Amazing and Loveling have done a excellent job together, making the early game as good as it has been here for OMG. And with that, they take Baron after getting a tier 2 turret in mid. 3-2 up in turrets, 14-4 up in kills, and 8,000 gold ahead. This whole series just felt like vintage OMG. Just fast, brutal, and bloodthirsty.
Yeah, bringing it back to their basics right now, this OMG side. And what a better time to do it as well, up against M3. But they just turn on this engage. And at first, you're looking at the M3 side in this game and thinking they brought it back.
Loveling?
He ulted to the worst possible position right there.
Gets his tunnels collapsed, but the rest of his team is coming. He's pretty tanky. He's got a spirit, but jeez, he's really tanky.
Yeah, he is super tanky.
Oh, Dragon's up, that's why. Loveling wants to try and pressure it. Xiang's waiting for his ultimate to come back up here. Standing at it, not quite there. Teleport is available though. And M3 just zoned off this Dragon. They don't have strength to fight here.
Oh no, they do not. They also have to answer the Shen, conveniently pushing that top lane down. Oh, nope, didn't get it.
Good attempt by Looper, but Loveling will smite it away. So Equalizer down now, M3. They didn't already have to cede control of the map. They really have to cede control now.
Yeah, the Baron buff minions and the Shen sitting in the top lane. The Baron, the Dragon, the 3rd one goes down. The entirety of this map is now in the favor of OMG, and they're starting to cede mid.
Yeah, it just all belongs to OMG. Dade Winwall's down north, but he'll keep putting shots in onto the turret. Tries to find a knockup, doesn't get it. Amazing eats a nado, but OMG just going to zone them off this turret and break that base.
Amazing and Loveling are so tanky right now. North and Cool are just able to sit behind them and just play pseudo-aggressively.
Loveling's just diving in. Stand United's there as well. SMLZ lucky to get away. The knockup's there. Love City, though, gets absolutely destroyed. Braum will die to Yasuo, but Dade's already used that ulti. SMLZ trying to find North. Has popped his Ghost Blade. Trying to go back in, but too far behind. Not enough in the tank there for M3.
A lot of aggression. They push them away from a potential end, and they do get a pick onto the Braum. but he's not the key target that needs to go down. A very nice usage of his shield to block any chance of a Yasuo tornado hitting multiple members. And it feels like the trigger finger was ready from Dade, but it was completely denied.
I mean, Dade at this point just wants somebody dead, so he does get a kill. But zoned off by the gravity field. OMG get 2 inhibitors off that Baron buff here. That is more than you ask for usually off Baron.
He did it. He actually did
God.
what we speculated he would. The mid laner of OMG Cool has gone for the most efficient AP scaling Victor build in history.
I mean, he's obviously insanely strong now.
Yeah. So there was, funnily enough, it wasn't that efficient when he fully upgraded just the Hex Core, but now that he's gotten through that hiccup, or in terms of, it wasn't even a power trough, it was just not a power spike that most other Victors have at that point in the game. He's now unstoppable in terms of damage output. No one can match that.
No, and I think we're going to find that out relatively soon here as Loveling trying to babysit this blue buff here. Dade is found amazing and cool. That's not who he wants to find though. Dade going to try and make an outplay. Good win wall. Needs the knock up. Finds it. Can't ulti. He's stunned by Braum. Nice exhaust. And Cool gets the kill. Now turns on to SMLZ. And he's running away from the Chaos Storm.
That was just an ultimate. That's how much health SMLZ took from that. That is gross.
That is
Cool
gross.
is just so far ahead, but you have to give a lot of credit again to Amazing. The fact that the stun connects at the same time as the tornado, actually denying Dade any attempt to follow that up with his ult himself, goes down very convincingly. The rest of OMG have now grouped up around the bottom lane where they found the picks. This is potentially the 3rd inhibitor. And Loveling's just a tank in the front. He doesn't care.
He's in the base.
He does not care.
Managed to infiltrate the enemy base.
The submarine has entered.
Zoned 4 people away from the turret and M3. They just can't defend. Dade is back. Might be going for a last-ditch effort at this point, but M3 are quite literally running out of things to give away. As Dade, he's going in, he's going to try and make it happen. Looks for the ulti, doesn't quite get it. Sanch United onto North, and it's just kills there. Gragas is dead, Dade is dead. Lupa does get a kill onto the Braum. North gets a decent ult onto SMLZ, but OMG, 4v3 still here in this base, and they're going to look to close it out.
Yeah, being very aggressive and trying to find kills. They need to be a little bit careful, but the minions starting to overwhelm right now. They don't have it.
Cool gets killed. Tried to get a few too many kills, got greedy. Ends up going down, but OMG will be able to take away the Nexus. No, SMLZ trying to make it happen, but he can't quite finish it. And OMG get the 2-0 and claim full control of 3rd place.
They have outright got themselves that position, so well done to OMG. And it wouldn't be a win without Cool suiciding at the very end of it, just to make it another OMG game. They played that so well from the very beginning again. Their drafting was smart. They got the Ezreal with the Braum. They didn't get the counter pick on the other side of M3. And try as they might, the best friends club was just superior.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That's what I felt like OMG was saying to M3 there with that draft.
Very much
I
so.
said it, they flashed the Yasuo. I'm like, yeah, Yasuo's a really good pick here. Like, yeah, Dade, pick Yasuo. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I got Victor.
They dared him to do that.
He
and
picked
they flexed it. North did it better.
Yeah, it's just a very different Ezreal build as well, but a bit more attention, a bit more love, and Amazing and Lovely. Holding hands all game long, and Amazing finally having a breakout series, I feel. His Braum looks spectacular all series long.
Yeah, Amazing really stepping up, and he showed in this game. You have to say, though, Loveling did a lot of work also. The fact they found all of these kills, this early pressure, the movements around the map, this OMG side, especially with the self-sufficient North now, who can sit in his own lane and not be attended, they look almost unbeatable.
They do, and it's, again, when OMG gained momentum, they just never let go of a game. Game 2 was even slower than Game 1. They went absolutely off in Game 1 with the Twisted Fate and kind of reined it in cool. Kind of took a while, kind of flattened the power curve of the build, and then by the end of the game, it was just too much. Loveling and Amazing made sure there was enough work to be done. Didn't need the other divers, didn't need top lane Nunu eating minions and diving turrets. It was just classic OMG.
Yeah, they had the Shen up there instead, just to have the extra shield to go with the Ezreal, who was just sitting by himself, letting his team carry.
Yep, and it was a great looking game there. OMG take the series 2-0 and now retain sole control of 3rd place, but don't go too far away. When we return from the break, it is LGD taking on Snake.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. My name is Dominic Seda-Romer. This is FLICKR. Welcome back. It's good to see you again. It's been a couple of weeks.
I don't get a full name. I just get to be
No,
FLICKR.
You're just FLICKR.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm really excited. Who are you? Where have you been?
Yeah, exactly. We've had a bit of a break in the LPL, but we're finally kicking it back off. And for those of you who were with us before this break, we just saw OMG in an incredible fashion take on Masters 3.
Yeah, and they did so with their sub-80 carry, North filling in for Uzi right there. And I have to say, they looked very much like 2013 OMG. That was the playstyle that made them famous, the raw, aggressive, very carry-oriented style of jungling into tower diving, having a more kind of econ-friendly, self-sufficient bot lane that you just kind of sweep by and pick them up. So very refreshing to see OMG kind of change up their style this far through the season and find great success off of it.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned that's without Uzi. The man himself was missing, and he probably wasn't feeling too happy. I mean, sure, you're happy that your team's doing well, but you usually want to be on your team when you're winning games.
Yeah, definitely. Pressure is up, not only for OMG, but for teams across the LPL right now. We just had the new release format of the playoffs coming up, and the too long didn't read of it is... What I'm trying to think about how to best phrase it.
It's a weighted
rewards. That's the word. The word I was looking for. I was like, it's a good word. No, it rewards teams that are more consistent for the play or the regular LPL season, and it punishes teams that may be sandbagging their performance for seeding. So you want those top 4 coveted spots as opposed to breaking and separating everything down.
Yeah, it's sort of like a weighted gauntlet for the bottom 6 teams. The top 2 automatically qualify into the top 4 standard round of 1 elimination style format, but the remaining 6 teams have to go through this killer gauntlet. It's super awesome, and I'm really excited to see, because we're already starting to see a drastic shift in how some of these teams play. EDG versus LGD, we saw EDG come back to amazing form, and we'll get to see them later on today, but let's talk about some of the mentality that some of these teams have got to have with this new seeding.
I know, it's no surprise that as soon as the playoff format is announced that suddenly we're seeing more 2-0s than I think we've seen in the last 3 weeks combined. I mean, sure, there's only been, 2 or 3 of them so far go down, but I mean, it's mostly been split, so the time for experimentation is over, and these teams now need to start grinding. And we've talked about over the course of the split that this is the closest that the LPL has ever been, especially in that middle pack. We have Snake and LGD coming up next, and it's 17 to 19 points.
Yeah, it's neck and neck for these two.
Exactly, and it's just those top 8 coveted spots that are going to move on into the playoffs. So the race is on, and I mean, it's tryhard mode.
Yeah, the gun has been fired. Question is, who is going to end up in first and who is not going to make the cut? You just saw them on your screen a little bit, but here's some of the highlights stats from our previous game between Masters 3 and OMG.
Now, the difference between OMG with North and Uzi is that with North, it's all about Cool, and with Uzi, it's all about Uzi, but Cool stepping up with Loveling. But it's actually going to be amazing with his Braum play that gets the MVP. I love it when a support's getting an MVP.
Yeah, I know. I feel like not a single true shot barrage ended up coming through because amazing. He would jump into a wave of minions and manage to catch it before it hit a single minion. But here's some of his replays.
Likewise, a lot of the early ganks that he did onto the mid lane low levels. Just the power of Braum now on the most recent patch 5.12, not 5.13 we're playing on. He did see some upgrades to his Q, so kind of bringing him up to release status Braum.
Yeah, and there's Amazing just doing some serious work, leading the charge for his team as Cool gets caught out, but Amazing manages to turn it.
Just so much chain CC. Did a great job, and Amazing just looks like a rejuvenated player next to North as opposed to with Uzi. I don't know if it was some miscommunication, but I mean, obviously they have more of a background on OMD than you know Uzi did with him.
Yeah, it sort of begs the question what we're going to see not only as these teams sort of transform and we get closer and closer to playoffs, but we're also going to start seeing players transform as well. And speaking of players transforming, I want to talk about Snake. They're coming up in our next match against LGD, and the pressure is on for them. They're middle of the pack, 19 points. There's definitely a lot of chance for an upset to break out for them, but let's talk a little bit about that.
So Snake had... Most recently, we had the Demacia Cup. Like you said, it's a bit of a hit-and-miss performance there. Snake, though, I think it's fair to say that they understand what their weaknesses and their limitations are. They've been experimenting a lot kind of in the middle of the stretch, trying out different compositions. They tried a poke comp, but their strength has always been their 5v5 team fighting. And so even when they play a poke comp, they played it like a true 5v5, which was very hit or miss. They've recently kind of been rotating out their AD carry position. They have 2 fantastic AD carries, Martin and Crystal. Now, Crystal's going to be more of your, I don't want to call him Uzi-esque, but that very aggressive. He plays hyper carries, but everyone really knows him well for his
Crystal.
Draven. Yeah,
Yes.
Crystal. whereas Martin is a bit more utility tower pushing
He's
oriented.
more of like a positioning kind of guy.
That's
he'll,
a good
he'll
way to
skirt
say it.
around the edges and just try to pick off kills, whereas Crystal's the kind of guy who's going to be, I'm going to carry, and run at your face with axes.
So again, it's about changing the identity, because when Crystal is on Snake's lineup, they play around Crystal. They play to his strengths. It's always going to be about Flandre as their true primary carry, but even in with Crystal in the lineup, they'll get Flandre ahead, and immediately Flandre will translate his advantage into teleporting bottom and feeding Crystal, snowballing him on that side of lane. Whereas with Martin, it's more so just playing to Flandre's strengths.
We'll have to see how that works out for Snake as we load into this matchup, because they're going up against a very strong team in LGD. And LGD, you could say they sandbagged last year. They came out with some interesting play choices through the regular season in order to make it into playoffs.
Well,
But
let's be frank.
Yeah.
Everyone
Well,
knows.
I'm dumb.
Yeah. Let's be frank. Everyone knows about the IG LGD. Let's call it a fiasco.
yeah.
Where the Oscar night, where both of them were trying to place sixth, and so you had two teams attempting to possibly lose a game. LGD, though, with the new playoff format, again, they will be very heavily punished if they attempt to do that again. Against EDG, it was unfortunate that they got... I mean, effectively, they got 2-0'd yesterday in a very convincing fashion. Now, EDG did run their MSI starting roster lineup, but they beat LGD around the map from level 1, particularly in their jungle for TBQ. But specifically speaking to Snake versus LGD, I want to talk about the top lane, because you probably have the 3 best top laners in the LPL in this one game. And of course, I have to say 3 because LGD are running both Acorn and Flame.
Yeah, and the two of them have been playing exceptionally well lately. But when you think of Snake, you think of Flandre versus the world. He's the guy who's going to end up winning games for Snake. But LGD, they've got something similar on their side, too.
Yeah, and they have, you think about historically Flame and Acorn, they're supposed to have very different play styles, and they do play different to LGD and how the jungler specifically works around them. But I actually want to talk mostly about Flame. Now, typically Flame plays in Game 2, so we should be seeing Acorn start, at least historically through the split. That's the trend that they've been going with. Flame is a carry-oriented top laner. Flandre, also a carry-oriented top laner. Now, Flame has been playing a lot of Rumble, but Ryze coming back into circulation, things like that. I'm really excited for Shyvana to possibly make a reappearance on 5.13. I feel like this is going to be the rise of Flame, especially because he also looks much more comfortable with the team recently in terms of their results.
We'll definitely have to see. And just sort of expanding that point a little bit, all of the lane matchups looks to be really exciting. I mean, you've got you versus Godvi, Imp versus Crystal and Martin. All of these lanes, even if there are swaps, have potential to be exceptionally exciting.
Yeah, it should be noted that LGD, their coach, recently left their team. So Imp did come back from his visa. He was having some issues, was in Korea. He's now back with the team, so they are starting their full roster. But without a coach, going to be curious how that's going to affect their draft phase, but we're already into the player
there's
interview.
Flandre
Can't
for
even think what I'm
Snake.
looking at.
Yeah. Player cards?
Player cards, thank you.
Hey, that's the one.
Hey, it's Flandre.
That's the guy himself, the man of the hour. In the jungle, it's not going to be Beast.
It's their sub.
ZZR.
So they have been experimenting with different jungle subs. They showed him in the Demacia Cup. I'm still kind of out on which style I prefer more.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he performs this game going up against TBQ. But in the mid lane, it's you, the man who's really revitalized Snake.
You, formerly of the 2014 EDG squad, but here we go. Instead
Hey,
of
look at
Crystal,
that.
it will be Martin starting for that 80 carry position. We've already kind of touched on how that changes the identity of Snake a little bit. So 2 subs starting for them when, again, playoff run needs to count.
Oh, yeah, and here's Ella, the support, as usual for Snake, and this looks to be very exciting. This is straight from their performance in the Demacia Cup, where they were able to take the 3rd place win off of IG, and suddenly they're going back to it. They feel more confident on this roster than any other.
A little bit curious. Again, we've talked about how kind of the time for experimentation has closed. Snake still sitting higher than LGD in the standings. That said, it's only, what, a 2-point difference between these two teams, 19 to 17.
Yeah.
So a single 2-0 here can vastly change the standings.
We'll have to see if that is the case as
What
we're
is
running
you?
through
I
the
feel like
roster right down.
Every time the camera's on you, he's always making some sort of, like, he's very animated with his facial expressions, and, like, right there, he was just full chipmunk.
Yeah, he's a fun guy. He was drinking water. You've never chipmunked water? And then you squeeze your cheeks and shoot it out at somebody?
I just, I feel like he has no, when, like, the camera's on him, it doesn't matter. Like, some
Doesn't have
players will,
filter.
like, wave or, like, make, like, a funny face, and you just, like, continues doing what he does.
You can see some of the fans cheering on, interestingly enough, for LGD Acorn. He's actually going to be starting for LGD this time around, exactly as predicted. Here's their lineup at a 47% win rate. There's the team.
I love Godby and his fist. But yeah, it is Acorn starting. No surprises there. Typically, Flame again plays the second match. And again, these are all pre-organized. It's not like, okay, we lost the first game, so we got to sub in Flame. No, it's Acorn Flame.
Yeah, this is decided well in advance in the jungle. There's TBQ rocking out pretty hard on those junglers in the mid lane. Godby, the man of the hour himself.
Yeah, Godby had a bit of a hit-and-miss performance on the Runglaive Ezreal yesterday. He tried to pull a pawn, and unfortunately did not work out for him.
Yeah, but Imp says, don't talk about that. Talk about me. It's Imp, the previous world champion himself. See what I did there with the finger over the mouth?
Yeah, I got it. But there's PYL. If you haven't seen him recently, he's got his face mask off. You can see his lovely reconstructed jaw. Looks fantastic.
Looking sharp.
Yeah. See, there he is.
Yeah. He looks happy.
I
Ready
almost
and
didn't
excited.
recognize him the first time I saw him without his mask. It was his braces that gave it away.
Well, there's Imp on your screen right now. Prepared as usual for another exciting LPL performance against Snake. And this actually looks to be a pretty high octane match. We usually expect Snake to be aggressive, team fight oriented, but if anybody can deal with it, it would be LGD that can do it.
The problem with Snake, however, actually, I'm not going to call it a problem. One thing that is very curious about how these teams will match up is their side wave management. We always talk about how LGD has great side wave management in the form of Acorn and Godby in particular. Snake are also very good at their side wave management. It's more of a matured skill that I normally wouldn't expect from a team. They are, you know, now an LPL team from last split, but kind of a newly cemented LPL team versus the veteran status that LGD is going to have, especially the veteran players like Acorn, like Imp, people like that, PYL. But Flandre, he makes their sidewave management really strong due to kind of his split push nature. So I'm really curious how that's going to break down in the side waves.
We'll definitely have to find out as we take a look at the statistics for the two.
Statistics.
Yes, high win rate on the blue side.
Did you miss me,
for
Dom?
Snake and LGD. It's been nice. A very quiet past couple of weeks, but LGD not so great on the red side. So perhaps this could be an opportunity for Snake to take some points.
They're still sitting relatively far down on, sitting relatively far down on the ladder. So no surprises that their win rate reflects the fact that they've had a very up and down bumpy performance for the first start of the split.
The enunciation was excellent.
Thank you.
Over there, but yeah, it looks to be exciting to see how this transitions because Snake, it's do or die time. We've been hitting on it time and time again. This is the point where they need to start trying to claim some of these points because it's not going to get any easier from here on out. There are 3 weeks left of the LPL, and they need points.
That said, you could say the exact same thing for LGD on the other side. They're in a much bigger danger zone because they are, I think they're in 7th right now, tied with like 20 other teams. Obviously, there's only... I'm being facetious. There's only 12 teams in the LPL. But there's a giant middle cluster that's going on where they're very neck and neck. So it's setting up to be kind of a last-minute squeaking across the finish line into the playoffs for a lot of these teams. And with a bunch of 2-0s, which... Oh, lo and behold, the playoff system changes, and suddenly we have more 2-0s.
Not to mention the remaining 4 teams, the 9th through 12th place, they're still remarkably
close. Very close.
Yeah, only at 11 and 12 points for, I believe, King. And Unlimited Potential is at 14 points. 15, 14? Oh, yeah, 15 after their win earlier today. So a single 2-0 gets them right back in the standings. There is a lot of potential for some swaps to happen as teams switch back and forth.
LGD and their coaching situation. Got a good laugh off the bat. Looks like we should be heading into Champ Select relatively soon. Contested picks. Echo Rise are going to be the flavor. I'm trying to think of what else, especially for Flex into the top lane. So the big question mark is going to be the sub-jungler coming out for Snake here, or ZZR, excuse me.
Yeah, we saw him play some excellent Rek'Sai in Demacia Cup, so I'm excited to see if that's going to be contested as well.
The big issue, though, is that Rek'Sai's kind of fallen out of favor. We still have teams playing her, of course, because she's always going to be potent just because of her kit, not necessarily because of her numbers, that global presence, the ability to invade freely with Tremor Sense, things like that. But it's much more been about the Echo. And TBQ finally got his hands on that champion. Unfortunately, couldn't translate it into a win, but you know, kind of shored up some of his weaknesses as far as kind of his sense for engagement, because Echo gives you the ability to reset, so it's not as punishing.
And we've also seen a lot of sort of evolution of Echo over the LPL for the past few weeks. We saw him taken as an AP assassin, then as a tanky jungler, then the initiation style Echo that's been off and on. So it should be exciting to see how that ends up playing out. But we're already running through the bans between Snake and LGD. Shen taken away from Acorn.
I actually really like the Shin ban coming out. We've seen a lot of success. I think Zatai, no, it was either Amazing J or Zatai was the first one to really bring Shin out after the patch changes. He's seen, again, a lot of success, especially with these massive 4-man taunts, but that's what we were talking about. We're talking about Echo, and he's the priority pick that Snake are going to instantly lock.
The man of the hour himself has been picked up for ZZR, likely enough.
I actually think
it could be
go
flex.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it could definitely be a flex pick. We've seen Flandre play it in the top lane with a ridiculous build. See if he does it again.
I actually do want to talk a little bit about the bans for LGD. You've got Azir taken away from you, Ryze pulled from Flandre, and Hecarim also taken away, all of which are AoE team fight sort of teams that LGD Snake love to play with.
Yeah, and it's a lot of focus on Flandre. Even the Azir, he played the Azir top in the Demacia Cup, so all of those, again, can be aimed at Flandre. We talked about who's going to be the strongest carry of Snake. They've got power points across their roster, as any top team in the LPL should, but Flandre is going to be your go-to.
Yeah, and here are the first picks for LGD. It's Imp on Sivir, and TPQ going to be on that comfort pick Gragas.
Looking for the disengage. I like the fact that Janna is being hovered over in response to Snake. I feel like it's way too potent to give teams both Janna and Gragas, because you simply give them both of the best reset options in the game. So no surprise to see Ella take that one away. And Ella's a fantastic Janna player. When he first was introduced on Snake and we got to see him in the LPL, he played primarily 2 champions, Thresh and Janna.
Well, we'll see how he performs in this game as he's going up against PYL, one of the best supports in League of Legends right now.
Best supports in the world.
Yeah, and Imp, the AD carry king himself, the guy who has his own Twitch skin. Looks to be a pretty solid pick for Ella, but on the other side, you've got Fizz locked in. Interesting to see all of these flex coming out with that Echo and Fizz.
I know, you have no idea what Flandre's playing right now. No surprise to see Acorn kind of go back to his, last-second swap into a Renekton, never mind.
So tell me about Renekton.
Acorn is playing Renekton, which is hilarious because I feel like Flame is on their roster. And watch, Flame will play Rumble next game.
And they'll just swap it back and forth. Do you think they've been doing 1v1 scrims to try to learn each other's laning pool?
I just kind of feel like they're trying to do their best impersonation of each other. Like LG's like, okay, if you can play his champion pool better than he can play it, then you get the spot.
Either that or they flip a coin before every game, and it always comes up Acorn first. Just the weirdest happenstance possible. But Braum locked in for PYL. We've been seeing a lot of Braum lately, and it will be paired with Imp's Sivir. Now Snake on the other side look to lock in and deal with that by going for Martin on Vayne and Yu on Victor.
We talked about how Martin doesn't really play the hyper. I mean, he can play hyper carry because he does like Jinx, but it's more positional based, and then he pulls out the Vayne, which I still feel kind of thematically fits more with Crystal. That said, I really like Vayne and Janna. Especially against Sivir and Braum, although we'll see if we actually get a true 2v2 or if it will be a lane swap, just because Janna is going to empower Vayne's attack speed build by also augmenting her with her shield to give her that free BF sort of stats.
Yeah, I know that's one of your favorite statistics to throw around. Because then you go for the Blade of the Ruined King or the BF sword.
Cost efficient for the damage that you get, and it just has absurd scaling potential, and then also empowers Vayne's lackluster siege.
We'll have to see as the last pick for LGD is locked in. That's going to be Godvi on Kassadin, the man himself.
And we've seen this a lot where people will go back to Kassadin when they see a Victor. Victor, he's just going to be the go-to champion. We've seen him play it all day, earlier weeks. He's strong in the lane phase, strong in the mid game. He's got massive AoE utility in the late game, so he hits all of the cards. Kassadin, he's going to be able to walk through lane phase with a shield and be relatively okay against Victor, and then just be that obnoxious monster that Doinby proved that he can be earlier in the day, as far as that mid-game, late-game.
Here we're running through the rosters right now. Flandre going to be taking Fizz, and ZZR rocking Echo.
Taking the Echo jungle into TBQ's Gragas. Curious to see how this new sub will perform. That said, one of the weaker junglers is who he's facing across from. So
could be an
not
opportunity.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if he manages to flex it. You just saw the mid laners right there. Here's Martin and Imp, the sub for Snake, replacing Crystal, going up against the world champion himself. Not a lot of pressure there.
No pressure at all, especially because he'll have Ella next to him in that bot lane on Braum.
And yeah, PYL going to be taking Braum, Ella on Janna.
Ah, whoops.
And that's going to be
really.
it. You can see some of the fans cheering on their teams as we prepare. I love that hat. That's so great.
You want the Ella hat?
I kind of wanted the Beast one, but
just so you
it's
can
not
have
on
a
screen
beast
anymore.
on your head?
Yeah, exactly. Walking around with a Beast halo.
I'm curious why we haven't seen the princess skins or the princess posters.
Oh, I'm sure they're there. They're in the new stadium now.
Yeah.
So the camera just doesn't have vision of...
Stage is beautiful.
Yeah. You just can't see because look at that. They've got multiple layers.
They've updated all of the, I think they're called tiers, multiple tiers. They've updated all of the graphics over the stream. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, it looks absolutely beautiful. Remember, we're loading into the rift between Snake and LGD. It looks to be really exciting. I mean, so we're running through the picks real quick. Sivir, Braum versus Janna, Vayne. I know you like talking about the Janna Vayne, but this is Imp on Sivir.
Imp's been having a fantastic performance on Sivir. He's one of the most aggressive Sivir players right now that has the champion. Watch how he uses the auto reset, especially because he's in tandem with Braum by proccing the concussive blows. But Imp will constantly abuse Sivir's passive and the W ricochet auto reset to tower dive people and find that last auto. And again, PYL's Braum's just going to empower that incentive.
Not to mention the combination of being able to rush Braum into the enemy team with On the Hunt, allow for even more picks. And let's talk a little bit about these junglers. We've got the new guy, ZZR on Echo, who's all about that zone control with the parallel convergence. Well, what's the best way to deal with that? Disengage. Gragas Barrel.
Likewise, Echo has an absurd win rate right now from the jungle position in particular. It was 75% at the start of the week. Obviously, it's been adjusted as we've had a few Echo games being played. And you would think that that would be boosted by the top teams just getting their hands on Echo, players like Cacao, players like... I mean, Clearlove hasn't really played it, but you know what I'm saying, like if EDG is just playing it. But it's actually Amy and MLXG who have boosted the Echo stat. So just power to the pick as opposed to power to the team.
Yeah, very strong pick. That's a neat stage. I really like that stage. But yeah, let's continue talking about that a little bit because I really look forward to some of the aggression that we're seeing out of these ganks. And hopefully we'll see that turn out rather well as we load into the Rift for game number 1. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's Snake versus LGD as we load onto the Rift. Week 8, set 3, day 2, game 1. I changed the order up there.
Did your tongue get tired after all of that?
No.
Week 8, set 3. No?
Day 2.
Day 2. Looks like we have a bit of an invade going down. So the reason why they're walking really deep into that lane is because they're playing with Fog of War. Imp has no idea that they're there. He may suspect something, because obviously this would be the key place that you would invade from.
Oh, not so much of a bit of an invade. Now a real one as Imp is caught
The tornado
out.
start.
Yeah. If they are able to catch him, he just takes a bit of damage, but Snake looking to invade and drop a few wards.
And again, just emphasizing how this invade works. You walk down into the bottom lane, you go through the brush, and then you make sure that you almost come at a parallel angle into the river, because you don't want to come around that corner. You'll show with Fog of War.
And after getting a few deep boards, Snake decide to back away. It's answered on the far side from LGD, and now that these two teams have vision, could we be expecting any sort of lane swap style play from these as Martin and Ella opt to recall?
So this is the question that I had. LGD, they already tend to lane swap more than other teams just because they were trying to shore up TBQ. He has a good run and a lot of statistical relevance on champions like Sejuani. And then likewise with Braum and Sivir, if they were to lane swap, which it looks like they're looking for the 2v2 in the bottom side, it would unlock Braum to roam around and to abuse the power of his level 1. But it doesn't matter because they were looking for the 2v2. That said, Vayne and Janna slipping up to the top.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain if they were spotted out by that ward. I believe that they were, so LGD have knowledge that this is happening. Double jungle coming out of Acorn, and FLICKR, so looks like they expected this and are fully and wholly prepared for this to happen. As everybody's just going to go through the motions of the early game.
Really smart that both junglers and top laners are starting opposite of their duo to make sure that instead of vertical jungling that we're horizontal jungling, and they're securing both of their buffs. So making sure that there's no trickery or 3-buffing happening.
Yeah, everybody playing it safe. Nobody wants to take any chances with this sort of set because, again, now that points have become so vital to the winning team with the new playoff bracket, no one can afford to take any chances anymore, as being one spot lower means you'll have to go through one additional set in the playoffs to make it all the way to the final.
Yep, so all just comes back to try-hard mode activated.
Yep.
Experimentation is done, but as we say that, I mean, we talk about how it counts now. You can't afford to split series, and Snake are starting 2 subs.
Well, we saw how confident they were with these subs in the Demacia Cup.
No, I completely agree. It's just it's interesting tactic.
It definitely is. And after seeing how much Snake has grown and evolved with Crystal on the roster and with Beast on the roster, now that they're going for something a little bit different, we'll have to see if they succeed. As it right now,
this
it looks like
nuts.
They're going for a quick dive. FLICKR finds his way to the top. ZZR spotted out as well. I'd be amazed if they committed to it.
They know there's 2 people on the tower, so they're already making the call that with 4 that they feel safe enough that they can dive Rom or Nectin, which to me is suicide. You've got so much CC there, especially with TBQ now on. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah, they back.
That was still a really questionable call from the beginning. Think of the precision that you would need to execute that gank, because you have 2 of not only the tankiest members of LGD that you're trying to dive, but so much CC that you're dealing with. You did have the playful Trickster available to kind of help reset aggro, but Snake would have had to play that perfectly.
Yeah, looks like they're not taking any chances, as they don't want to give any sort of early advantages to LGD and make it towards that mid-game power spike that LGD are rocking with their team composition. As everyone's continuing to farm it up, FLICKR teleporting on down to the bottom. He actually doesn't get any time to recall for any additional items, so he's just going to have to sit back and heal it up with those crystalline flasks.
If Demacia Cup has taught us anything about Snake, you were talking about kind of the maturing, the evolution that they've made over the progress of the split. It's that Snake really understand their weaknesses, and they're actively trying to shore that up and to evolve and to get better stylistically as a team. We saw that in the very beginning of the split when they decided to change Baka over into you, now kind of experimenting with ZZR as well as Martin as opposed to Crystal and Beast. But their strength has always been in FLICKR. And they're constantly lane swapping. Now, think about this. Snake initiated this lane swap to put FLICKR, on his best champion, his champion that he's really well known for, but then into a situation where he's going to be missing out on farm.
FLICKR with the fast fingers dodges the first gank of the game from TBQ and manages to make it out scot-free. And if he is to be the hyper carry that his team needs, it'll certainly help to have him get all of this solo experience. But with Imp zoning him away and TBQ waiting in the wings, LGD seem to have that in their sights as well.
Yeah, but you get the solo experience anyway. It's not as punishing this time around simply because he's just facing Sivir, but they've done this in so many instances where they're prioritizing previously Crystal's farm and Crystal's well-being over FLICKR. In this case now it's Martin. And I just think that for a team that's so actively and publicly, you know, talking about kind of their weaknesses and trying to make adjustments so they can have a better playoff run this time around, I feel like this is a very big, obvious kind of issue.
We'll have to see if they address it in the next matchup, as Fizz, relatively self-sufficient in this one, doesn't seem to be having too much trouble, while the rest of Snake continue to farm it out and play it nice and defensive. Godby looking like he might group up with TBQ and catch ZZR out of position. He hasn't been spotted, but instead it's just the standard roam from LGD as they look to head to the top side, possibly get a deep ward onto that blue when it respawns, but no. They're just looking to see if they can find anyone out of position.
Big thing about Godby with these initial roams is we actually see FLICKR going aggressive.
Level 6. He's getting a lot of damage onto Imp. Can he get the solo kill? Teleport being used by Acorn, but it's immediately canceled.
Forces at the teleport. We'll now see if Snake make the call to shove this wave into bottom and then rotate their top laners, use a TP advantage and look for the dragon, or if they're going to just continue to prioritize Martin's farm and freeze.
To find out, as that late game Vayne is a very strong potential carry for Snake. Again, we've talked about Flandre being another similar carry, and really it sort of speaks to how Snake have evolved over the past few weeks, because now you've got this triple threat composition. You've got Flandre, the playmaker, the man of the hour, you previously of EDG, and now you've got Martin on the late game Vayne. He's not filling out Crystal's Draven, but should be doing some serious work as well.
Here comes the swap, though. So now the question is, will Flandre be put back into that top lane since his teleport's about to come up?
We'll have to find out, as that swap is initiated by LGD. And looks like Martin, he's going to head down to the bottom. You finds Godby going for the solo kill, brings him low. Flash is used, laser doesn't make it.
The casual Chaos Storm just to shove them out of lane.
Yeah.
Yu's just going to back after this one, and they should start setting up for Dragon. Although,
Flandre has teleport and Acorn does not after that pressure on the Imp. Could be a potential window that we see abused. TBQ catching farm. He is not going to see ZZR. Looks like they might be able to catch PYL as the blue respawns. Awkward invade from Snake, especially with you on the recall.
They're doing it because they knew that Gragas was locked up into the top side. The problem is that ZZR has overstayed his welcome as well as leashing the wolves. They should have just placed their deep vision and gotten out. We'll see if he looks for the steal. No, he's completely uninterested.
Yeah. Seems like he's just taking it safe now. Heading towards his own blue buff to feed that over to you, as Martin on the first recall. He's down a pretty healthy amount of CS, but still is able to finish off that Bilgewater. And Dave on the other side nets himself a BF sword to make things a little bit more different, while Flandre, once again, challenging Smite Fizz, the powerhouse we all have grown to know and love.
I'm looking at Godby right now. They were moseying down for a dive. They have to back off. So the reason why Ella and Martin are just pushing as far as possible off this tower is because they didn't have vision on Godby. So even though he wasn't spotted out by a ward, they knew that Cassidy could be in the area and the threat of the dive was imminent. As soon as they see now Godby back onto vision in the mid lane creep wave, they immediately approach the tower again. So good communication and kind of forethought from Snake there.
Looks like the first tower of the game is going to go to LGD with that high health minion wave pushing forward. They're able to take that one first down. Imp 2 levels ahead of Martin with that solo experience, not to mention 20 CS.
Yeah, and likewise, so again, Snake initiated the lane swap. Hold on.
Lots of damage. Spell Shield comes out. Martin just gets level 6 as PYL teleports around. Manages to land the knockup onto Ella, but forces only the disengage.
And it's just so hard to push into a Braum, especially if he's able to connect with those Qs and with that ultimate onto you. That said, while everything is happening in the bot lane, the mid lane is tied up. TBQ will get a free dragon. But 20 CS difference, they prioritize the lane swap to give Martin kind of the bypass away from Braum Sivir, as well as try to isolate Flandre away from Renekton. And they fell behind pretty much everywhere. You have a slight CS discrepancy in the top lane, but they lost the dragon, the first tower, as well as the ADC advantage.
To be fair, it's remarkably difficult to kill a target when he's teleporting around like a Nidalee. So they tried. They did try. But again, you hit it right on the head. It's a 20 CS difference between Imp and Martin, and Flandre, who probably had one of the better opportunities to deal with Acorn in the top. He's barely 10 CS ahead, and now that LGD swap it back over, that means Flandre is probably going to have to head bottom. However, LGD look like they might be setting up for a dive. Deep ward comes out of PYL. Roam from Godby. TBQ's nowhere to be found, but the wave makes it onto the turret. Flandre makes it out.
And again, LGD just doing a fantastic job rotating their AD carry around as the 2 flat AD items, the BF sword as well as the pickaxe, and just trying to snowball into their mid-game power spike through global gold on these structures.
We'll have to see if they manage to hit that successfully, as Flandre clearing out the wolf camp, trying to net himself some additional gold, and in the mid lane, Yu continues to put some pressure onto Godby. He's barely a level ahead, but now that's the second turn picked up by LGD, and with TBQ showing himself down bottom with Acorn, it's going to be pretty tough for ZZR and Martin to bring this one down.
And again, you just have lackluster siege potential with Vayne. Now, Janna will augment that and kind of give her a bit of a buff with the Eye of the Storm Shield, as Janna will empower most siege compositions. It's just not enough, especially against the wave clear and the threat of Gragas and Renekton on the tower.
actually starting to see some deficiencies open up for Snake as they're now 1,000 gold behind. They gave up that first dragon with lack of vision control. They gave up those 2 turrets with Imp's incredible pushing power. Now he finds himself in the mid lane, and Yu is out of position as this minion wave crashes into the turret. Imp's going to get some free damage off.
And again, this is also very standard. So top lane, the last standing outer tower is going to be that mid lane. So rotating Imp there, they make sure that Godby is then shoved up into another side lane. In this case, it's the top lane, so that the mid and the AD carry are not splitting farm, being as effective and efficient as possible with their waves across the map.
Yeah, and Snake, you can see they've prioritized themselves to defending that bottom side, buying time for Martin. Take a look at all of those wards on the bottom side of the map. Martin's not going to die from a gank, but he's going to need more than minions if he hopes to turn this game around.
How many? I can't count all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
It was 6.
There's like 600 gold
Yeah.
in vision for this poor Vayne.
Never going to be caught out of position.
Well, frankly, though...
Plus a Janna for disengage.
Snake... I mean, the gold lead is still very slim, just slightly in favor of LGD. But Snake, they lost this early game. They lost so much control over the map with losing their 2 side lane turrets. So curious to see how Snake's going to shore and bridge this up into a mid game. If it's going to come down to a next dragon fight so they can get their footing back into this. But so far, LGD are just kind of working them around the map.
Yeah, just yanking him left and right. Godvy's finding himself in the bottom. Another recall from Yu finds his turret undefended. Imp chunking through that thing's health with the stereotypical attack speed raw AD build. And let's see if he is able to get it inside the shield. Oh, Ella saves the turret.
Scumbag Ella.
Oh man, the minions. Oh no, the minions.
He's got it.
Oh, he doesn't. So close. But still, that turret's health is effectively 0. You can just walk up and auto-attack it once.
A stiff breeze would blow it down, as Monty would say.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not Monty. And there aren't any breezes on the Rift.
It's all
you ever
good.
notice how odd it is that there aren't any breezes on the Rift?
I see, like, there's rippling in the water. And when Jinx and some champions move, it looks like there's like a breeze going through their hair.
That's just because they move so quickly. Like, if you were seizing back and forth, imagine how quickly you have to actually move to cover that much distance on the ground.
This is true. Godby's in some trouble, though. Here comes parallel convergence.
Good dive, but just Rift walks himself right on out of there. More like a Rift scroll.
So effectively what's happening right now is Snake are prioritizing the bottom tier tower, which is good because the dragon's going to be coming up, so they need to make sure that they have that tower down so they have control over that side of the map so they can contest that objective. But they're trading possibly the bottom tier tower for the mid tier towers. You now see LGD trying to collapse their resources mid. So can Snake get in position and stave off this siege? The answer is yes, because they're going top.
Yeah, it looks like LGD
They want the blue buff.
possibly going to try contesting the blue as you've got Acorn waiting in the wings, but isn't going to head in there in time as they know they've got to keep that turret standing for as long as possible. And as you mentioned, Snake did take down that first tier 1 on the bottom side of the map. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. We've got some recalls coming out from LGD. Could be poor timing, but it seems like it should be matched as Ella goes for a similar recall along with ZZR and Yu.
Oh, perfect timing across the board for both teams. It takes about 30 seconds to walk from the base to the dragon pit.
Sounds good.
Did you miss me, Dom? There we go. Imp just walks up, resets his auto on the W, takes the tower. That's even more control. As Flandre actually did a good job pushing that wave forward to pull Acorn back top. Acorn does have teleport available to him, but now Flandre will be able to walk from base towards the dragon pit, except he's running top lane.
Yep. Does have teleport.
Yeah, he also does have teleport, but it almost tells me that Snake are almost completely uninterested in full 5v5ing this dragon, and that they're mostly looking for a steal. That said, they do have
Double smite.
they have a pretty decent power spike to fight this one. You have the completed Blade of the Ruined King on Martin, as well as John is what level? Is she level 8 or 9?
8.
8. Okay, so don't have the level 9 Janna shield.
Well, you've also got the Morellonomicon on you, so pretty powerful spike as PYL looks to find ZZR. There's the parallel convergence. He jumps back in, but ZZR manages to stun 3 people, riding the cast as Naka finds Godby as LGD turn it into a full fight. Flandre goes low.
Beautiful
He gets
reset.
destroyed. Ella knocks him back. Martin has finally joined the battle. He's doing so much damage. Can he be dissuaded? No. Snake's ZZR gets another kill. That's 1 now in favor of Snake. Godby goes back in, gets immediately knocked back up. They dive under the turret, and Snake are cleaning this fight up, and looks like LGD are in a bit of trouble. Imp, what are you doing, friend? He goes down to Ella.
Okay, 2 amazing things happened in that team fight. First and foremost, TBQ just got MVP for Snake because he popped Echo back into his parallel convergence to get a 3-man stun. Then beautifully followed up by an amazing reset from Ella. Ella then finds the kill onto Imp at the very end using his Janna shield, just auto attacks down. So it's the team fight, the gold lead, and the dragon now in Snake's pocket.
Yeah, well, let's break this down. PYL, you can see he starts to engage it, and oh my gosh, poor ZZR is like, oh no, I've been caught.
That is incredible.
Boom.
Just casks him right back. He's like, hey, I wanted to be here. Thanks for that, mate.
Hashtag calculated, and the rest of the fight breaks out rather chaotically. Ella disengages perfectly.
There's the beautiful reset because Acorn had just gotten back on top of Victor, completely pushes him off, allows Martin time to get in. And again, when Vayne is in her final hour, her chase potential is just absurd. And from here, it's just Martin tearing through the team.
Yeah, so much damage coming across from that empowered
The
Vayne.
shield.
Oh my gosh. Ooh, Spell shield doesn't block auto attacks in. It was a good try, very valiant effort, but just like that, Snake have closed that gold difference and brought themselves to a 3-kill lead in addition to eliminating the threat of that 5th dragon from LGD.
Yep, slowing that one down. Martin picked himself up, what, 5 assists in that last fight?
He went 2-0-3. Wow.
Wow.
That's a Janna for you.
So we talked about, where were Snake, that they fell behind in the early game, that LG just kind of out-rotated them, were out-pressuring them, got more control of the map, but it would lead to a dragon fight that, Snake are comfortable in their 5v5 terrain control, and that's how they step back into this. So, yes, Snake are evolving, maturing, trying out different compositions, but in the end, the old tricks work, even with 2 subs.
Yeah, I know. ZZR played exceptionally well
fantastic.
throughout the back half of that fight, and Martin, despite being a bit late to the draw, was still able to join up with the rest of his team. Though we now see LGD looking rather aggressive right now with a bunch of deep wards. I'm a bit curious as to why. There isn't that much for them to take on that side of the map.
I can't see if the red buff is spawning or at the timers, but I would suspect that because they had already placed that vision there for the dragon, that they were looking to try to make use of the vision that they'd already set up and see if they could maybe find another possible pick there, because they're still very strong. At this point, though, the next most important objective on the map for them is going to be that mid-tier tower.
Let's see if they manage to take it down. There's a lot of scary damage from LGD, not to mention an incredible amount of pick on their team if they can quite find someone, but it seems like Snake are the ones who find the advantage. Martin and Ella head themselves up to the top lane for the tier 1, though LGD immediately responds by destroying you.
And they're going to shove this one down mid lane. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the tower because they don't have a creep wave readily and available, but possibly some damage and can definitely clear out and deep ward this side of the map. And again, it's super important here because Dragon's down, you need to play the top side.
And there's the trade. If they had stayed and continued trying to shove, there was pressure at the top from Martin, pressure at the bottom from Flandre. And this is that side wave control that we wanted to talk a little bit about earlier.
And typically, LGD are very, very good at this with Godby and Acorn, particularly when Godby is on a high mobility champion like LeBlanc, like Ahri, like Kassadin in this case. But Snake, it's something that they've always been really good on, hosting on the back of Flandre, as Flandre grabs the blue buff.
Yeah, he gets the blue, finds TBQ on top of it. The knock-up to force the slow. He's taking so much damage. Flash, he's going low. Is he going to be able to make it out? He does.
Just a mechanical misplay from TBQ to attempt to use his belly bop right as the shark procced from Fizz, so it interrupted the duration that he could travel, almost costing him life right there.
Yeah, he is able to make it out of there, though. Snake turn the aggression back onto LGD. They're not able to find a kill, but they do manage to get the invade, stealing away that Raptor camp away from TBQ, while you in the mid lane finally knocks down the last remaining tier 1 for LGD. And just like that, it's even in turrets, even in dragons. The only advantage that Snake have are those additional 2 kills.
LGD misplayed the last 5 minutes pretty much on 2 team fights. The first one, that engage fight where TBQ bounced Echo into his team, and then secondly where TBQ got caught out right there. The last 5 minutes they've lost all of their momentum and pressure and allowed Snake to just farm up and take free objectives.
Yeah, and with that, we're starting to see Martin get closer and closer to that terrifying late game Vayne. 0-0-5 right now. Down about 25 CS behind Imp, but that doesn't really matter when you've got all that kill and assist gold and you're even in global gold,
It doesn't even matter for the
Oh, it's about 1,000 gold.
the window on her final hour ultimate. Again, so the reason why I love Vayne and Janna is because for that final hour ultimate, just the free stats that you get off of the ultimate itself and then the Eye of the Storm shield is just absurd. Like, every single stat has a cost associated value with it. That's like giving Vayne like 2,000 free gold and just like damage. Gets like a free BF sword. I think she probably gets 2 free BF swords. I'll have to check a map on it.
Oh, on the hunt is used. Looks like they're looking for you once again. The flash gets him out of the concussive blows from PYL. Great play, and you makes it out alive.
LGD being a little bit thirsty.
They are indeed, but not quite able to find that oasis that they're looking for.
Acorn and Flandre doing exactly the same thing, playing with the pressure points opposite sides of maps.
Yeah.
Really, it's just opening continuous farm lanes, though. The continuous farm lane being opened for Godby on his Cassidy, and then on the other side, Martin and his Vayne.
Yeah, things looking pretty solid for Snake as they get closer and closer to that terrifying late game team, whereas LGD certainly hitting their stride as well, but just not quite finding the picks that they're looking for. Knockup finds PYL. You over the wall is not going to commit to the engage. Dragon's up in 10 seconds with teleport available for both top laners and waves pushing on both sides. Could be a point of contention.
Godby is making a... Nope, he canceled. I was going to say fairly inappropriate back because Dragon is about to spawn. Looks like we're going to have a not replay. Acorn!
Oh, look at the rotation coming out. Godby's back actually gets Snake onto the Dragon, and immediately LGD move to the Baron. Can they try rushing it down? Imp waiting in the wings? No.
No way.
They just... What?
It was a mistime back from... I'm going to assume that the back actually went through for Godby. Mistime back. They didn't have Cassidy in place for this. Oh, no.
Yeah, poor Ella gets destroyed.
There goes on the hunt as it looks like the re-engage. So much zone control coming out. There's the chrono break, and Yu gets demolished as well. Flandre has joined the fight, but there's not enough damage from Snake to try turning this. Martin is cleaning it up as best he can, though. Manages to get some great damage across. He brings him low. PYL is dropped a double kill for Martin. It seems like Martin is the carry that Snake need right now. He finally gets destroyed. Godby cleans him up. Imp looks to turn it around, and that's an ace for LGD.
Snake completely uncoordinated on their team fighting right there. Ella was not in position to reset that fight. And again, we talked about the first time that Snake won a fight was because as soon as Acorn got onto the backline, was able to get on top of Victor, Janna's ultimate came out, but Ella dead at the start of the fight. There's nothing to save Snake, and LGD just ripped through them. Martin is almost a saving grace. He plays the fight very well. He burns his heal a little bit maturely because he's trying to compensate for the slow. We'll see him do it in a second. He's going to get hit by Cassidy slow. There he goes. Okay, so he burns his heal right here because he's trying to compensate for that to get himself back into the fight. And then without that, it's just Godby waiting for cooldowns to come back in and pop him. Oh, look at this damage. Disgusting.
Boom, and that's with the Quicksilver Sash to try to cleanse that. He had the Quicksilver Sash.
To cleanse the slow?
Yeah,
as opposed
instead
to
of
burning
using
the
the
heal?
heal.
Well, then that's just a misplay.
Ooh. Yeah, you can see Godby feeling awful happy after that fight. Exceptional cleanup, and just like that, LGD are back in the lead. They were even able to take that mid-tier 2 turret. LGD feeling very strong. They did give up that Dragon, but finding the pick onto Ella, finding the pick on that team fight, having the presence of mind to know how Snake are going to respond right there.
This is pretty classic LGD. They've always been considered the smart team versus the mechanically strong team. Of course, that's been shored up a bit with the addition of Flame, Acorn, Imp, and Godby, even from their old mid laner arena. But this is how they would often, get so far in the playoffs without having maybe the most star-studded rosters against these kind of brute force, very heavy, good team fighting teams. They would just out-macro them.
Yeah, seems like we're seeing another macro play out of LGD. Pings going onto the bush.
The
as
one
Snake
ward.
know exactly where they are. That ward has been up for 15 seconds, and it knows where they are. Though ZZR looking for a flank, finds himself caught out of position. Chrono Break doesn't get him far enough away. There's the reset from Ella used very prematurely, and suddenly LGD are all stacked up. They're taking so much damage. They managed to kill Flandre, but they've lost their own jungler running for their life now. Can they manage to turn it as ZZR gets onto Imp? He shreds through his health, is able to bring him low. Martin now gets engaged by Godby. He brings him low, but he goes down, and Godby at such low health. A huge laser from you gets a double kill here. And now he's chasing away Imp and Acorn, but man, you got to be careful. They could try to turn this. Oh no, there goes the Talisman of Ascension.
Cue the Scuttle Crab for the movement speed. Do it, you!
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Acorn
Gotta
trying to
run,
bait
Acorn.
it out. Man, they're looking for the mechanical plays. They're looking to be the stronger, skilled team right now, but can they find it? You finds Acorn with some more damage. Let's see if he's able to get in there in time. Imp turns it around. He's the one who engages, brings Imp low. He's such a low health, but flashes and makes it out of there. You styles and gets out alive.
Oh, there was so... Oh, wow. That was crazy. You, unfortunately, he just missed his laser. But again, such a back-and-forth team fight. As soon as both resets are done, the cask as well as the monsoon, anything could happen. Because it's just about who's going to be able to burst back onto the back line. Is it going to be Echo? Is it going to be Victor's laser? Or is it going to be Kassadin just rift walking back there and doing absolute destruction?
Yeah, Godby a monster in that fight. And once again, it's 3-3, so fairly even in kills and completely even in gold. But let's watch a breakdown of that fight.
And again, it's the fact that Ella was present for this fight. Immediately, Acorn's on the back line. The fight gets reset, pushes them all back into massive AoE damage for the Chaos Storm. But it's just waiting for Kassadin's cooldowns. The longer a fight goes on, the more threatening Kassadin's going to be because he can quickly reposition himself. And without the disengage available, the Monsoon, LGD then find their way onto the back line and start to trade this one evenly up. Unfortunately for you, he lands a nice laser there, but in the extended trade, he misses the crucial cooldown and isn't able to clean that one up entirely for Snake.
Yeah, an incredible play from LGD. You can see that right now. Both teams are playing out of their minds in trying to take this win. The next Dragon's up in a solid minute. And LGD hope to set their eyes on that as they did give up the previous two to Snake after taking the first one in this game. 29 minutes in, and it is dead even between the two teams.
These team fights are absolutely absurd.
Oh, yeah.
Martin's doing really well.
He's playing remarkably well, aside from the healing instead of quicksilvering.
You know what? I'm not even going to hold it against him.
But yeah, Martin playing really well. He's got to keep an eye on Godby, and despite, I think,
That's
three
impossible. It's Kassadin.
different attempts to try to zone him out in that last team fight, Godby was still able to make it into the back. There was heal, there was exhaust, and there was the condemn to knock him away, but all three times
And
he
it's
waited it out.
utterly terrifying right now, especially for this approaching dragon fight, because Godby has his flash available. So if you think you Rift Walk in, Zonya's Hourglass, you can flash back out, and then your Rift Walk will be readily available. So there's a lot of potential to bait engagements or bait fights because he has the double reposition immediately with the Zonya Hourglass.
Wards are the name of the game right now as LGD managed to find a few deep ones. ZZR gets aggressive on the TBQ, but isn't quite able to follow it up for some CC as Acorn and Imp are waiting. Godby on the bottom side with the minions is going to be a bit late to the draw as the Dragon is started by Snake, and both teams setting up a Cold War scenario.
It's really important that Victor is here and on top of the objective, able to set up his gravitational field.
Oh, Godby makes it back in time. There goes the parallel convergence. Is it going to find TBQ? It does, but they don't burn the Dragon. The fight breaks out. Flandre goes in, but PYL's tanking. Acorn manages to get to the back line, but gets disengaged. TBQ goes in. Godby trying to clean up on the outside. He succeeds. He brings down Flandre. Ella's low. Yu is chased out of the fight. Martin's already dead, and LGD are cleaning Snake's clock right now. Yu trying to single-handedly turn it down. He does not succeed as Snake goes down.
That is a 5-for-1 trade in favor of LGD, and they say, forget the Dragon, we're taking Baron.
You know, rushing across the map as quick as they can right now. They're going to be taking the first Baron for themselves. 31 minutes into the game, Imp getting a triple kill off of the back of that fight.
Played that team fight beautifully, and LGD was just about being patient when they dove the back line. They knew the Monsoon was there, and Ella held it for so long, finally using it on the back half to try to save Flandre's life, but LGD, they knew we don't need to dive the back line. We just need to rip through their front line, and then they will fall.
Yeah, here's a breakdown.
Okay, so what you're going to see right here is watch where Ella is positioned with Martin and Yu. So Acorn flashes on, and again, immediately, Imp's just running through the front line of Snake, and Ella hasn't used the Monsoon yet. There's no reason because no one's diving that back line. So again, it's going back to we can go through their tank line. We don't just have to dive back and put our carries in a bad position before we can beat them.
And there's Godby managing to clean up that kill. Oh man, Acorn shouting with glee at the end of that. Amazing play from LGD as they take the fight that they've been looking for this entire game, but only now were they able to find it so crisply and cleanly.
Yeah, it was a beautiful team fight. Have Baron now. Again, technically the most important objective for them to secure is going to be that mid lane inhibitor, but the ones that they'll go after will be those last standing outer turrets in the top lane and bottom lane.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case as the wave gets pushed up on the bottom side and Acorn heads to the top to catch the other split from Snake, while the rest of LGD put some pressure on the mid lane. Now they do have Baron on 3 members, so they should be able to get some solid damage across.
What needs to happen right now and what you see Snake doing is, so they've pushed the bottom wave, and as soon as LGD moved out of the mid lane, you now see FLICKR there. It's about warding your own jungle so you can kind of figure out where LGD are moving. Of course, Imp's just going to tank the tower and take it anyway. And then shoving waves out underneath LGD, so as opposed to using and consolidating their Baron for one objective or one tower, they're constantly having to kind of rotate around and fix their wave. So again, just the 2 wave management theories behind these teams kind of coming at an odds. As we see, again, LGD's like, okay, so FLICKR is being a nuisance in this mid lane because he's trying to distract our Baron. Now we have to go take care of this wave. FLICKR's like, it's cool, I'll go bottom.
Yeah.
I got teleport.
Immediately swings down to the bottom, and it seems as though LGD are doing that exactly as Acorn looking for a flank. LGD looking to catch FLICKR. They see him out of position here.
Chase me like one of
here
your French
comes
girls.
Godby. He catches FLICKR. Will he be able to get the kill? The juke from FLICKR. He makes it out, manages to toss in a fish, but finally ends up going down. LGD with a dive. Imp takes 3 huge hits from Martin, gets shut down by ZZR.
Martin zoned out.
And with Imp dead, Martin is left to try cleaning it up with you, but he gets dived by Godby. The style Zanya. He's going down here. ZZR cleans him up along with you. They're turning this fight. Snake managed to outplay LGD here. You is solo, but he finally goes down the condemn, knocks it right back in, and Snake turn it around.
That is the power of Echo and Victor. We call it the Venn diagram composition, just setting out parallel convergence on top of Chaos Storm or top of Gravitational Field. That looked so sketch for Snake at the start of it because Acorn did a fantastic job zoning Martin to the side. What does Martin do? He tumbles backwards, he flashes over the wall to get back involved on the back half of it.
Yeah, let's watch exactly how that happens. FLICKR.
This juke. Okay, so your Q travels you a set distance, so it was just beautiful of FLICKR to Q and then make sure that he gets the fish off before he dies. And then here comes this incredible stacking of CC as you enters the fight, hits the laser. So you have parallel convergence. There we go. On top of Chaos Storm, on top of Gravitational Field. Martin then flashes over the side. Acorn was zoning him, and just standing behind Victor just starts shredding through LGD.
Yeah, Martin did so much damage over the duration of that fight. Godby was so intent on killing you that he kind of forgot about the fact that there's a super scary Vayne, though ZZR might be caught out here. Takes a lot of damage. He has Chrono Break, but I don't think you want to jump back into that LGD team.
Chase me like one. Classic FLICKR.
Oh my gosh.
I love when Fizz players do that.
FLICKR, I don't know, man. And he is going for the classic FLICKR.
Yeah, he's got the Trinity Force. Challenging Smite, Cinderhawk, Trinity Force, Fizz.
Oh, man. Such a great player. But, again, we're only about 2,000 gold ahead for LGD. And we saw when they take an advantage, they're able to take a Baron. But they still kind of make a few minor mistakes.
Again, the side wave control of Snake on the back of FLICKR tied up a lot of that Baron, forced LGD to rotate around the map, and Snake found a desirable fight with FLICKR pulling LGD slightly out of position. So
yeah, it seems
it's not often that teams can beat LGD at kind of their own game, and Snake have actually kind of managed to do it in that instance.
And this is Snake. This is the team that runs with Crystal's murder mode Draven. This is the team that if they want a team fight, they'll do it, but they're managing to wait. juggle the team fights properly. Look for the proper engages against LGD, because goodness knows they need it with that crazy comp from LGD.
And a lot of that is on the back, likewise kind of the change in the evolution of Snake's team fighting in general, of having you versus Baka. So Baka was a fantastic Xerath player, but you just offers so much control. If Yu's going to be known as anything, he was a big Ziggs player when he was on EDG, but even how he played his Orianna was completely different. A lot of people kind of criticize Yu's Orianna because he wouldn't find those massive 5-man shockwaves. Instead, what he would do is he would use the shockwave as a zoning threat to control and to kind of move players around the terrain of a fight. You see him doing this exactly on Victor, which is why Victor is a perfect champion for you, and just what it opens up for Snake's possibilities for team fighting. If you have a mid laner that not only has a much larger, much more flexible champion pool, but is able to control zones so much more efficiently than Baka ever could.
We'll have to see if Yu is able to continue his excellent performance, as we're now 37 minutes into this game. 20 seconds before Dragon number 3 for both of the teams comes back up, and a minute before that Baron is back on the board as well. LGD a little bit quicker to the punch, managed to get some preliminary vision. Those Snake are waiting in the wings, and could we see a repeat of what happened 5 minutes ago when LGD found that amazing team fight?
I don't know. This is terrifying. Again, in small, controlled areas like this, Echo and Victor's stacking CC is absurd, but both Imp and Godv are massive. 9, 2, and 8 on the Sivir, 8, 3, and 9 on that Kassadin.
Looks like LGD are going to try burning through. Here comes FLICKR. Will he be able to go for the steal? They zone it away. No, they don't even try fighting for that Dragon. There goes the Talisman of Ascension for disengage, and Snake are caught with their tail between their legs.
Third Dragon will be the movement speed increase. Obviously, that synergizes nicely with Sivir and her composition, though it's not the end of the world, so there was no reason. If Snake had decided to fight for that and lost there, it possibly would have meant the game. So there's no reason to risk it for the biscuit. Fifth Dragon, maybe.
Well, in that case, they'll risk it for the brisket.
No.
If not the biscuit itself.
No.
What about if it has, like, extra gravy?
No.
Especially against LGD.
When I think of a biscuit, I think of a cracker. I don't think of, like, a muffin that's not sweet.
Like a baked biscuit?
Yeah.
That's what I think. Wait, why do you think of crackers?
Like the...
A biscuit? A biscuit is like the sort of thing that you stick in an oven for 20 minutes. And then it comes out and it's soft and doughy and
You can stick a cracker in an oven for 20 minutes.
Yeah, and that's called a terrible cracker.
Hold on, though. LGD are setting up for a Baron bait. That said, they haven't swept out the vision on the pit. There we go. And
you could just stick the cracker in the microwave. You need the oven for the biscuit. You don't need the oven for the crackers.
Even in League of Legends, the biscuits are little cookies. They're not the, like, doughy biscuits.
Oh, could be a fight. ZZR getting way too far forward here. Looks like he wants that biscuit.
He's not doing any damage.
Yeah, seems to be having some trouble. There goes the
That was a
teleport. It
curious
gets canceled
teleport.
by FLICKR. PYL instantly turns onto Martin, who sidesteps it. Disengaged from TBQ of all people as Godv looks to dive the back line. ZZR gets in, but goes down too quick. He's destroyed by Imp, while the front line of LGD continue to chase forward, and Snake are crumbling like a biscuit in the oven.
That was an interesting disengage from TBQ. That said, with the third Dragon, the movement speed increase as well as the on the hunt, LGD are able to mow down through Snake. That'll surely need the inhibitor and the Baron as the ping's back ping.
Yeah, Godv was the only one who died for LGD there, and instantly LGD take that inhib, run towards the Baron, and with a huge wave building in the top and bottom lane, there's no chance Snake can contest it.
Unable to disengage, and again, because the two carries are so far ahead at this point for LGD, again, Sivir 11, 2, and 9, Kassadin 9, 4, and 10, they can just rip through that front line before quickly racing down onto the back line.
There goes the Baron, secured now for LGD. Here's a breakdown of that fight. And ZZR, man, what was Snake thinking?
I don't know about this teleport was what it was really curious to me. So he's using his parallel convergence because he's trying to pull them forward out of the bush into a stun. Only finds Acorn, the tankiest member. Here's the curious thing. FLICKR, bottom, tries to teleport into a ward as opposed to the minion wave that's coming up behind. Has to walk all the way into the fight. So this is a 5v4 for the majority of it. And again, the fact that LGD's carries are so potent, the front line means nothing to them as they just crash down through Snake.
Yeah, Snake ending up going down. LGD, man, they played that so well. Imp does so much damage. Currently a KDA of 10 in this match. 11, 2, and 8. He is full item if ever there was a full item Sivir. And Godvi, half an item away from being full item as well. Starting to see some pretty scary damage out of LGD.
It's just also the difference about where the gold is allocated across the team. The fact that LGD, again, it's their two primary carries. The AD and the AP have pretty much all of the kill, all of the golds, all of the farms. And on the side of Snake, it's mostly on the jungle echo, their tank. And so if ZZR mispositions like that, if Flandre isn't there to be in the fight, you don't have the mid-range threat capabilities on Victor or Vayne to cut through.
And unfortunately, without that damage, Snake seemed to be suffering just a little bit. 42 minutes in, that third dragon picked up by LGD, and despite having that Baron buff, they're not quite able to take any major objectives as LGD just put pressure on the map and try to keep Snake locked into their base.
I'm curious about the Renekton pick as well. It's been working out for Acorn, but still. Especially because he itemized. You have to itemize Sunfire early, just because it's not going to be very cost efficient to the stats it's going to give you. It's more about empowering your lane phase and your split pushing potential, which hasn't really been in Acorn's favor. He's done a good job as we see him in the top lane, now backing, core answering the waves and trying to build slow pushes. But to itemize armor so early, especially against all of the magic damage across Snake, I mean look at that. Fizz, Echo, Victor, Janna, Vayne. The armor is not going to be much to her anyway because she's going into true damage. It was a bit of a curious pick. Again, it's working for them, but I don't necessarily think it's working because it's Renekton versus Acorn's just positioned properly and using him as a good zoning tool. Obviously, he's going to slow Vayne down a little bit when he hits his Dominus and he gets more health pool for Vayne to shred through, but
A little bit tricky.
I'm still out on the jury on if I really liked the Renekton pick into this composition. Working for them, but yeah. I think that there could have been other options.
Well, with Baron, LGD find themselves on the bottom side of the map, escorting minion wave after minion wave into the inhibitor turret. Baron just falls off as the wave crashes in. So they're not able to take anything as Snake managed to clear those waves out in time and keep their base nice and safe despite that cracked middle inhibitor. Now, Dragon number 4, spawning for LGD. Snake are in no position to deal with this.
Again, Snake just trying to get to their 6th item so they can match LGD, make sure that they have level 18 on all of their members, still waiting on Ella and ZZR.
Yeah, so this is going to be Dragon number 4 picked up for LGD. That could be a 49-minute Dragon 5, and after taking 2 Barons, LGD are propelling themselves further and further into the lead as they crawl inch by inch to victory.
No reason for for Snake to put themselves in a situation to fight for that dragon. Because again, it's just 4th dragon. The next one, surely they'll have to fight for.
So
but don't want to throw the game.
Then
over 4th
we got to start begging the question: how do Snake turn this around?
We've seen them catch Godvi or Imp.
Okay. So look for picks onto the primary carries for LGD.
They have to use their utility and their disengage, so Janna, Victor, and Echo, to keep Martin alive as long as possible. That said, on the opposite end of that, the longer a fight goes down, the more rotations Cassidon's going to get for his displacement, or his reposition, excuse me, with his Rift Walk. So Godvi needs to die. If there's a pick, that's what Snake are relying on, which means they need to clear out their own jungle, secure it, but perfect team fight.
Yeah, they seem to be having some trouble as ZZR gets caught recalling, is able to tumble out in time, and makes it away as LGD are the ones who take control over Snake's jungle. And despite the pick that Snake needs, seems like they're going to have a hard time finding it with LGD roaming so aggressively in.
And they don't have a ton of pick potential is really the scary thing. So if you think their big primary pick option would have been this Fizz, but Flandre not having the greatest game of his life, especially on a champion that he's really well known for.
Yeah, some questionable decisions coming out of Flandre with
when
that teleport.
When you have to make the statement that Snake's win condition is Vayne has to survive, and then LGD's lose condition is both Imp and Godvi have to die, things look a little bit dire.
Yeah.
Because if either one of them is left up because they're both so fed, it's like, okay, we expend everything, we kill the Cassidon, the bright spot. Oh, Imps
But we forgot about
11-2 and 9.
when we saw him go almost 1v2 while Acorn was off dancing in the bushes.
Yep.
Amazing, amazing play from Imp earlier on, but we're 46 minutes into the game, a 6,000 gold lead in favor of LGD. Dragon's going to be up in about a minute. Or that's Baron. That would be Baron number 3 for LGD. Snake finally expanding out past the safety of their base. There goes On the Hunt. Will they manage to find someone? Flandre playfully tricksters his way to safety as PYL looks for chase, but they cannot quite find it. ZZR looking for a bit of a re-engage here, but isn't able to find the parallel reconvergence. Instead, just takes some damage. And Godby, getting very aggressive, has to rift walk over the wall, and PYL gets knocked out of the fight, though Acorn looks to turn it around. Martin blows his cleanse really early. ZZR gets in, but doesn't find any damage onto Imp, who's still at completely full health. Godby dives onto the back, kills ZZR, then styles Zonia's, but takes so much damage. This stacking for Godby is huge as you destroys LGD's health bar. Imp gets picked up. What just happened? You turned that around with a triple kill.
Choke points. We talked about what is you really good at. Zone control and playing with terrain in team fights. And what happened there was LGD funneled themselves not in one choke point, but in 2 over the course of that fight and just got destroyed by Victor.
Is he trying to end? Acorn can't recall. Ella's trying to stall it out. He could end up dying here, but the rest of Snake are pushing for the base. They're getting onto inhibitor turret number 1.
They just won the game.
Yeah, they could try. There's
They just
another
won the
40
game.
seconds. Acorn's at such low health. Ella isn't able to stop the recall. They're pushing now onto the Nexus itself. Is Ella going to be able to buy enough time for his team? Oh my gosh, the Renekton recall gets canceled. They're onto the Nexus turrets. Oh, and this is Snake taking game number 1 against LGD.
A 48-minute slugfest. LGD had control of every single Baron, majority of Dragon objectives, full control over the early game, 1 team fight.
Whew, man, you can see the conversation coming out of Snake right now. Woo.
He was like, I'm too old for this.
Yeah, Acorn does not look pleased on LGD's side. They had that, and he couldn't even recall either.
How's that Renekton pick working out for you?
Oh boy, the man play, the man mode from Ella. I'm Janna into a level 18 Renekton, and I am going to stall your back long enough for my team to win the game.
I hope we get to see that last team fight again, but I mean, effectively it broke down like this. You have the choke point. Renekton pops Dominus because he needs to, because Vayne, I think, crit him and then had a silver bolt and he was immediately half health.
Yeah.
And then all of Snake are stacked into that choke point. Parallel convergence, gravitational field, chaos storm. Godby comes around the back because he's trying to assassinate the back line. Has to use his hourglass. Can't reposition quickly enough because it's 48 minutes in the game. Everyone's 6 items. Immediately popped. They funnel themselves into another choke point. Snake chase him down.
Yeah, so we do have that replay ready. Let's go ahead and take a look. And initially, things look so great for for LGD at the beginning of this fight, but just take a look at how you manages to find that positioning.
So what's just happened right now is Acorn has burned his teleport. We can go ahead and start the replay. There we go. Acorn just burned his teleport because he's looking for a flank. So at this point, ZZR just trying to get back over into his team. There's the initial choke point. LGD do a good job making sure that they disengage from that. But then here is the second one. So Acorn just immediately half health as now LGD are in this tiny little corner and Martin's able to stand freely behind his team and push into them. Godby coming over for the side. Another choke point on top of a gravitational field, on top of the Chaos Storm. Again, Martin safely in the back because they can't get through the CC, is able to just use the Vayne passive speed up and walk down through LGD.
Yeah, so much damage from you by the end of that game. And all the game, it seemed like we were talking about Snake taking it slow, taking it patient, only taking the fights that they need to, not putting themselves in bad situations, and it ended up paying off. They knew they had late game Vayne. They knew that they had used Victor in order to carry them through those rough patches, and finally, they were able to end up taking the win.
Yeah, and it all goes back to the fact that Snake, so there's very clear weaknesses across majority of the LPL teams. You can point, okay, if they just adjust this, they tweak this. But Snake seemed to be the most self-aware of where they are weak and where they are strong. The pickup, the roster change from Baka to you was one of the most impressive roster changes that I've seen over the course of LPL because it immediately targeted their problems. And we saw it right there. What are Snake incredibly good at? Team fighting. We saw that in the last split. They pick up a team fighting mid laner with fantastic zone control. And that's what just won them this game.
Yeah, so a very solid pickup for Snake. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. Once again, I am Seda, and this is FLICKR. You just saw some of the highlights between our previous match between Snake and LGD, and man, what a game it was.
I believe Snake won that from a goal deficit after it was all said and done, and if the MVP doesn't go to you, there is no justice.
Yeah, you saw some of his highlights from that last one, and highlight goes to ZZR on Echo.
Okay, I'll take it.
Maybe you should don a cape and a mask and start delivering justice to the streets of the LPL.
To be fair, it was in tandem. We've talked about how the Echo Victor combo has been very favorited by the LPL teams because you're able to stack all of that utility and CC on top of each other. And ZZR is a big part of everything that did make U's Victor play successful. So, you know, I'll take it.
Yeah, getting the two-man stun onto Imp and PYL, allowing Imp to go down very early over the course of this fight, just worked out so well for Snake, and this really was the win that kept them afloat in the game. LGD was putting pressure on left, right, and center, and finally, after securing a solid advantage, and even Baron, Snake immediately controlled the waves and then took a powerful team fight to turn the game back around.
LGD had full control over this game from pretty much start to finish. It was just in those very few team fights that Snake got the better of them. But again, that's classic Snake. What have they always been good at? Team fighting. But unfortunately for LGD, I feel like their draft fumbled a bit, which again, their coach recently left them. And kind of their late game positioning. There was a lot of respect given to Snake.
Yeah, there definitely was, and you can see why. At the end of the game, Snake did so much damage. Use Victor, an absolute powerhouse, not to mention Martin's Vayne doing some serious damage in its own right, and even Flandre and ZZR, despite going full tank, still doing some pretty respectable damage too.
Again, just the power of the Venn diagram composition. So now the question is, what do LGD change up from here, and how does Snake make their win a bit more efficient if they want to look for a 2-0?
Yeah, and you have to wonder, how do Snake come into this with that mindset? Because they were patient. They took their time. They knew, all right, we've got late game Vayne, we've got late game U on Victor, we do have the Venn diagram composition. Something tells me they're not going to be allowed to get that once again because Victor, very instrumental. Echo, same thing. What can LGD possibly be thinking with these bans?
Well, LG are going to be on the blue side this time around, so they will have priority pick. I don't think, I believe that Snake will probably ban Victor from purple side as well as Echo. I'd be really surprised if LGD were able to get their hands on those two champions. So we should see an entirely different composition coming out. What I like to see from Snake, and what I think makes them such a strong team and why they've been kind of a top contender since they've come into the LPL, is you can see the adaptation and the thought process of how they go about team fights over the course of a game. If they approach a team fight doesn't go well, they'll immediately shift things and try to approach it from a different angle or a different way. So it was nice to see kind of the evolution of, okay, how does our team composition work? We have to stack this Venn diagram. We have to open up space for Martin to run free, and you see on your screen,
Flame the top laner, replacing Acorn on that top side of the map for LGD. They're even going to be pulling TBQ out of this one.
Xiaoxi.
Yeah, looks to be very exciting. Xiaoxi filling in for TBQ. Interesting. So tell me about Xiaoxi.
We've seen him play before. I don't know if he still has red hair, but I like the fact that he matches so well with his uniform. I think he's played one competitive LPL match maybe 2 weeks ago, possibly 3, trying to remember. I don't have the notes in front of me. This is all from memory, I'm sorry. Oh, he's still got red hair. Yeah, so they've been experimenting a little bit, pulling out TBQ. That said, when they went back to TBQ, I thought that was over and done with, that they wouldn't look again at their jungle experiment, but to see him back, kind of curious.
Very interesting. So LGD changing things up in not one but 2 positions, and not entirely certain if we're going to see any sort of switches from Snake as well.
This is crazy. So we talked about how this is go time. Playoff formats changed. There's no time for experimentation in both these teams running subs. You have subs in jungle and AD carry position for Snake with Martin and ZZR. ZZR, of course, getting the MVP of last game on a fantastic Echo performance. And now, I mean, Flame, that's expected because we always expect him to play second game, but Xiaoxi instead of TBQ.
Yeah, and right now LGD are 0-3 this week. They've not won a single game, so they're going to have to start pulling in some points. If they manage to take this one win over Snake, they'll still be able to be overshadowed by any of the lower-placed teams with a single 0-2 because they'll only be at 18 points. Again, that's if they manage to take the win because right now LGD 0-3. Ooh, they got to be feeling the heat.
Well, likewise, let's not forget that it was a very close game. So they
Certainly.
they put themselves in a position, got to reset mentally, look forward into this next game, cleanse the salt.
Perhaps we'll see if that is the case, as you can see some fans cheering on for
What does that
LGD.
guy have?
I have no idea.
Let's talk about the different teams' identity with Flame.
Oh, God.
Okay, I'm cool. It's fine.
We are so mature on the LPL broadcast.
Where's Champ Select, please?
Okay, so let's actually talk a little bit about the team's identities. It's LGD versus Snake. We're already in the ban phase between these two.
They banned Echo from Blue Side. Okay.
Yes, so the Echo ban.
That's interesting. So Xiaoxi, obviously, I think the first time actually Xiaoxi appeared for LGD, he played Echo Jungle. So I always find it curious when teams ban a priority pick like that from Blue Side. Other bans coming through, Gragas.
That is going to be Gragas taken away from Xiaoxi. Looks like they opt for the slightly more safe.
Never mind, he played
Rek'Sai,
Rek'Sai in
yeah.
the first game. I remember now. So priority picking for their sub jungler, taking the Rek'Sai. We talked about how Rek'Sai is still very potent because of her kit, gives global presence, the ability to invade with Tremor Sense, things like that. On the other side, though, that does leave the Fizz open for Snake.
Flandre, yeah. Once again, Flandre going to be taking that Fizz. Martin this time securing away. And man, that ban phase went through right quick. No chances taken whatsoever. Again, Imps Callista taken off of the board. Rise pulled from Flame. Standard sort of stuff so far, as it looks like LGD could be going for a little bit of a different AD carry on the bottom side. It's Quirky being hovered by Godfrey and Xiaoxi looking at Shen for Flame.
I feel like we talked about this before, how Acorn gets to play Renekton, and then Flame always ends up
Yeah.
playing Acorn's champions. Not that Shen's like a specific Acorn champion, but the fact that Renekton, that Kennen's been played, and it's been
That
Acorn
style.
as opposed to Flame.
Yeah. And yeah, so
Something interesting about Flame. So I was watching the interview of Flame and how he likes to think about, different champions and his playstyle. Because the thing is you have very different playstyles and different identities between Flame and Acorn to LGD. Flame is very conscious about map movement, specifically with his top laners. And with Shin, you get a lot of split push pressure as well as a lot of global pressure with your Stand United in conjunction with the teleport. So this is right up Flame's alley of, being aware about map movements and minion control with Shen.
And that was one of the weaknesses that LGD showed in their previous game. Their side wave management wasn't terrifically strong over the course of game number 1, and Flandre was really able to put that to good use and abuse it, but looks like Snake going for a very scary composition with that Nidalee locked in and a Nautilus picked up as well. So we'll have to see if Flame is able to keep up with Flandre, but this time he's going to be having to chase a Nidalee around on top of it.
Yeah, ZZR going for the jungle Nidalee. We've seen Swift most recently pulling that one out. So a lot of really aggressive, stop laughing, forward jungling coming out from the sub for Snake.
Yeah. And Diana now picked up for Godvi. Looks like without Kassadin, he's going to be switching to something a little bit more engage heavy with just a bit of CC stacked onto it, whereas PYL, as you said, going for the Thresh to keep things nice and safe.
Diana, a really old school champion. Used to play it back when its name was Wayless. Of course, Wayless, formerly and now known as Godvi. Haven't seen him play that champion in a long time.
I'm sure he's still got it.
He's got the teleport. He's pulling the Xie.
Yeah. Looks to be
Especially
an exciting
with
matchup.
Ezreal opened up. He must think that this is going to be a counter pick because it was fairly obvious that this would come through, especially because Nidalee was shown. So you already know that you're going into a poke composition. And then the fact that, seeing a poke composition being set up and not taking Braum, choosing to prioritize PYL onto his comfort pick of Thresh, as opposed to taking Braum and denying a lot of that poke, really... we talked about how LGD... coach leaving them, obviously they do have someone on stage assisting them with their draft phase, but I feel like back-to-back, this is really wonky.
Yeah, very interesting team composition out of LGD. You can see the new coach now shaking hands with Snake on the other side of the map, and we're going to run through the rosters in the top. It's Flame versus Flandre, Shen versus Fizz.
Want to talk about beautiful players? LGD's team is full of them, Flame and PYL, but this new guy, Xiaoxi.
Yeah, Xiaoxi in the jungle filling in for TBQ. He's taking Rek'Sai, who's challenging up against ZZR on Nidalee, and now we've got you and Godvi Diana going for the hard engage to deal with that poke coming out of Snake.
And again, it should have been fairly obvious that a Runeglaive Ezreal could have appeared, so hopefully Godvi has something up his sleeve in that Diana matchup. Imp versus Martin, Sivir versus Corki.
Yeah, and there are the supports right there, PYL and Ella. And it's been interesting that we're seeing Snake go to a poke composition. We've seen them try this composition before, but hasn't really worked out for them.
And the last time they played it, they did have Crystal in their lineup, though, and again, they played a poke composition like a standard 5v5 and didn't lay down their poke before attempting to engage, and got a little bit outmaneuvered.
Yeah. I believe dismantled would be the proper
that's a
idea,
core
but
word.
we're going to load into the Rift for game number 2 right now. And we have loaded onto the Rift between LGD and Snake. This is game number 2 right here. And after a convincing performance in game number 1, can LGD take their first win of the weekend? Because goodness knows they need it.
Likewise, Snake are looking for the 2-0 here. Again, that middle pack of the LPL is so insanely close. The difference between 3 points and 1 point can mean several positions on the ladder.
Yeah, very important distinction for these two. Snake currently sitting at 20 points right now off of that one win. Can they make it 22 by taking this next win off of LGD? They're certainly flexing their muscles with this poke composition. Will they be able to successfully pull it off this time around? Or will they suffer the same mistakes that they made last time as LGD are prepared for it? You've got dive on Rek'Sai, dive on Diana.
You've got a lot of... Oh, here, I know what I wanted to talk about, is the Runeglaive Ezreal. So we've seen a couple of Runeglaive Ezreals. Pawn being the most successful of them so far. I believe Godvi also tried out his hand at Runeglaive Ezreal against EDG yesterday, but not to a lot of success. So he does have experience playing against one of the better ones that we've seen so far in the LPL, so see if this Diana pick is calculated.
We'll definitely have to find out if Godvi's got his calculator out or if he's just winging it on the Abacus this time around. As it looks like he's going to be starting off in that mid against Use Ezreal.
That was impressive.
And
Abacus?
The rest of the team's going for some standard jungle starts, as it looks like Snake do opt into the lane swap.
No surprises right there. Sivir is going to have priority control. We've seen Snake engage 2 lane swaps now back to back. Sivir should have complete control on getting the first tower. And Flandre is not a stranger to having to double jungle on Fizz.
Yeah, but again, Snake going for the lane swap. We sort of criticized them a little bit about this during game number 1.
Weird.
Well,
I mean,
let's go into why that might be the case.
Either trying to... It makes sense that teams would try to lane swap onto Flandre to keep him down and deny the top laner. I mean, obviously, it just shows to the strength of Flandre and how comfortable he is to take a hard carry champion like Fizz and have no problem, double jungling it. That said, Fizz himself can be a jungler, especially as we come up to 5.13. We're still on 5.12, but hey, it's a comfort thing, but I just always find it a little bit curious that they just won't give Flandre his true 1v1 and allow him to flex his ability as a top laner.
Flandre versus the world, and that does sometimes include his own team.
But it speaks to the strength of Flandre that he is comfortable. He doesn't need the solo 1v1 to find his strength and his impact on his team, but he can, take a hit in the farm and allow his AD carry to get the priority.
Godvi, after a quick recall in the mid lane, opts for a second Doran's Ring and immediately teleports back in to find his way against you. Whereas Flandre continues to double jungle along with ZZR. You can see some harass coming across from you, but not terrifically effective against the improved stats of that double Doran. Here comes ZZR, but he's just going to clear out the Scuttle Crab. Should be spotted out by Godvi, though. Yeah, he sees it.
And likewise, you're able to take teleport and and other summoners that aren't necessarily offensive or defensive against a Runeblade Ezreal, because he's sacrificing his offensive kill pressure, not only in being an Ezreal, but in the fact that he has Smite. In his core itemization, I mean, unless he goes, typically you go Sheen first and then you pick up your Trailblazer, although if he needs to just farm and he's having a tough time, he can go Trailblazer and just try to even out the gold there. But it allows a pick like a Teleport Diana to come back into the meta, because you're not going to be punished for not having that Exhaust or Ignite.
We'll have to see if Yu is able to make advantage of having that Smite and successfully keep up, as he's continuing to farm it up right now. And Godvi just keeps him occupied right on down there, while the junglers clear it out nice and standard-like. Again, in the bottom side of the map, Imp once again going solo against Flandre. We saw it in game number 1. Now we've seen it again in game number 2. Has Flandre learned anything from game number 1? Will he be able to take any sort of pressure to Imp, or is he just going to sit back and be defensive just like game 1?
I mean, he doesn't have any kill pressure on Corki, especially with Corki having the Valkyrie, until he has his level 6. So at this point, Flandre is at the mercy in this lane. Likewise, where the waves are positioned, Flame, as you can see, has the CS lead, and it's only going to grow as a big wave is approaching him on that tower. But they are setting up for a dive.
Yeah, they certainly are. PYL roams down with Xiaoxi. Wolfskirt is going to spot them out, but the dive happens first on the top as Flame gets targeted out. Snake pick up first blood onto ZZR.
Just a complete error from Flame to stay, especially as soon as he saw the teleport going down. There wasn't a lot of options either way. I think he probably would have died no matter what, but could have at least tried to get off that tower. That said, with all of the resources expended top, hitting that tower, LGD will take the dragon.
Yeah, interesting to see Snake end up pulling the trigger with that first lane swap and even the first dive now. Yes, they're giving up the first dragon, but could this be a different sort of change of pace from Snake with this composition?
I would like to see Snake now collapse to the bottom side, although I think they might prioritize denying farm from Flandre as opposed to securing the first tier tower. We did see Imp do a little bit of proxy farming, but in the mid lane...
Godby gets level 6, turns onto Yu and just punishes him just a touch. Try bullying him out of lane, as he does have that additional sustain, though, with ZZR in the wings. Yu probably feels pretty safe, but Godby goes deep and just solos him. Is he going to get the kill? He's going 1v3 here. He needs just a little bit of mana, but he cannot find it, and he goes down.
Godby going so deep without the mana pool for it. Great play from Yu. Has to burn his flash, so... Wow. I can't believe he did that.
Yeah, Godby going really aggressive. Thought he had the numbers, but he just didn't, and with the rest of Snake waiting in the wings, that's another kill, though LGD respond by taking that bottom tier 1.
It's incredibly punishing, and more importantly, Flandre able to pick up the assist right there pretty much shores up the gold disparity between him and Flame. Likewise, because Flame went down and missed that big wave pushing into his tower. So this CS discrepancy of 14 should mean nothing between the two gold.
Assists.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Words are hard.
We'll keep an eye on that. Again, it's Flandre. This is the guy who can make do with getting hardly any gold. Flame manages to land the Shadow Dash onto Ella under the turret. He takes just a bit of damage, but Martin looks to secure this first turret for Snake, but PYL makes it in time with Xiaoxi. Dark Passage brings them in. Ella runs on out of there, but...
He has flash, but the creep wave.
He decides not to commit to it. Xiaoxi actually gets turned on by Martin, burning the blue pot for additional mana, gets an auto attack reset. The hook lands! Xiaoxi's taking a lot of damage, but they turn it now on to Martin. There's the challenging smite. There's no backup from Flandre.
Oh.
Spell shield to dodge the hook. Stand United doesn't get him too far forward, but Flame continues to provide chase. Ella's looking to make it under the turret. Can he get out of there alive? Flash gets him out, and he does.
And Xiaoxi doesn't look for the Prey Seeker right there. Almost a beautiful turn, but great spell shield from Martin to make sure that he wouldn't get locked up.
Here comes Godby, turns it around, gets one. Is he going to look for number 2? Got the reset on the Lunar Rush. P-Whale's tanking as best he can. He goes low, and it's a double kill for Godby.
Another beautiful spell shield from Martin right there to deny the knockup. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Yeah, in the mid lane, ZZR trades it up just a bit with Imp, and it's a 1-for-1 in the mid.
And again, ZZR knowing that he can go fully aggressive because everyone knows where every single resource is on the map right now. Godby really flexing his dive Diana.
Yeah, he is bloodthirsty this game, picking up 2 kills now and turning it around to clear that wave on the top side of the map. Interesting that we saw Imp in the mid lane over the course of that trade, but all in all, it's now 3 for 3 between the two. dead even in gold despite a turret advantage for LGD.
And again, speaking to how Flame, likes to play his champions, how he is very focused on wave control and manipulating and moving his champions and how they rotate across the map. He was just involved in that top side, and immediately we see him in the bot side farming away. He's now opened up the CS discrepancy close to 30 on FLICKR.
Yeah, FLICKR is going to have to get a few more kills if he hopes to shore that difference a bit, but now he's CSing on the top side of the map while Godby clears out his blue, and LGD send their duo lane into the mid with Imp and PYL trading that harass against that AP Ezreal.
Did choose to go for the Sheen, also has the Trailblazer available to him, so is looking for that Runeglaive. And why Runeglaive Ezreal is so potent is because it gives Ezreal wave clear on his Mystic Shot, as well as converts that Mystic Shot into AP damage.
And that is some serious damage from Ezreal. I'm sure during the brief time in which he was a highlight in some of the other regions, we've all come to know and hate that incredible damage that he can put out there. But again, this is 5-12, so he still exists in his prime condition with this matchup. There goes the death sentence from PYL.
More importantly, the Luden's Echo is still working in conjunction with Runeglaive.
Goes the True Shot Barrage. You take some harass right back from Imp. Now Dragon's up in 2 minutes. Looks like some action on the bottom side as Snake look to put some pressure on that bottom tier 1, zoning Flame away, and without any backup, he's forced to miss a few of these CS.
Complete night and day difference between Snake's early game last time around and this time around, trying to take full control over this. That said, LGD still have their footing in it with mostly plays from Godby.
Yeah, some serious work being done by that Diana. You can see how aggressive he was with that first attempted kill. He was able to pick up the second few, and now he's left to lane against FLICKR. And I'm intrigued by this rotation by LGD to keep Diana in the top lane with teleport, keep Flame in the bottom with teleport, and keep the duo in the mid lane.
And of course it makes sense because you're utilizing your global reach into your side lanes, and then you have the lane that obviously takes the longest to get somewhere in the shortest range to get anywhere.
To see if that works out for LGD as Dragon's now up in 40 seconds. Martin continues to farm it up on the bottom side of the map again. Had a bit of a CS deficit behind Imp, but that can be expected against the Season 4 World Champion himself.
You like talking about Imp's Season 4 World Championship.
I really like World Champions. I think they're cool dudes.
Yeah, can't agree.
But
no? It's all you?
I didn't actually have any.
Oh, it's okay. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Both the teams should be setting up for this one. That's why we see Martin backing, spending his gold, picking up new items. Picks up quite a few AD items.
Yeah, going for the standard tower push style Sivir with that raw AD and the Zerker Greaves. Now Dragon has just spawned. Hook comes out from PYL as Imp continues to shove it up in the mid, but isn't quite able to find that very slippery Ezreal. Here comes the
Void Rush.
Void Rush from Xiaoxi as he heads back to that side of the map just to make sure he's in position and prepared. Interesting that he's gone for the Sightstone before completing his Cinderhulk.
It does kind of make sense with the fact that we're about to approach a dragon fight. Likewise, just kind of empowering his team. FLICKR also making his back, does have teleport available. I'm just really curious how either of these teams are going to set up for the dragon, but Imp seems to think that it's safe enough to go back now because they have enough resources on that side of the map to at least delay the dragon should Snake try to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, it seems like Snake are in fact pulling the trigger. ZZR gets a pink ward onto the pit and immediately pulls it right on out. Will they be able to burn through that health in time, as it looks like LGD may have again sacked a dragon to free
go for the steal.
with untimely recalls. And yeah, Xiaoxi gets in there, takes the dark passage right on out. Is he going to be chased over? So much damage comes across from the Runeglaive Ezreal. FLICKR turns it around. Yu gives chase. Stand United keeps him alive, but there goes the great auto attack from Yu. Mystic Shot picks it up while they manage to get another kill onto PYL. Yu continues to chase onto Imp. Ella not going to dive his way through the minion wave.
And again, an untimely back from Imp, although you could see that there was communication about it, that they had the resources in place that they could have looked for a steal. The classic Rek'Sai unburrow over the wall into the Lantern. Unfortunately, Xiaoxi not able to make it connect, but
Oh, Godby does some serious damage, destroys ZZR, but he finds Flandre. Can Flandre trade it 1-for-1? But no, he can't. Godby gets the solo kill.
he is doing so much damage with double Doran's Nashor. Doesn't even have boots.
I've actually never seen what he just did before. Throwing out the Crescent Slash, flashing to get into melee range, then Luna rushing not once, but twice
It's like the
for the full rush damage.
yeah, it's kind of like what Akali's would do if you think about it,
Yeah.
where your Q cooldown is lower than your mark cooldown. So what you do is you Q them, and then you wait for the full duration for the Q to come back up, and you immediately go to procs. You get 2 procs instantly, as opposed to procking one and then procking another. So you surprise them with the burst damage versus giving them that small window of opportunity where they can, oh crap, disengage.
Yeah. Did not quite succeed for ZZR that time, as Godby looking to help his team transition a little bit stronger into the mid game and late game as he continues to scale up 3-1-0 right now. And he is so bloodthirsty. You can just sort of tell how sour he is this time after that previous game, just by looking at how aggressive he is. Anytime someone's out of position, he immediately dashes in to punish them.
Likewise, taking full advantage, having him in that side lane. Just going back to LGD's core about their top laner and their mid laner being so key to their side wave management.
Ooh, QIL looking for the hook. Oh.
Tries to predict.
He did, but he just wasn't in range. Not quite. Good try. Good
He
try.
should ward the mid lane. He needs to ward like right there.
Perhaps that would be a good idea, but it seems like he's not going to commit to it just yet.
I don't think he wants to drop it right now because they have vision with the creep wave, and he just doesn't want to like give them the speed. Would be my guess.
Oh, ZZR and Ella helping you out in the mid lane, as it looks like it's just going to be a pretty standard farm fest for a few minutes. As again, we go for some more split pushing with Godby on the top side and Flandre, or not Flandre,
That's Flandre.
Flame
Oh.
on the bottom side of the map. A 1-2-1 split push out of LGD.
Void Rush being used. Godby may be in a little bit of trouble here as a lot of Snake's members collapse onto the top side of the map. Which is kind of curious because the next most important objective, well, they are moving, okay, so this makes sense. So Dragon's down, they're moving their vision over into the top side underneath Baron, but the most important objective for them is going to be that mid-tier tower.
We'll see if they are going to be able to crack it down. They look for some damage now. Snake regroup back up into the mid lane and don't really manage to find anything. The poke coming across hard and heavy, but LGD aren't going to take any of it.
But this is where Snake are empowered. It's when they're sieging onto turrets and they're able to make the most of their poke as well as their Sivir. So they really need to get themselves in gear.
Let's see if they are going to be able to pull it off. 17 minutes into the game right now. Dead even in gold despite a 2-turret lead for LGD. Looks like they would be able to take this turret, knock up, finds Ella. Stand United to bring him back in as well, but he goes under the turret. Xiaoxi finds that kill. Here comes Godby from the backside, teleporting onto Martin. He goes down. Godby provides chase onto
Oh
Ewan,
my God.
destroys him with a complete solo kill.
That was absurd. That said, Martin sat on the hunt for far too long right there. He should have immediately popped that as soon as he saw LGD going for the aggressive, and in one fell swoop, LGD are back in control.
Yeah, they're going to take this mid-tier 2 turret. 5 versus 2 right now. Spear finds BYL. He's taking some serious punishment from ZZR, but the turret has already collapsed, and Flandre is not able to find the avenue that he quite wants in this one. And suddenly LGD, as you said, back in the lead, 3,000 gold.
That was absurd. Look at this teleport from Wayless from behind, just immediately on to Martin. Of course, destroys him instantly, but that damage on you.
Wow. Ridiculous. Even going for the home
That's
guard
my
play.
face.
Amazing play from Godby.
This guy is excellent. They've shown his face all night. I want him on at every single event in my life. Just so I can see his expression.
Oh, Godby could be caught out here. Takes some damage. Spear, oh, gets pulled right back in from ZZR. Unfortunately, 1v4 is not how Godby likes his team play.
But he's almost able to trade 1-for-1. Look at the damage that he put back onto ZZR, and that's through a heal, so he's even lower than that. Dragon going to be on the board in 30 seconds, and both teams need to start setting up for that.
Yeah, LGD had 3 turrets, but only about 1,000 gold.
What you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think he was trying to assassinate you.
I don't think he quite
Well,
succeeded.
to be fair though, if Corki ever did get on top of Ezreal, I mean obviously Ezreal's going to Essence. What is it? It's an Essence Flux? Arcane Shift.
Arcane Shift, Essence Flux.
Yeah, Arcane Shift himself back, but he needs to land all his skill shots, whereas Corki's just going to cone damage Gatling gun, you know?
Yep. Dragon number 2 respawns for Snake. They
I think
do
I've
have
seen this before.
the better positioning. Let's see if LGD can make it in time. Godby looking for the flank. He's
You
not
got
going to make it. The steal comes out from Xiaoxi, but looks like they're going to turn this fight around. You get so much damage across. Godby joins in. He turns on the ZZR now, flanks on the Flandre, but he cannot find his way onto Ezreal on the back. He does indeed and manages to get the kill. Meanwhile, Flandre running for his life, and LGD clean it up after stealing the Baron. Stand United not on cooldown just yet. Some damage on the U. Is he going to make it out of this one? The big one finds the ace for LGD.
Beautiful team fight to turn that one on, and a great smite steal from Xiaoxi. Didn't get it the first time, gets it the second time. Godby, though, again, this Diana is just massive in the team fights.
Yeah, here's a replay.
Okay, so super proud of Xiaoxi, gets the steal right there. They immediately lock up Ella, but the big problem is the fact that Yu just has 0 mana at this point. So gets off, what, 3 abilities, 4 abilities? And then by the very end of it, locked up by Flame. And he's got nothing left to participate with.
Good try from you, but as you mentioned, no mana and no chance of escaping. Ends up going down the ace in favor of LGD at the end of that fight. Now, it's past 20 minutes that the Baron has finally spawned, so could see LGD going for a similar sort of style of play that they went for in game number 1, as Flame dashes away from Flandre.
So Dragons down, both teams can now play to the top side of the map. It's going to be about controlling the creep waves and looking for those mid-tier towers. Although LGD with second-tier mid-tower, I would say that they have more control over the Dragon, especially because Snake have yet to secure, Baron. They have more control over the Baron pit because Snake have yet to secure that first-tier mid-tower.
With that tower still standing.
Oh, that Luden's Echo on the Runeglaive.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But you can see MP's feeling okay.
That's cool.
Feeling it right back up as he has completed his own Trinity Force. And interestingly enough, Martin going for the Yomu's Ghostblade first.
Mid-game power Sivir. Interesting. It's going to assist him in repositioning. It's a very cost-efficient item for your mid-game power spike. You're sacrificing your Infinity Edge, so obviously you're losing a lot of 5v5 damage.
Imp solo kills you in the mid lane with some copious amounts of damage. Oh, here comes the Dark Passage across as it looks like PYL and Flame want to get aggressive here. Teleport almost available for Godby. There goes the flash. Death sentence, but Flandre playfully dodges out of that one. Godby with the split push.
And we talked about how Imp, hiding around that corner was looking for this play on you earlier. So again, the fact that if he's able to just kind of peek and get on top of Ezreal, he can very quickly burst him.
And there goes the top tier 2 turret for free to Godby. That's now 5 turrets to 1 as LGD are effectively dealing with Snake's poke composition just by never grouping up and allowing Snake to toss out that poke.
No, I completely agree, and LGD looking much more comfortable playing with multiple global pressure points, having not only the double teleport, but the Stand United and the Void Rush. I mean, they could be everywhere.
They are everywhere. I think that's the scary thing. So far, Snake have not been able to take any objectives outside of that Dragon, that LGD seeded for free, and the turret. Here comes the teleport now from Godby as he looks to join the battle with the rest of his team. There goes the knockup. Godby rides it hard, but Flandre looks to get onto the back line. PYL and Godby diving in. Do they have enough damage? Flandre goes low. Godby cleans house with a double kill, and 3 members of Snake are destroyed. LGD are running away with this game.
Small choke points like that, I forget what the ability is called, where she has her 3 balls around her.
I don't actually know.
Yeah, good job, play-by-playcaster.
Well, she's got the Crescent Slash and the Lunar Rush.
The one where she has her 3 little, I always call it the Mario Kart because it's like little balloons in the battle system. That is just devastating in choke points. It was also recently buffed, 4 patches ago? Probably longer than that.
Yeah.
And with that team fight, it will mean the Baron. And like we said, LGD, they look like a completely different team. They were in control of the last game, but not nearly to the same confidence or extent that they are this game. And so what's changed? Well, A, you've got Flame instead of Acorn. But more importantly, and B, I would say the global presence, having the Void Rush, the Stand United, the double teleport, it just plays so well into what LGD do naturally.
Ooh, no steal yet for Imp ZZR. And Flandre managed to pick it up. A spear finds PYL. Flay slowing him down. There's the Stand United. PYL goes solo. True Shot Barrage. Ooh, still is going to pick up the kill. And it looks like LGD are forced to run away from this one as Snake turned the fight. Imp with no mana is forced to run away, and there goes more damage from you. Godby has joined the fight. He finds ZZR. He isn't able to get one. Turns now on to Flandre, looking for 2. Triple kill, no, a double kill, as it's going to be a kill picked up by Imp. That's a triple kill now for Godby, and Flandre runs away. That looked so good for Snake, but the moment Godby joins the fight, it just turned on its head.
Scumbag Imp. That could have been a pentakill for Gavi, of course. Flandre hopping away, but this Diana is 10, 3, and 5. Has the Nastras and the Abyssal complete. You already know why I love Abyssal, especially when you've got so much Magic Jam and stacked onto your team. Godby just empowering everyone, so not only when he gets into the team fights is he just this massive burst damage, but he gives a nice aura to his little Corki to steal the double kill.
Amazing play from Godby with this one. 25 minutes in, still rocking Baron on the Godby and Flame split pushers. They managed to take down that last Tier 2 turret as Snake are consolidated to defending inside of their base, and what looked like a very good pick for Snake suddenly got turned on its head when LGD turned it right back around. But
again, Snake just don't really understand how poke compositions are played or when they're strong. We've seen them struggle with this pretty much all split anytime they pick up a comp like this.
Yeah, it seems like they're not quite able to find the poke that they've been looking for. Looks like Godby, with the Baron buff, manages to find his way onto the mid inhibitor turret and shreds through it before diving in and destroying ZZR. Ella looks like he's the next target as Imp shreds through with magic damage of his own. Godby, oh my gosh, he is leading the charge for Snake. He gets it charged up and destroys Martin completely. I didn't even know you could do that much damage.
Martin didn't even know what hit him right there. He was alive 1 second, he was gone the next.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Just the threat and the reach of this Diana right now. If she ever touches you, and she's super sticky, you're never getting away, you're dead.
Yeah, here comes Dragon number 3 for LGD. They no longer have Baron buff. Well, seems like Godby actually still has his. Flame's still going to be rocking his as well. You can see the body of Martin on the ground right there. But this is LGD. I mean, this is the style that they wanted to play in game number 1, but Snake had the composition to wait it out and deal with this aggressive pressure. Godby going in 1v4 here. PYL with the flank, and LGD clean this up.
I mean, we call that a 1v4, but suddenly from every single angle, as Ella will be the last to fall, LGD just collapse and rip through Snake.
Yeah, it's like...
That's like a pack of wolves descending.
Oh man, poor Snake just didn't even stand a chance right here. ZZR takes some more damage from Imp, gets out with his life, but he might not be able to get out with his Nexus. As BYL rushes forward along with the rest of LGD, could they end the game right now? They've got 10 seconds before Flandre, Yu, and Ella get back up. They're on the bottom Nexus turret.
All that needs to happen is, yeah, Godby just needs to step forward, and the game's over.
Gosh, she does so much damage. What is this Godby? Where did he come from, and where is he going? Because I want to be on this train. Godby dealing with the Nexus while the rest of his team is peeling, but no, he gets another kill. 14, 3, and 8. Is it going to be 15? It is 15, 3, and 8 before he finally ends the game. LGD take their first win of the weekend.
And in a much more convincing fashion.
Look at how happy he looks.
Guys, you just see me? I win. In a much more convincing fashion than the first game. That said, Snake managing to slide out the first one from a gold deficit, so LGD do miss out on their 3 points. And in the overarching narrative and scheme of things, unfortunately, this 1-1 doesn't cut it.
Yeah, it's just not quite going to be enough for LGD, and that was a convincing win. That's the style of LGD that I think we all expected to see now that the heat was turned on, but the fact that they had so much trouble getting to that point, finding their groove with this, it could mean trouble for them further down the line.
Big thing also is kind of playing with the jungle sub. So we expect to see Acorn and Flame. What we don't expect is to see Twin, TBQ, subbed out for Xiaoxi. And to be honest, Xiaoxi is looking strong. I mean, maybe not a carry jungler performance, but looking a lot more solid in how they're approaching these engagements. The confidence to, put the stand united on Rek'Sai a couple of times and have Xiaoxi try to engage those fights. So if LGD start getting more comfortable, if they're able to look for different avenues to shore up some of their weaknesses in their jungle, could be kind of an interesting rise.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on LGD as they manage to take that split. Snake, on the other hand, probably feeling pretty confident. They got 3rd place in the Demacia Cup, beating out IG. They were able to take a win off of LGD, who are heavily contested and considered dark horses over the duration of this tournament. You can see Godvi shaking hands with Snake right now, feeling awful happy about that win. You can see it smiles from just about everyone between these two.
How could you not smile? Godvi, I think he killed 3 people over the course of like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely stellar play from Godvi. Oh, man, he looks so kicking with those
Capris?
Yeah. I imagine those would be the kind of shorts that Diana would actually wear when just walking around town.
Okay, that took an interesting turn.
Because like he's the Diana. He's the Diana player that I have seen, probably the best Diana player that I've seen in a long time.
Well, yeah, Xie, excuse me, the WE mid laner obviously debuted the big teleport Diana at IM.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, but he had a good Diana back when he was known as Wayless. So yeah.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on LGD in the future. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next match. Don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Ryan Frosker and more, and we just saw an amazing set between LGD and Snake, and that ended up being a 1-for-1 split between the two.
Yeah, but in very different and convincing fashion from LGD from Game 1 to Game 2. And to be frank, they should have had Game 1. It was theirs to effectively lose, and from a goal deficit, Snake were able to tie that one up. So not much movement in the standings there, but we're coming on to Week 11, closer and closer, currently Week 8, and don't have a lot more time for 1-1s.
Yeah, it's starting to get down to the wire for some of these teams. And, you know, I want to talk about Snake a little bit more because after Game 2, they took that incredible team fight at the choke point that ended up literally winning them the game. And coming right into Game number 2, they looked strong. They looked confident. They enacted the first dives. They enacted the first ganks. They had momentum, but LGD just managed to turn it around.
And we talked about how the differences in composition as well as some of the sub-differences from LGD from Game 1 to Game 2 and, you know, empowering their playstyle, like having that global presence by having double teleport, Stand United, and Void Rush. But let's talk about Snake on the other side. Like you said, the change from a 5v5 zone control composition, having Echo, having Victor, to a poke composition. And Snake have tried this multiple times over the course of the split. And yeah, they've been experimenting with different styles, but it hasn't worked out for them as far as a win.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they did end up losing that match. Overall, it was 1-for-1, so they earned themselves 1 point, bringing themselves to 20 points in the standings, which is definitely a lot better. And LGD similarly earned their first point of the weekend on top of that, too. So hopefully we'll get to see some more incredible performances out of LGD as, again, that win that they took, they lost yesterday against EDG. They lost now against Snake. This win that they took was with subs. They swapped people out.
Yeah, and likewise, they're also facing top-tier teams. So their schedule, I believe that they've already faced Xiaogu as well. I'll have to double-check. But, you know, facing EDG, facing Snake, their schedule from here on out should get easier. So movement in the standings is accessible for them.
Yeah, here are the highlights from that game. You can see a 13,000 gold lead, 28 kills, an enormous amount of which were on Godby. That's the man himself. Oh, my goodness, that Diana.
15, 3, and 8. Fantastic performance to double Dorans into a Gnasher's Tooth. Didn't even have his boots when he was just blowing people up.
Yeah, and this was off of Snake looking for a bit of a pick. It looked like everything was going in Snake's favor. And then Godby shows up.
Look at that massive damage. And anytime you're playing in a small little tunnel like that, just allowing Diana A to get the free crescent strikes and be able to zip to them. But again, her little, I'm going to figure out what that's called, the little balls. The rotating balls.
Her shield?
Shield. That's not the shield.
I mean, it provides a shield.
Yeah, the balloons.
Oh my gosh, that kill where she destroyed Martin.
Martin just deleted him off the map.
I can only imagine what Martin was thinking, like, wait, when did my screen go black and white? Has it always been like that? No.
That said, looking forward into our next match, it's going to be Invictus Gaming versus EDG.
Yeah. It looks to be a very exciting match. EDG, after a convincing 2-0 against LGD yesterday with their old school, and I say old school, their old school MSI roster, because we've seen them experimenting all throughout this split, but finally going back to the tried and true.
I believe that now means that since their MSI victory, they've played their starting roster a total of 5 times over the course of, they've played 44 games total in the course of their LPL split.
So far, they've done 5 out of it, even bringing in people like Ray and Xin Xiao and still managing to take incredible wins. But it just has you wondering, what are the limits that this team can reach with their primary roster, with their subs? These guys have been playing out of their mind lately.
Well, we just saw some fantastic team fighting between Snake and LGD, and you have to think yesterday in EDG's 2-0 victory over LGD, they made it look easy.
Yeah.
They capitalized initially on very early level 1 mistakes that TBQ made in the jungle. Some interesting pathing. Got initial first blood. Mako and ClearLove leading the charge right there. But Pawn looking so good in the second game on his Twisted Fate. Just an incredible performance. And Koro, a little bit of some mispositioning on some of his flanking teleports. But going back to his tried and true Gnar and Maokai, 2 of his most played champions. And, I mean, they looked good.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. And on the other side, it's against Invictus Gaming. And they've been in a bit of a shaky position themselves.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming, especially coming off the performance of the Demacia Cup, have looked a little bit shaky, sliding backwards. Yesterday was an interesting day for them. So they played Vici Gaming. It ended up being a 1-1 split. Vici the first time came out in typical Vici fashion where they were just entirely commanding of the map. They got a lead. They never let up on it, and they were able to close out very clinically and methodically against Invictus. But game 2 was really interesting. Kakao got his hands on Echo Jungle and just pretty much put the team and the game on his back in conjunction with Kid's Vayne. But just the two of them, a great zone control, great carry from Kakao, and it's like, showed up to play one game.
Yeah, Kakao played out of his mind in that match. I definitely recommend it. If you want to learn how to play Echo, watch that game. I believe it was game 2 that he ended up doing it. So we'll definitely see if that is going to be a high priority pick, as it's IG blue side for the first match, EDG red side, and we don't know what EDG's full roster is going to be quite yet as we prepare for this one. But I guess let's talk about that a little bit more. Preparation. How do you deal with a team like EDG that have multiple subs for multiple roles? The permutations are just mind-boggling.
Yeah, that speaks to the strengths of EDG, not only in their individual members, but the fact that their individual members, even across their sub position, have a pretty massive and extensive champion pool. There's never going to be a case where EDG won't be able to play what's considered meta. They do have what I'll call core EDG composition, and it's typically on flanking teleports. So you're going to have top laners like Hakram, Maokai, Gnar, who are going to have, as opposed to maybe like a Vladimir or a Ryze or something like that. Not that Koro or Ray or Amazing J haven't played it or wouldn't be able to, but just traditional and classically it would be flanking teleports. You have skirmish-based mid-lane control through your jungle with Pawn, even with Baimi to an extent, although it definitely opens up a lot more gank possibilities if Pawn is being played for Clearlove to attend there. If it's Baimi, Clearlove is a bit more of a herbivore as opposed to his carnivorous self that can appear.
He's got to be a bit more of a babysitter for Baimi.
Yeah, but the thing that you always have to expect is that Mako and Clearlove will roam around, despite who's in that mid lane, Baimi or Pawn. If Pawn's there, it's just that much more devastating because he's coming along for the ride.
Yeah, and of course, Deft, their AD carry, looks to be rounding it out with that late game position-based hyper carry. We all know and love Deft's Jinx, which unfortunately did suffer its first loss after, I think, 17 or 18 wins consecutively in the professional scene this split. So we'll have to see if he goes back to it once again. I mean, it's not to say that, oh no, he's lost, he can never play it again, but now that it has been proven to be fallible.
It was against Xiaogu. They used their dive composition with Nocturne. The thing about Deft, he had a bit of probably 2 weeks where he didn't look as untouchable as he had, made some positional errors, specifically on Corki, which is a big play or a big champion pick for him. Deft has a lot of times been known as more of like a skill shot based AD carry player. If you think about Corki, Kog'Maw, of course he can play Jinx, but it was mostly about like his insane accuracy with those skill shots. But with Corki rotating back into the meta and becoming much more viable, especially as we're on 5.12 now, but especially coming on to 5.13, it almost empowers Deft further into his champion pool.
You can see some IG fans in the crowd right there. The new venue for the LPL, sporting Invictus Gaming. 54% win rate right now for IG. And we're going to go ahead and run through the roster. Looks like it's Zatai in the top.
No surprises there. Zatai's been experimenting a lot with the Fizz. He likes to do a split push. I feel like Zatai's role on this team is to distract as many resources as possible and allow this guy to run free.
Yeah, Kakao in the jungle, one of the primary carries for his team, and Rookie in the mid lane. Not quite elite, but only 5 points away from having elite MVP points, but isn't quite able to make it. Kid, the AD carry. It's not going to be Time, who we saw in the Demacia Cup. They're going back to him.
Time suffered a bit of a lackluster performance. That said, Kid has been very hit or miss, and of course joining him in that bot lane will be the tried and true Kid and Kitties.
Yeah, the combo itself, Kitties, trying to keep Kid alive.
And Kid has just, I mean, frankly, if we're going to point at, I always like to talk about, the strengths and the weaknesses of either team. So the strength of Invictus Gaming is going to be in the top side of the map. Not necessarily in Zatai, but in Kakao's ability to bounce between primarily Rookie, but also Zatai. What you'll notice is IG will almost like a wave or a crashing ocean. Very early, Rookie will bounce the wave off the tower, and likewise Zatai will shove in. And while both his top laner and his mid laner are shoved forward, Kakao will often slip into the enemy jungle aggressively and look to make a player get some deep vision there. The bot lane just kind of has to survive and do its own thing, and unfortunately Kid, through some emotional strain, not having the greatest, split of his life, has been very hit or miss on his performance.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that affects him this time around, because you've got to imagine the pressure going up against a team like EDG, Edward Gaming, the team that won the MSI by beating SKT FLICKR's LeBlanc. And now they're coming back after an amazing 2-0 against LGD yesterday. What can they possibly be thinking?
The nice thing for Invictus going into this is that I believe Matha is on stage with them as opposed to Snow, so they do have Matha drafting, and you can see a very clear difference in Matha's drafts versus Snow's drafts, although in, I think the interview, Snow said that they draft together, but Matha was just a little bit stage fright to come on, but I think that's been resolved. Their drafts have been looking stronger. See if they can transition it to results. On the other side, it's EDG.
Yeah, the team itself, you can see that enormous roster. They've shuffled through an enormous number of players. And here it looks like it's going to be Koro starting on the top side of the map in the jungle. The man of the hour himself. It's ClearLove, the man with a plan.
Koro is the captain. ClearLove is the shot caller. It's been with Aaron and EDG since its inception. In mid lane, it will be Pawns. This looks like it is going to be the full MSI roster.
I feel like whenever you see this roster from EDG, it's like whenever Goku goes Super Saiyan 4. You just know action is about to happen. Deft going to be filling in, no Xin Xiao this time. And lastly, the support, the man who has not been subbed. One of the two members of EDG to not have a sub, it's Mako.
Mako handpicked by FCZF to succeed him. Coach Aaron has said that Mako has the capacity to be a Mata level support. He takes a lot of responsibility in the vision control for EDG, so ClearLove is their primary macro shot caller, but anything vision related is all up to Mako. He's not just looking to be the support of a team, he wants to be a playmaker, he wants to make a difference.
And I actually want to talk about that a little bit. You talked about how IG would go for some sort of aggressive play early on in the laning phase to get Kakao deep with an aggressive style invade. Well, if you've got Mako and ClearLove going for those early ward and spawning it out, that might end up working against IG.
It's possible, and I don't want to...
Ooh, Tom got a new haircut.
Yeah, they've all dyed their hair too.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, his hair used to be kind of a brown color.
Super cool.
I know, he's adorable. ClearLove never smiles. I don't want to kind of paint the picture of Kakao as an aggressive jungler, although Kakao definitely has that capacity. I want to define Kakao more of a the most efficient jungler. He is so good at either power farming or making those aggressive plays. His gank pathing is very creative. So when he does invade, it's not necessarily with the intent to kill the enemy jungler, but to make sure that he gets as much information as possible. So he can make either these decisions to, am I power farming here, or can I make a counter gank? Can I make a play happen, elsewhere on the map? It's so creative how Kakao gathers information and how, as efficiently as possible, he abuses that information.
We'll have to see if he's able to use that information successfully this time around. You can see some of the stats between the two. In the past 20 games that IG has played EDG, they've won 3 times.
To be fair, one of the best records against EDG is LGD, and I believe their record is only 6 wins, or possibly 4. I think it's 6, including third-party tournaments. So it's not surprising to see. I mean, EDG, since their inception, they have been one of the most, if not the most dominant team in China.
Yeah, EDG are just the top of the bracket all around, and so far looks like IG got their work cut out for them if they want to take some more points and try to climb further in the standings with this one. And we'll have to see if they are going to be successful. You can see Deft on your screen right now, prepared and ready for this match. He's in the zone. I feel like that look to me was just like a predator on the Serengeti. Suddenly hearing some
The vicious
prey.
alpaca as it leaps from prey to prey. It's got huge.
Why an alpaca?
Because he's what? Did you just ask me why an alpaca?
Why an alpaca?
Def's do you not know this?
Do I not know what?
Def's an alpaca.
I'm pretty sure Deft is a person.
Oh my goodness.
Is there some critical piece of information that I've been missing out on?
I'm going to cry. I didn't know you didn't know. Okay. You always realize how anytime EDG are playing, there's always these stuffed alpacas around.
Yeah.
It's because Deft is the alpaca. That's what he looks like. His hair.
Oh my God.
Hold up a picture of an alpaca and look at Deft, and it's like his cute little, it's like his spirit animal. Even he embraces it. The fans, they'll give him alpacas.
My whole world just got turned upside down.
A whole new world. Oh my goodness. Wow. Welcome to the
Wow.
LPL.
My whole brain just got flipped on side.
I really want them to show an alpaca sign now.
There's a tiny pig in there. Like, I'm looking in the iPad to see if there was an alpaca in there, but there wasn't. I'm sure there will be.
I'll get you a picture and we'll set it up.
We'll find out as we get into pick and ban phase for game number 1 between IG and EDG. And yeah, there are the picks and bans. Thresh and Callista being taken away right away.
Taking that one away from Mako. Likewise, Maokai. Taken away from Koro.
Yes, Maokai stricken away from Koro. There's Echo pulled from Kakao after his performance yesterday. No surprise.
Pretty stable bans coming from Purple side. Last ban for EDG should be that Rise.
Yeah, so there, we'll see if that is going to be the last one. As that 5.12 Ezreal removed. Yep, there's the Rise pulled away.
Victor's up.
Yeah, Victor is available. Rookie very strong on it. There is Hecarim and a lot more meta picks still on the board. Alistair, Annie.
I was going to say Fizz, Alistair, or Victor is what I'm going to gamble on, but I'm pretty sure it's about to be Victor.
We'll have to find out if that is going to be the first pick, as it looks like Gragas.
Gragas. Completely spaced. So when Gragas kind of first hit the scene on the jungle, Kakao picked him up, and it was completely permabanned against him following. And anytime a team would like forget about Kakao's Gragas, he would grab it, and then it would immediately be banned again the very next game. So Kakao, again, it's all about creative jungle pathing. Gragas really empowers this disengaged team fighting. It's beautiful to watch.
We'll have to see if he's able to make use this time, as it's Azir locked in for pawn with the confidence of that pick. He's going to have Koro on Shen to peel for him and keep himself alive. Will Kakao be able to find that Azir all vulnerable, as it looks like Kog'Maw locked in, likely for Rookie,
Likely for Kid.
likely for Kid.
Could be a flex pick for that mid lane, but with the Lulu, it tells me that Rookie should be taking Lulu into the mid lane, and that will be Kid on his Kog'Maw again. Kid finds comfort on Trinity Force Space Champion, so Kog'Maw is, I'm not going to say in his comfort zone, because the last time Kog'Maw was a big power pick, Kid was a very hit and miss on his performance there. Koro, though, really curious to see how he's going to play with Shin. So we have a direct comparison of Amazing Jay's Shin now to Koro Shin. Again, Koro likes to play more flanking team fight-oriented style, so we'll see if the Stand United is used for that purpose with the teleport, or if he's going to be more about the split push.
We'll have to find out if that is the case this time around with Koro's Shen, as it looks like EDG going for Clear Love on that Nunu, and Deft rocking the Caitlyn in the bottom lane.
No surprises to see second rotation from EDG picking up the Nunu, because Azir was already shown. Obviously, the synergy there with the Blood Boil and the Sand Soldier attack. And likewise works really well. So right now, EDG have a very clear-cut Siege composition.
Looks like IG smiling and laughing throughout this champion select. Is it going to be the Yasuo locked in? Kitty's taking Braum for support, and Zatai on Yasuo.
We'll see if it is a Yasuo top or if it's a Lulu top. Zatai has played both. Clear Love's shaking his head. They're laughing. There's some sort of inside joke here.
Yeah, they should be prepared and ready, but that's going to be the completed lineup for IG. Looks like EDG, very scary composition.
This is good.
Lined up so far.
Siege, Janna, take it. Take it.
Alistar's still up as well.
Take it.
There's also an Annie that we've seen Mako
Don't need Ollie.
incredibly well.
Don't need Annie. Just need the disengage.
Why?
You're against the Gragas. You should take a disengage because they don't have any right now. They already have hard engage potential. You don't need an Alistair. You don't need an Annie because you have a 4-man taunt. Likewise, you leave Zirsack. The slow coming out from Clear Love. What you need is you need the ability that if Yasuo gets on top of a fight, if Gragas is able to peel someone out, to reset it. It just fully balances their comp, and then likewise, it's very siege oriented, and John is just going to power this. Caitlyn's going to have a mid-game power trough, where she needs her 3 items. The big problem with Caitlyn, and I've said this before to you, and I'll say it again, despite the changes on her headshot where it now grants 50% armor penetration, is that she doesn't have any steroids. So if you think about why Caitlyn dropped off while champions like Tristana and Jinx and Kog'Maw, who effectively are auto-attack, long-range base AD carries, kind of picked up, it's because all those champions have steroids. They have attack speed steroids that can shred through that Cinderhulk tank meta. As we're losing more of the Cinderhulks and it's becoming more about the Devour, maybe Caitlyn might start to become more of a component, but she doesn't have the attack speed, and Janna's going to not give her an attack speed, but empower at least her long range with the added effect of her siege ability on the Eye of the Storm shield. So it just makes much more sense cohesively with their comp as opposed to an Alistar.
I see. So there are the supports right there. We just ran through the completed rosters of the two. Mako taking that Janna into Kitties on Braum. There are the alpacas themselves.
There you go. See?
Explains so much.
He's in did you look at the audience? You're just like, why are they really like alpacas?
You
Do
know,
you think
like
that
LGD are the princesses? I was like, why are EDG the alpacas?
We'll find out.
Yeah, we certainly will as we load into the Rift for game number 1 between EDG and IG. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rift. We're on to our last set of the day. Certainly not our last match. It's IG versus EDG, Week 8, Day 2, Set 4, Game number 1 between the both of them. And seems like we're getting a defensive line out of just about everyone so far. Could we be seeing any sort of lane swaps out of this?
Hold on, though. Def just walked into Kid.
Yeah, I think he made it out of there.
Um,
I'm inclined to think that he made it out of there. He's got flash.
The picture on my screen is really concerning because that looks like a very dangerous place to be.
Yeah, he made
No
it
one
out of
burned
there.
any summoners. Okay, but
Yeah.
did he take net? I'm assuming he was forced to take net.
I'm not certain.
Excellent.
It might have been the desync happened well before then, and we just watched the
Oh, yeah,
command
yeah.
complete. So the
Aye.
desync could have happened when he was still like at the blue buff or something.
Yeah, I understand. Good point. Doesn't look like we're going to have a lane
Yeah,
swap,
no,
though.
no.
It looks like it's going to be a 2v2. Janna, Caitlyn, that is probably one of the most oppressive 2v2 lanes to walk in, although it is entirely dependent on Mako and Deft getting control of the creep wave. And what I mean by control of the creep wave, I mean the push onto Kog'Maw. It's very easy. You start Q on Caitlyn, you walk into the wave, you Q it, and then you get to use that Eye of the Storm shield from Janna offensively. Especially if you pair it anytime with that headshot, it's just brutal.
To see if they are going to be able to control that creep wave, as it looks like Zatai, interestingly enough, starts off. What is Koro doing? Wow. He took a lot of damage there. Here comes Zatai. He's going to... Oh, man. Zatai doesn't get the timing on the knockup. This is actually a pretty bad spot for Koro to be. He's taking some wicked damage. Zatai continues to provide chase. There goes a little bit more. If he lands the knockup, this could be the end of Koro, but nah, he sidesteps.
I don't know if that was a sidestep so much as a miss. So Koro was trying to draw all of the aggro. So what you see right now is all of the creeps have been built up, and now they're all target focused on one creep. What that's going to do is it's going to cause the wave to push into Koro, which is nice for a Shin because he just wants to sit back and to farm it and force Yasuo to be overextended. So that's what Koro was trying to do there. See if he can get maybe a freeze in front of his tower, or if it's just going to cause Zatai to bounce the wave.
We'll definitely have to find out, as it looks like Koro is
Yeah, he's trying to pull it to the side.
best to stagger it.
Yep. He's trying to freeze it right in front of his tower.
Yeah, we'll find out if he is successful. Clear Love, with some time purchased by that safety in the top side, goes for a deep ward, spots out that the red was just taken by Cacao. With that knowledge in hand, the pushed bottom lane for EDG might have to be careful here.
But this is...
Here comes Cacao. Mako taking a bit of a stun. Deft's on the wrong side of the enemy team. Does he have the 90 caliber? He turns onto Kid. Isn't going to find enough damage. There goes the flash heal. He doesn't have enough to keep him alive. He's still up. He's still up. He finally ends up going down, but Cacao could be trading his life right back over. The snowball chases, and Clear Love gets revenge for his fallen comrade.
Hold on. Okay, so the big thing there, and the reason why Def stepped forward as opposed to flashing back and saving onto that defensive summoner, is because Kid and Kitties had to walk out into the lane. So again, oh, is he diving?
Yeah, flash,
Clear Love.
snowball, Clear Love. We'll have to find out. Big wave on the bottom. Kitty's healing up as fast as he can, but potions only go so quick.
again, Caitlyn gets control of the creep wave. She gets a larger wave, and so it was super dangerous for Kid and Kitties to approach and to look for that. Even though it was a 3v2, it was a 3v2 with the two having an army of creeps. Just the massive amount of minion damage alone that Kakao took. Wow. Camera guy fell asleep. Slips off the chair. Camera just spins wildly.
I like to think he was really focused on that guy's shirt.
I like the kiss cameras that they've got going on.
Of someone's shirt?
No. I'm imagining there's all these just little references that you just don't understand anymore. You just were watching LPL. Hold on.
I take some damage from
He doesn't
Koro.
have a ton, you can't chase him. You're watching the entirety of LPL and there's all these alpacas and you just make the assumption, oh, EDG are just the alpaca team.
They're an alpaca-based team. Like at the EDG house, they have their computers next to a pen of alpacas.
They actually ride them.
Oh my god, that would be glorious.
Here we go, Clear Love invading.
Yeah, he gets a nice deep board. Mako actually not going for any roams just yet as he's staying bottom to help Deft clear up some of that deficit. In fact, Deft has a bit of a CS lead, up to 7-1 mouse over Kid.
I did not know you could go through that wall.
The more you know.
That is actually really impressive. Look at how thick that
He
is.
just sidestepped the wall, too. The board.
Koro, though, big thing in the top lane. We talked about how he initially got his freeze and was almost very hard. He was almost really punished for it. Of course, Zatai wasn't able to make the tornado connect, but you see, because he got that freeze off, he's had the wave in front of his tower and out of danger for pretty much the entirety of this 6-minute game so far. So paying off in dividends there as it allows him to be safe and farm up into that big Shin tanky advantage.
Sees Zatai not having the best of times up there while Pawn trades it out with Rookie. Lots of damage from that Glitter Lance.
Yeah, he stepped close to the wall, so it was pretty much a free skill shot from Rookie. Pawn knew it. As soon as he threw it, he was like, man, he just turned around and started walking back to his creeps.
However, Pawn 10 CS ahead, Deft minor CS advantage, Koro another minor CS advantage, EDG demonstrating the reason why they're the best in the world is they're feeling safe in just about every lane.
It is still 1-1. Big difference, though, is that the First Blood went over to Kid, so the gold stayed in lane on this Kog'Maw. That said, as far as kind of itemization of where that First Blood's going to go, it's not going to translate into flat damage. It's going to go into the Trinity Force, so not as punishing as, say, a more traditional AD carry that will immediately translate that into a pickaxe or a BF sword or something like that. Whereas Clear Love got the gold for EDG. That said, one of the better junglers to give your gold to, because Clear Love has been carrying from that jungle position in the last 2 games that they faced against LGD. He had the most kills in, I think, both sets of those games on his Eve and Rek'Sai. That said, Nunu shouldn't have more kills than his team this time around.
Well, that's generally the consensus, but if anyone should be able to do it, it would be Clear Love who's going to be able to make advantage of those kills. Mako ghost walking through that dragon. He was just checking to make sure that Dragon was nice and healthy. Veterinarian.
Well, he was also placing a ward on the backside of the pit, and he was able to do that and leave the lane, not only because he has a Caitlyn, and Deft made sure to back away from the creep wave to not take unnecessary damage, but because Clear Love was in the area. So Mako and Clear Love are so good at this. Anytime Clear Love comes down to the bottom, Mako always kind of roams up with him, and they place deep vision together.
Blue now being tossed over to Pawn in that mid lane. As the vision control for EDG is very confident on that bottom side of the map. Pawn should have some more freedom to put pressure onto Rookie with that blue buff now secured. And looks like Clear Love again staying on that bottom side of the map. I don't think I've seen him go to the top side except to place that ward.
It's because he has dragon control. Teleport is being burned by Koro. He's allowed to do this because he does have post level 6 for the Stand United, so he's not sacrificing any of his dragon controller pressure.
Oh, this all finds Kid as Kitties unfortunately misplaces himself just a bit in the first third of the game. Goes down to Deft. Here comes Clear Love from behind.
The Clear Love special.
Here, zero. There goes the snowball cast with the disengage. Koro still makes it in time. Kitties is the target. There goes the absolute zero once again. And Clear Love snags that kill.
And they will also lose the red buff as well as the dragon. I call the Clear Love special the classic or casual walk in front of you, flash in front of you, school zone, the absolute zero to slow everyone down. Kakao did a great job trying to disengage that, but they still managed to pick up kitties as well as full control over the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first dragon now picked up for EDG. Koro might lose some damage on the top tier 1,
Oh, he'll
but
lose
it's
it.
definitely worth to take that kill and the dragon and that bottom tier 1 turret. So we'll have to see how IG try to respond. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to bounce this wave as best he can.
Doing his best insect impression.
With the top Yasuo.
Yep.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I got you, insect. I see you there.
Unfortunately, Zatai might not.
Red team's turret is
There we go.
There it goes. Top turret finally is dropped. First dragon secured by EDG and 600 gold. EDG.
Question is now where Deft and Mako are going to rotate for their siege. It looks like they're heading towards the mid lane, so Pawn should now be either shifted to the top side or the bottom side. What is with this guy's shirt?
That's what he wanted to show us. To be fair, those were really crisp letterings on a t-shirt.
I only understand about 500 characters, so.
That's impressive. I only understand about 26. And unique variations upon those 26. Ooh, and numbers.
Fun fact, the one that looks like... Here we go. There's no way you can steal that.
Blue buff is secured.
Pulling it into the
yeah.
bush just to make sure that Mako wouldn't be able to get a cheeky auto in there. But here we go. So we said that Pawn should probably rotate into the bottom lane. It's too far extended over. Instead, he's going to assist in sieging, which I actually like this move a lot more. Again, with the oppressive reach of the Sand Soldier, it's very easy for Caitlyn to approach that tower with Janna. That said, Zatai is pulled down from the top side, so IG do a great job in response to make sure EDG just pick that up for free.
Things going slow. Wait, what?
He flashed.
Wait, what?
He's doing the Clear Love special.
Wait, what? Oh no, the cast knocked him right back into Kid. Here comes Deft. Teleport from the far side, and Zatai looks to turn the fight around. Exhaust denies some of his damage. Flash finds Deft. Can he get the kill? He turns now on to Mako. Will he succeed? He does indeed. Kid's the guy who picks it up while Deft looks to escape with his life, and Clear Love is probably wondering, boy, I wish I had Flash right now. But he takes enough damage. Is he going to end up going down here? The stun locks him out, and he drops.
Way too overzealous, flashing the wall to try to get in front of this little Kog'Maw so he can use the slow on the absolute zero. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Pawn was pushing forward. Rookie lost a little bit of health on his tower because he was trying to trail after his team before returning mid lane. But all in all, EDG just threw their lead by 100 gold and a flash.
Yeah, so that bottom tier 1 should be going down. Pawn instead is going to clear out this pink ward. Yeah, the turret... Wait, what? No, that was the top turret. Koro trades it right back in favor of EDG.
Yeah, he's got his Bomby Cinder. Will quickly find himself with the Sunfire Cape. There he goes. So we have empowered the Shin split push. Ooh,
Shen split push activated.
Chinese Lulu voice. Very adorable.
Much adorbs. Such wow.
No.
Very purple.
Dragon should be spawning probably within the next, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We have a window of opportunity for both teams to play towards the mid side of the map as well as to reset their side waves.
That is the case as EDG send their duo to the mid and IG match it almost perfectly. Rookie perhaps looking to split and catch up with Pawn after he clears out that wolf camp. While Zatai splits on the bottom side of the map and doesn't want to have anything to do with that split push then.
Big itemizations have also come out for either team. We don't have the Trinity Force completed for Kid just yet. We'll see if he's able to time that nicely with the next spawning of the dragon. However, the Sag Shiv is complete for Zatai, so Yasuo is very comfortable.
Yeah, should be looking for some serious damage if he manages to find his way to the back line, though he should have to run through Clear Love's, as you called it, school children zone, the school zone. With
It's the Clear Love
zero.
special. He does it every
Yeah.
time. It's like a giant speed bump. School Zone Clear Love would be an excellent skin. School Zone Nunu. I confused him for the champion. That happens.
Just a large lady with a big red sign.
You just put a vest on the Yeti and he has a stop sign. I can't believe you said that.
Really great. You didn't have like the school monitors in your school when you had to cross the street? They were always larger ladies.
Okay, dragon spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds.
And they were always so mean too.
No, I went to a nice school where everyone was just kind. And we loved them no matter what their size or shape was.
Everything was made of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
EDG have already set up a lot of their vision controlling this pit. Mako's making his back right now to reset his sight stone as well as possibly pick up or upgrade. Is he level 9? I can't tell. No, he's level 7. I was going to say either upgrade his oracles, but because he can't, because he's not level 9, he's going to pick up a pink ward. So again, just kind of prioritizing, resetting the waves on the side, making sure that he just taunted himself into a wall.
Wow, Zai gets real aggressive here. Is he going to follow up? No, doesn't use the last breath, but zones Koro away, who calmly waits for his cooldown.
I love it when both players just realize there's no point and just walk away.
Yeah, so Koro is going to be clearing out his Krug camp. Dragons up in 30 seconds as the split push has begun for Zatai as he tries to clear that wave out. Buy some time as Def should be getting some damage onto that. Nope, decides he doesn't want any piece of that Cacao.
Obviously, the threat there that Cacao could very easily belly bop, cask backwards, look for the pick. But again, Mako has been in this pit area for the last 15 seconds. We talked about how he's primarily in charge of all of the vision control for EDG. And look at how many pink wards they have on this dragon pit. Or I guess I should say surrounding it.
Some serious vision. Looks like EDG will be securing the second dragon. IG don't find the engage there. Looking for Clearlove, dashes forward. On, let's see if he decides to Zirsek his way in. Nope. They decide to play it safe and try to defend that mid tier 1, though I don't know they'll be able to make it in time. Here comes the teleport from Koro.
Does not have home guard, so just there to apply some presence for his team. Kind of a waste.
Bit of a questionable decision, but now that all 5 members of EDG are in the mid lane, could be looking for a bit of action as there appears to be some sort of kerfuffle in the river, but instead we're watching Zatai split push on the bottom side.
See if Clearlove flashes a wall this time.
Uh-oh.
Look at the jukes.
Oh, Zatai, you're trying for it, but you're not going to know it. What?
Everyone went back to their
yeah,
own.
they
There
did.
is more gold in minions pushing this tower than there is in chasing a Yasuo,
Yes.
as well as the tower itself. You don't want to give them free standard gold like that.
On and Deft farming in the same lane, about a 10 CS lead as Deft is trying to keep pace with Pond. Just barely behind him as Koro once again trading it out with Zatai, this time on the bottom side of the map.
IG are doing a great job abusing their Yasuo split push, and I mean they're kind of pulling EDG around. So you have to think EDG did a great job in setting up, some superior vision control around that dragon pit, having so many pink wards. But that's what 300 gold right there, and then I think you had 2 or 3 plus green wards surrounding on the other side. So that's what 500 gold expended to secure the second dragon.
Looks like EDG are playing to that 5-dragon win condition as they have those first 2. Could be looking for an early Baron as well with all of that enormous expenditure placed into wards. A couple of recalls coming out from EDG right now as Clearlove gets even tankier and Mako goes for some of those standard Janna items. And Deft gets closer to his own Infinity Edge, whereas Kid on the other side has already finished off his.
Big power spike coming out for Invictus Gaming, not only in the training force completion, but likewise, you're looking at me, sorry. Likewise, the Athenes there. I'm really curious what build path Rookie's going to go for. So the kind of the FLICKR special is to go for the Lichbane because FLICKR likes to murder people, even on Lulu. But what I prefer and what I think Rookie's going to go, especially because he has the Blasting Wand, is for more of a flat AP-based Lulu with your Void, or not your Void Staff, your Death Cap, just because it's going to empower her as a utility-based champion and give you more health back on not only your shields but your wild growth, as opposed to, again, looking for that damage and pushing potential that FLICKR likes to do with his Lichbane.
We'll have to see what Rookie decides to go for as he is up against Pond, though it looks like Koro gets caught in here. Stun gets proc. The cast knocks him back into the fight. He's being juggled throughout the whole team. Shadow Dash knocks him out. Is he going to end up going down? He finally drops. Cacao gets the kill.
Almost trades 1 for 1 and they lose the mid-tier tower. That said, teleport being burned.
Yeah, Pawn goes aggressive, but Zatai manages to make it out alive. Kid is going to zone him away, though. EDG trade for that last Tier 1 turret. They might lose their own Tier 2.
Frankly, a misplay from EDG, so it's kind of a bit questionable because you can say that second tier mid tower, or excuse me, no, not even, oh yeah, complete misplay. They just lost a second tier tower for first tier mid.
Yeah, looks like they're trying to respond by taking down this mid tier 2 turret. Will they be successful? Pawn so far the only one who can hit it. As you mentioned, an excellent win wall. Kitty's zoning in the front, blocking as many hits as possible, but EDG are nowhere near close to done with this siege.
And doing a great job staggering the wind wall as well as the Braum shield to keep this tower up as much as possible. Should be noted that Zatai is formerly a mid laner for Invictus Gaming, and his Yasuo is pretty disgusting.
Def again trying to get onto the turret, but he just cannot quite find it. Pawn can't clear through the wind wall with the Sand Soldiers. His Ascension of Shurima has fallen.
We talked about how Mafa is now on stage with Invictus Gaming and how their drafts for the last few games have been so much more solid. And again, now we're starting to see kind of how this composition works and its placement against EDG's siege. So the Sand Soldiers and the Caitlyn pretty much put entirely to stop, even with the Blood Boil, to the Braum wall and the Wind wall.
Have to see if that continues to work for IG's favor as they find themselves on a bit more even footing now that they were able to take that bottom tier 2 off of EDG's misplay. The mid tier 1 is still standing. I'm sure Rookie has his eyes on it, but he's going to have a tough time breaking through some of the pressure that Deft is placing as he staggers his recall with Pawn. Abyssal Scepter picked up. You can take a look at some of the gold. Essentially 300 gold lead for Rookie and a 700 gold lead for Deft.
That said, this is where Caitlyn is weak, so that gold lead doesn't necessarily equate to anything, especially because Koro's in some trouble.
Yeah, looks like he might be caught out once again. Aggressive flash from Kid. His health is getting shredded through. Manages to land a great taunt onto Kid, but it's not enough. He's going to end up going down here. They stagger it out as the fight breaks out on the far side. He's still alive. Exhaust goes down. He finally gets dropped, but Kid gets cleaned up by the rest of EDG. IG could be looking to turn this. The stun finds Mako. No, he gets out alive. Pawn does not manage to land the Azir sec, but continues to provide chase as EDG pounding onto IG. Clearlove in the front line tanking so much damage. There goes the absolute zero. He finds Rookie. Deft is just looking for one target to get close enough. The knockup gets done. Kakao goes in. He finds Deft. He doesn't have enough. He goes down as Clearlove continues to kite it out with Mako. They're chasing Rookie now, and EDG are unstoppable. The knockup finds Deft and tie with a double kill. Slaughters through the backside, but EDG turn it around.
Koro died in the beginning of the fight, is able to respawn and re-enter the back of it with the Stand United. I'm unsure if they're going to be able to translate this to a tower, but a crazy team fight. And Zatai, that was actually a miscommunication. I'm sure we'll see the replay on that, but this will surely mean the tower.
Yeah, this tier 2 ends up going down. Kid on the respawn. Here's the replay of the extended engage.
Okay, first of all, this is incredible because Koro almost survives it, and it's on the flash of Mako. So Mako flashes forward and then uses the shield, and it's a perfectly placed Monsoon because it doesn't push Kid away and out of safety. It's just there, like the perfect balance in between saving the Shin and making sure that Kog'Maw can't get away. Now, the miscommunication comes here. Kakao has already used the cask. What he's doing right now is he's trying to set up a target for Zatai to use the ultimate on. So the wild growth is on Kakao, and he's actually going to go back in here. And to a casual viewer, you're looking at this like, why is Kakao going in? He's surely going to die. He has no way to follow it up. Again, he's trying to set up Zatai. Zatai walks into the brush, denies vision, and then throws the Q from the Fog of War and comes up massive with that double kill. That said, this fight has gone on so long that we finally have the Stand United there. Kakao.
Yeah, you can see him just a little antsy by the end of that fight. And yeah, that was a very extended engage that finally ended up going into EDG's favor as they answer their own lost tier 2 turret by taking that bottom one of IG. Now, Dragon has spawned. EDG are in the superior position for now, though. IG chase forward. The cast goes wide. Pawn makes it over the wall, turns onto Zatai. Suddenly, IG are the ones who are on the bad foot. They're going to end up backing off.
Chased around the front of the pit. They're just going to have to give this one up. Again, look at the vision control that EDG have over that entire area.
Yeah, some solid play from EDG as they take that third dragon, but
Baron?
Oh, no.
They
No.
can't do it
They're
fast
going for
enough.
the top tier 2. At least I think they were going for the
They're
top
warding
tier
mid and starting to rotate over to it. It's effectively because all of their vision, if they catch anyone who's mispositioned on Invictus Gaming, it's either going to be top tier 2, moving your vision over to the top side of the map, likewise or Baron. So it's like the most appropriate play for them to, or area for them to make a play in, but they had 3 different options of what they could do.
They can't quite make up their mind as they're looking for the blue right now. Clearlove going for the steal. No one has vision. It's finally picked up. Kid's the guy who gets it. Clearlove is taking so much damage. Forced to flash out. Koro goes in, but he's already lost Clearlove. Will they be able to turn the fight around? Kakao doesn't have the... He does, in fact. The cast finds Pawn. He goes low. He's still alive over the duration of the fight, getting so much damage across, but Zatai makes it out with his life. So too does Kakao. The Emperor's Divide is chased and Pawn turns it back around. Def with the flank picks up the kill. Here's Rookie trying to find Def. Ignite goes out. Zatai with the knock-up over the wall brings him low, and Mako will almost certainly go down. Rookie should be able to pick this up as IG look to end up with an ace. Mako, it's valiant, man, but you're just buying time.
That was awesome. The Azir ultimate on the choke point and making use of the fact that Caitlyn is so long range, you completely cut off the fight. So A, you had a brilliant save from Mako to save Bond's life and allow him to stay into the fight, sets up the Azir. Oh my god. This Emperor's Divide was so cool. Okay, so Clearlove makes a huge mistake right here. There's no reason to take that much damage of the blue buff that he didn't get. Likewise, then Koro goes in to try to save his life. He's 1v4 right now. He lands an amazing taunt, but his team can't follow up on it. And then likewise, you now lose your massive front line, which is why Pawn has to get so creative. There's that beautiful save from Mako to keep Pawn in it, but this Emperor's Divide completely splits this team fight up, and this is Def just abusing with the range of Caitlyn and that shield. That said, Zatai and Rookie make the correct play. Hey, we're not going to wait around on this side of the Azir wall. We're just going to walk around and punch you in the face.
Yeah, great communication from IG. These team fights are incredible that we're seeing out of the two. Oh, it looks like we're getting right back into another one as Pawn is caught out once again. There's the Emperor's Divide to kick Zatai away. Clearlove in the front once again goes low, and he goes down to Kid with the flank. Kakao now taking some damage from Pawn, has got to back on out of this. And wow, the action is non-stop.
This is the Invictus Gaming of old. See hero, kill hero. It's refreshing to see two teams just want to murder each other. We saw a lot of laughing. We saw a lot of, flexing some picks. Obviously, there's a ton of legacy players. All of these guys have played with each other or crossed each other for a very long time. And I think it's definitely reflecting and maybe some of the intentions here.
Yeah. I mean, Clearlove, he clearly doesn't have a clear mind in this. Some of the
he wanted that blue buff.
Oh my gosh, he wanted that blue buff.
He flashed that wall.
But you've got to wonder what EDG are thinking. They took the 2-0 over LDG yesterday, LGD yesterday.
Yeah, be careful. There's an LSPL team, LGG.
Oh boy. And now with the new playoff bracket, it's all about getting that higher seeding and no longer messing around or experimenting with different styles or rosters. So are EDG still experimenting? Are they still toying with IG? Or is IG actually keeping pace with EDG at the top of their game?
I think obviously either team has shown a little bit of silliness, if you will, in some of their decisions. But I think at the core of it, both teams are still, they're here to win. This is still very much a very classic core, if you will, EDG style of composition. They run this not only with this roster, but just historically them as an identity as a team. If you go all the way back to Name 2014, this was in their finals against OMG, where they forced OMG to surrender at 20 minutes back-to-back. In the finals of the LPL playoffs, they ran a Jinx, Nunu, Protect 86 carry, Zone Siege comp, so.
Things now going on to Baron. Next Dragon's up in a minute and a half, and with Koro split push on the far side, Clearlove looks like he might start it off. Yeah, Pawn pulls the trigger, and EDG are going to try rushing through their health. Here comes IG, though. They're going to be able to zone it away. Teleport now being used by Zatai. Split push Shen has got time, and suddenly IG are the ones who've got the better position. Oh, they find Kakao. Kakao finds Pawn. He's taking so much damage. There's the stand united. Zanyas to keep himself standing, but Koro has joined the fight. There goes the disengage, and IG can't get onto the back line of Deft and Pawn. They're just clearing through the health of IG, and Kitties are trying as best they can, but they cannot quite find it. Deft brings him low, the snowball, and Deft gets a crit for another kill. He jumps right back in, flashes aggressively. Kid should be going down here, just needs one snowball from Clear Love. No, a double kill for Deft and Kakao. Ooh, smites to stay alive, but I don't know if it's going to be enough as Koro provides chase and EDG take the Baron.
He's got the slow. Kakao trying to get that fight started with a nice pick on Pawn. That said, Pawn, beautiful Hourglass, and Mako, just fantastic Janna play. Resets the fight. EDG fought that on 2 fronts. Their tanks did a great job.
They managed to take 4 kills without losing a single member.
Look at this. So Kakao immediately goes in on Pawn, slams him up, giving Zatai the free ultimate, but the immediate stand united to deny. He did about 25% of his HP immediately into the Zanya's Hourglass. While the Hourglass is going on, Mako resets the fight with a Monsoon. You now have EDG fighting on 2 fronts. Clear Love zoning out Kid and Kitties on the bottom side of the fight, while Pawn and Koro just run through the top side. So, I mean, this team, both these teams speak Korean, Chinese, and they communicate in English. And just like the precision and making sure that everyone's on the correct target, being as efficient as possible in their target management was beautiful.
So Dragon number 4 and Baron now picked up by EDG. They've got everything going their way. Despite that, it's only a 2,000 gold difference between these two teams, as EDG and IG are going at each other, just trying to take the win. EDG finally knocked down that mid-tier 2 turret that they were trying for so much earlier. There goes the ascension of Shurima. Just a knock on the door of IG. Hello, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about Shurima?
Most important objective on the map for them is going to be the last standing outer tower, which is why we see Mako and Deft rotating up there to apply their Baron. Likewise, Koro was in the bot lane for a second before he backed, but just making sure that they're trying to attempt or shove all 3 waves in, apply their Baron across Invictus, and squeeze probably another objective out of this Baron.
See if they are successful as EDG swing up to the top side. There's the tie looking for a wind wall, drops it just in time, and definitely looking for the angle. Can't find it.
Scumbags a tie.
And finds some auto attacks as he's going aggressive. Looks like EDG, wow, gets some huge damage onto Rookie. The turret falls. Can they provide chase? Not quite.
This is where Caitlyn thrives. We talked about how Kid had the advantage initially in this middle game with the Trinity Force completed, but Caitlyn now has 3 items, got through that mid-game power trough, and she's ready.
Some wicked damage coming out of Caitlyn so far. Let's see if he is going to be successful in breaking down a few more turrets. They've still got another 2 minutes or so on that Baron, on top of having the 4th Dragon, stealing away the red buff now for IG. EDG have got complete control of this game.
Pace slowing down a little bit as everyone's going to backspin the global gold that they've just gotten off the freestanding structures and start setting up for kind of their next siege point. So they still have yet to break the base for Invictus. This is still an incredibly close game, especially because you will have ramping potential from this Kog'Maw.
And 5th Dragon soon going to be available for Edward Gaming. IG have to contest this. They cannot let EDG take that Dragon.
A little bit scary. It's all going to come down to Kakao, I feel. It's all about that cask. He's had 2 really good casks, but unfortunately him and Zatai not quite on the same page.
Minor communication issues coming out from IG. As EDG look to end this game out, there goes the recall from Deft. He's able to get his upgrade for his boots on top of another BF sword. That guy does some serious work. Plus the Eye of the Storm from Mako. You can only wonder what his raw AD is going to be.
The Alacrity enchantment in conjunction with the Tailwind passive. That is a cruising for a bruise in Caitlyn.
Most certainly is. We'll have to see if anyone is going to be...
On a Blood Boil, he's going to be so quick. Just thinking about all the ways that we can just speed Caitlyn up. Look at him go.
Yeah, he's being guided right now by Clearlove and Mako. Going to clear out the Scuttle Crab, even though Clearlove is in that area of the river. Not going to opt that extra 30 gold over to Clearlove. Instead, lets him take a ward to make up for that difference, while the Scuttle is secured by Deft. And Pawn on a bit of a split push prepares a wave on the bottom side of the map while Koro split pushes to the top. What do EDG look for next?
They're waiting around for the 5th dragon. That's going to be their win condition, like you said, because they already have 4. Invictus buying their time, trying to farm up as quickly and as safely as possible. They know that they need to fight it, but there's no reason to get caught out ahead of time and give EDG an even farther gold lead. The big key ultimates to look for the next upcoming team fight is going to be the disengage potential from EDG with the Emperor's Divide and Mako's Monsoon versus the Cask Final Breath combo.
Last breath.
That one. Between Yasuo and Gragas. It's the Wombo versus the Reset. If they can get the Reset, Caitlyn and Azir will just run through this team in a sort of elongated, sustained fight.
We'll have to find out if that is going to work for IG. They're only 4,000 gold down. Zatai, 3 items completed. If he can find his way onto the back line, he's going to do some work. We saw in that last fight, he was successful in making it to the back, but Pawn was able to stagger it out. Now Dragon's up in a minute, Baron a minute 20. Looks like everything's coming to a head within the next 2 minutes of gameplay.
I've seen this before, though, where Invictus sacrificed 5th Dragon on a team to go for Baron and then promptly lost the game. I hope that the decision-making is not the same this time around.
Taunt finds Cacao from Koro, but he makes it out alive.
I think they're one of the few teams to make that choice, or to have that choice presented to them.
Well, it seems like they might have that choice once again. Wards all over the map for IG on their side of the river. Unfortunately, they just cannot quite get control of EDG's side. Dragon's up in 30 seconds, Baron 45. Recall from Deft gets him a Vamp Scepter. He doesn't have enough for the Bloodthirster, but he's going to have to start hauling towards that mid lane if he wants to make it in time for the Dragon to spawn, as IG take advantage of that window. Take that mid-tier 1 finally 36 minutes in.
Yeah, Invictus have complete control over every wave across the map right now. They've got a big, slow push building up into the top side. Likewise, Koro had to clean out the one on the bottom side. So by controlling their waves, it was Cacao that created that bottom wave, forcing Koro to the bottom side, knowing that Deft wasn't there. It allowed them that window of opportunity to look mid. But here we go. This is the fight.
Yeah, Dragon is being started. Will Clearlove get the smite he's looking for? Cast knocks him out. He gets it. Dragon number 5 is secured. EDG chasing forward. Will they be able to find the fight as IG are running away as quickly as possible? Flash taunt finds Rookie. Koro in the depths of IG, trying to lock them down enough for his team. Windwall forces the disengage, and Koro taunts the wrong way, but he is going to be able to get out alive. Kitties finally ends up going down. Dragon number 5 secured for EDG. They drop a turret and start running for the Baron.
A brilliant performance from Mako this game. I mean, obviously, everyone on EDG has been on point. Likewise, Invictus played very well in a lot of these team fights, but Mako finding the tornado on Cacao as he attempted to belly bop in to follow the cask, to find the smite burn, immediately then using the Monsoon to chain the CC disengage to secure the 5th Dragon. And so many of these fights, resetting at the perfect time, flashing forward to keep Koro alive as long as possible. Just brilliant Janna play.
Yeah, amazing play from Mako now with Kitty's dead and Zatai's Windwall nowhere to be seen. That middle inhibitor turret and inhibitor itself crumble into tiny bits of marble. Zatai with the split push buys some time by heading to the bottom, but that mid inhibitor's already gone. Dragon number 5 is secured. Baron is secured for EDG. Everything is going their way this game.
This is Mako's rookie year. You have to think that he didn't even start. He wasn't even a starter for EDG when FCZF decided to retire at the start of Spring Split. It was actually a guy named Mouse. And Deft decided that he wasn't finding the synergy that he wanted with Mouse, and so they, I believe it was week 3 that Mako was brought on. Incredibly young player, rookie year. Looks like a veteran support, one of the best in the LPL. Possibly one of the best in the world after his NSI performance.
We can see why, as in this game, he has been all over the map. 13 out of 14 kill participations. currently the highest on his team as he's tied with Deft for that spot. Second is going to be Clearlove at 12 out of 14 of those kills. Really, you can see that Mako is the man who's making action happen for EDG. Now with Baron and 5 Dragons, they're going to siege bottom.
But this is why EDG have been so successful, even despite the fact that they've only run their MSI roster a handful of times. It's because the 2 most consistent members on their team have been in Clearlove and Mako. And again, this game is pretty much a microcosm of that. The 2 highest kill participations are going to be your jungler and your support.
Man, Deft shredding through that turret's health bar. He destroys the thing as IG decide to back away. They cannot take this fight. Baron's up for another minute and a half. Dragon 5 looks like it's still going strong. And the next inhibitor falls. Split push from Koro looks to get some pressure on the top side of the map. This could be the last inhibitor going down for IG. It's do or die time.
IG have one last team fight. Oh my goodness.
Good lord.
That shield, so strong.
Yeah, so much damage coming out from Deft right now as he has finished his Bloodthirster and picked up now a Quicksilver Sash. With Baroned up minions, they should be able to take down this turret if they can find the positioning. They're continuing to play it safe. Koro peels Zatai away without the wind wall. That means there's nothing to keep that turret safe from Deft's reign of terror. And he just shreds through that thing's health. It goes down.
On doing a great job zoning on the side. IG, they need to pull the trigger now. It's frankly too little too late already, but they're not going to get a better opportunity before some 3 waves of super creeps are crashing on top of them.
Yeah, it looks like EDG might be trying to end the game right here and now as they've knocked down all 3 inhibitors. They're going in now. Deft getting onto that mid-Nexus turret. He brings it low, but finally he's forced to disengage as the minions respawn, and it looks like they're going to back away.
They will have the refresher for their 5th Dragon double buff across all of Dragon's buffs in the next 1 minute and 40 seconds. Don't really think that EDG needed to give that type of respect to Invictus. That said, if they were to find an ace there at 40 minutes in the game, those death timers would be quite devastating, and Kog'Maw attacks very quickly.
Kid been playing exceptionally well this game. 4, 3, and 5, up to 3.5 items so far.
I mean, frankly, I did like the composition and how it kind of interacted with the siege against EDG, having the Braum wall as well as the windshield. But you have to think, Invictus shifted the weight between their players. So typically it's Rookie who gets the more carry-oriented potential, but this time playing a mid-bridge champion in Lulu and trying to augment his team through her utility late game, and giving a lot of carry potential to Zatai. And yes, Zatai is a former mid laner, a great Yasuo player himself historically, but his synergy with Cacao as kind of the primary engagement tool for Yasuo's ultimate just wasn't there in about 2 to 3 key team fights, whereas we already know that Rookie and Cacao, I mean, they're the classic duo from the KT Arrows. So a bit of a question mark as far as, you know, giving Zatai that responsibility on a bilingual team.
So far, we can tell that's been a bit of a weak point for IG. We'll have to find out if they are able to turn it around this game or perhaps look to take a win in game number 2 as Dragon number 5 comes up once again for EDG. This is going to be their 6th Dragon taken without any sort of contest from IG.
The fact that it took 6 Dragons, 2 Barons to beat Invictus, though, speaks very heavily of kind of the improvement that IG have seen since their Demacia Cup performance.
Yeah, so that's Dragon number 5 again for EDG. Baron's up in a minute and a half. They could look to wait for that once again as that middle inhibitor respawns. Or perhaps they could try to finally end the game. Red buff picked up by Deft as he just wants control over every single thing that he can get. Here we go.
Here we go. Last team fight.
Well, that's the hope. Ace in the hole comes out, finds Cacao. Doesn't take too much damage from it. As that middle inhibitor gets destroyed, Koro with the split push, escorting a wave of super minions into the base. And EDG just need to pull the trigger.
Invictus leading. Wow, look at the respect. They don't want to go anywhere near Cacao.
Yeah, they're playing very safe, very defensive. Some serious harass coming out from EDG. Super Minions finally make it onto that bottom turret. It's getting chunked out by Pawn and Def.
Def should just step forward.
So
Okay,
much
there it
damage.
goes.
Finally, it goes down. There's a bit of damage from Kitties. And last one goes down. The Nexus itself is bare, and IG, whoa, they finally turn it around. There goes the Emperor's Divide as IG fight for their lives in this last battle, but it's not going to be enough. EDG are just cleaning it up left and right. Mako finally ended up dying, but the rest of IG have dropped. There's a knockup from Zatai, but he gets destroyed. That's an ace, and EDG take the win.
Pretty convincing. I feel like
Yeah.
EDG should have won that about 15 minutes earlier. However, they've had complete control over the game for probably past, I don't know, 30 minutes. So kind of curious why EDG were so respectful to IG in the late game. That said, I mean, playing perfectly to their win conditions, I guess. You know, you find a window of opportunity where you can get double back-to-back 5th dragon, so why not go for the clean, safe closeout? Possibly practicing that, because obviously in a big tournament fashion, you're not going to have as many surrenders as you would normally over the course of the LPL split, but interesting. Good showing.
Yeah, so EDG really playing at the top of their game this time around, and you know they did make a few mistakes. For example, the Clear Love Krug flash into Snowball die.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That was a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, and Invictus Gaming also. EDG, they played wonderfully. Again, a little bit conservatively for my taste. That said, I understand why they were doing it. I mean, obviously, if you have multiple chances for 5th dragon, you're going to go for that. You're just going to cleanly close that one out. Invictus, though, on the other hand, much better performance. Again, the fact that EDG just completely stomped LGD yesterday in a very quick succession of 2-0. Needed 6 dragons, 2 barons to close out against Invictus, so much better showing.
Yeah, we'll have to see if IG can take game number 2. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because the LPL will close out after this next set of games. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I am Seda, and this is FLICKR. You just saw some of the highlights from our previous set between EDG and IG, after which EDG ended up taking the win after, what was that, a 43 minute, 44?
A very slow and methodical closeout, but they had control much earlier than that. 6 Dragons, 2 Barons. EDG finally close out against Invictus Gaming, but I think that actually speaks more to IG leveling up than EDG.
Yeah, IG played out of their minds to keep pace with EDG, who played with their conventional MSI roster with that Koro and Deft and Pawn as well. And man, that was just amazing play out of EDG.
Crazy team fights.
Yeah. Oh
that
my
was
gosh.
That entire game was a one long highlight reel.
Yeah, the whole thing. The Emperor's Divides, the last breaths, Deft ace in the hole on cooldown every second he got it.
Yeah, beautiful performance. That said, what do Invictus Gaming change up this time around? I believe that they had priority pick. They were blue side, so obviously now switching over to purple side. At who gets the MVP?
Yeah, we'll definitely see. I'm a bit curious to know myself, as it's EDG who actually had the higher jungle control rate significantly. And it was fairly close in kills, 18 to 14, but
yes.
Mako.
I completely agree with this one. Mako had an incredible performance on his Janna. The resets, the shields, the timing, it was all just beautiful. Cacao here setting up what he thought was going to be a pick on Pawn, but Mako has a brilliant reset of the fight as soon as Koro was there, and EDG just split this one up and fight on 2 different fronts.
EDG ended up taking that fight rather convincingly. I'm not entirely certain if we'll manage to get another clip after this one, as nope, it's Mako.
But Mako was doing that all game. And you have to think, it makes sense. And we talked about it in Champ Select, how, Alistair was available. Mako could go to his Annie, but just how well Janna fit with that comp and everything that she offered them, their siege ability, but more importantly, that reset ability, especially against a wombo combo like the final breath or the cask into the final breath. And I mean, really was the saving grace. We had huge, long team fights that were entirely about Mako empowering his team, not only speeding them up to make sure that they can get into position, but again, resetting the fight, hitting those shields.
So we've got to start asking, and you already broached it a little bit earlier, but how do IG change things up this time around? What do they do differently?
I talked about last game waiting their carry potential with Zatai. So you had the combo of Zatai and Cacao had to be on point because that's where the Wombo combo was. That was the core of their composition, as opposed to giving Rookie that power, which, again, Rookie and Cacao, they come from the KT Arrows. They have a famed bromance of synergy. They're perfect together. So why not just give Rookie that potential? He's a good Lulu player, don't get me wrong there, but there was obviously a miscommunication. If you think about it, on the fight down bottom, Cacao went in with that wild growth because he was looking for the knockup to empower Zatai to go in, but Zatai was just so far back. Even if Cacao had found that knockup on the belly bop, Zatai wouldn't have been in range to follow it up with the Yasuo ult. So I just think they need to just shift power back onto Rookie and put Zatai more so on a self-sufficient kind of do his own thing top laner.
We'll have to see if that is going to be the case, as this time it's EDG who are blue side with those stronger picks. You can see some IG fans in the crowd looking for IG to end up taking a win after this, their previous match against EDG. And to be fair, yes, EDG made a lot of mistakes, or I guess I shouldn't say a lot, but they made some mistakes, but they still played exceptionally well. This is the EDG that we've come to expect. When we talk about a top-tier LPL team, this is what we have in our minds.
No, and I completely agree, and that's why I think it says more to the fact that it took EDG so long to close out, for Invictus stepping up their game and kind of revolutionizing their performance versus EDG playing poorly. I mean, it was, again, a very methodical closeout. They played to the win conditions of having that 5th dragon buff twice, as well as the Baron. Good to see Koro back on the lineup. Has been feeling a little bit under the weather recently.
Yeah, well, it is glad to see him as well. Hopefully we can be getting into picks and bans right quick. And, what can EDG be thinking? Because they went back to the tried and true this time around. Do you think that they might try experimenting with a different style, perhaps swap out a player?
I haven't been aware of any roster swaps that they've done so I assume it's going to be the MSI roster back-to-back. As far as any style of composition or change-up, No, I think that they understand what works for them. It's putting Pawn in a self-sufficient mid laner, looking for early skirmishes, roam potential between Mako, Pawn, and Clearlove in the early game, but mostly prioritizing Deft as that late game hard carry.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in game number 1 when Deft really went off on that Caitlyn. So much utility to keep him alive, to keep him mobile, to keep him active and dealing damage. And that ended up showing as he ended up with, I believe, 17 out of 18 kill participation along with Mako. So it really just speaks to how EDG played this one out. And you can see the coaches now talking with their teams as they're preparing to get in picks and bans. And you got to imagine, IG, what do they ban against this?
It's more about priority pick at this point. From Purple side, you have staple bans anyway, so it's going to be Kalista, Rise, and Echo or some sort of variation to that. But getting as strong as possible that they can out of second rotation. I would expect them to try to go for Victor on Rookie, or again, empowering Rookie's champion pool to make sure that he can put himself in a carry position as opposed to being, again, a mid-bridge utility mid laner like Lulu.
There's the Echo ban once again. Now Kalista banned away from Deft. Shen, interestingly enough, banned away from Zatai. Again, this is picks and bans for game number 2 between EDG and IG. We just saw an incredible game number 1, and will EDG produce similar results this time around? Seems IG are taking their time with this ban after that Shen.
Well, likewise, since Echo was taken away, they're able to look for a target ban, so they put that one onto Mako. Rise is still on the board.
Yep.
Never mind.
They can hear you through time and space.
So EDG, by banning Rise and Echo from Purple side, allow Invictus Gaming 2 target bans.
Interesting.
That's one way to say it.
We'll see how that plays out, as it might be EDG playing into that. We'll see what IG decide to take from that last pick. As you can see, the coach on the right side of IG talking with his team, trying to figure everything out. And last one is going to be Koro's Maokai.
That said, leaves the Gragas open, so going to deny that to Cacao. Clearlove has had a much stronger performance on Gragas in the last coming weeks than his initial exposure to that champion.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Clearlove ends up doing on that Gragas this time around, after we saw the Clearlove special with the Nunu in game number 1 to pretty moderate success. Some of those ganks were unique, to say the least, but
I think they should go Corki Victor.
Yeah, we'll have to see how IG decide to trade it out. Looks like they do want to take away the Azir instead from Pawn. Yeah, Corki now locked in for Kid, and we'll see if this Azir gets locked in.
It makes sense. Azir is going to have a longer range than Victor, so it's a bit of a tough lane, at least initially, before Victor is able to upgrade his Hex Core and then get the level 9, level 10 bonus AD and just clear that back line with the evolution point. So it makes sense.
Okay. We'll see how EDG decide to respond with it, as Ezreal is still open. This is patch 5.12. So that Runeglaive Ezreal, very strong. Braum now picked up by Mako. And yeah, there's the Ezreal picked up. Could be flexed to Deft, but we've seen Pawn's Ezreal before.
Yep, and Pawn played a fantastic Runeglaive Luden's Echo Ezreal, and again, that's the important thing about 5.12, is that the Ludens will still affect the Runeglaive.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out for Pawn, if he decides to go with it or if he tosses it over to Deft. IG now once again on the picking side of things, looking for a bit of a different style composition, perhaps taking a page out of EDG's book, as it looks like it's going to be Janna and Rek'Sai for Kitties and Cacao, and they'll lock it in.
One of my big things about Kitties, he is one of the longer, older standing supports of the LPL left over from the legacy days of Invictus. He was the addition after Xiao Xiao, if you want to talk about the true legacy roster of Invictus Gaming. He's not very good at playing disengaged supports. His primary, if you think back to kind of the core of the Chinese support, you know, bringing that Annie back in Season 3 with Tabe, it's about that hard engage, Thresh, Annie, things like that. So can play Janna, but the last time we've seen it, it's been kind of a question mark.
We'll have to see how that works out as EDG commit to the poke composition, as Varus is locked in and Rumble picked up for Koro in the top to round things out for EDG. So IG down to the last pick. It's going to be for Zatai. Aurelia being looked at.
Zatai really wanting to take a carry role in his team. Yasuo to Aurelia if that gets locked in. I'm actually really curious if that Varus is going to go in the hands of Deft or if it's being used as a flex.
Ooh, we'll see if that's the case as it's last second swapped away from Aurelia and onto Fizz for Zatai to round out IG's team.
They've got a lot of backline threat, good reposition and reset with Janna, and decent poke and siege. So again, another very well-balanced composition coming out of Invictus, which on the other side, they're still swapping. Which one's it going to be?
Ooh. I think they're both okay with either, so they're just going to keep swapping until they run out of time. But Pawn on Varus.
So taking the God V special, which still super curious because Pawn had a fantastic performance on Runeglaive Ezreal, and it is considered very strong on this patch. Hasn't been changed at all, but instead taking that Varus.
Yeah, so we're going to run through the lineups right quick. You can see Koro on Rumble, Zatai on Fizz. Here's Clearlove and Cacao once again in the jungle. Clearlove looking menacing as ever. Cacao trying to do the same. Here is Pawn and Rookie. I was going to say Rookie looks menacing, but that guy looks so happy.
He looks adorable.
Yeah, here's Deft and Kid rounding out the AD carry role. Lastly, Kitties and Mako, the man himself on that Braum. Looks to be an exciting match once again.
Yeah, Mako was one of the first LPL supports to jump on the Braum hype train with the changes on 5.12 to Braum's Q.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how that works out as we're ready to get into game number 2 between EDG and IG right now. And we have returned to the Rift. Welcome back, everyone. It's EDG versus Invictus Gaming. This is week number 8, day number 2, set number 4, match number 2. And will be our last game of the day. After taking a very convincing game number 1, EDG look to close out this series with another 2-0 this weekend.
Would be kind of a change of pace of what we've seen over the last 3 weeks, but again, playoff format has changed. It's down to the wire.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being placed on scoring higher in the bracket with that playoff change. We've been talking about it since yesterday, all throughout the day as well. As soon as we've got a way to show that to you, we'll be able to bring it up. But again, it's weighted gauntlet style for the bottom 6. Top 2 automatically seed into the final 4, and the remaining 6 have to gauntlet their way into those top 2 spots. Cacao, though, looking like he might find Deft. Is he starting with the knockup? He is. It's double knockup. Deft flashes away. He takes some big damage, goes low. Is it going to be first blood? The auto attack goes to Kitties. He's the one who secures it, though EDG are in a bad position as IG continue to provide chase. Pawn goes low. The knockup finds him. Another auto attack. It's not enough, and they get away.
That said, they do pick up the first blood on Deft. Cacao will take a bit of punish in his jungle, starting with the Unburrow. So, should need a nice long leash there.
Yeah, Cacao did burn his flash on top of it, so IG coming out of the gates nice and quick, picking up that kill, and Deft burned both of his summoner spells.
And still continues down into the bottom side map. That said, Invictus Gaming are going to quickly look for... I believe that they assume that Deft will lane swap because he doesn't have both summoners, so he's looking for an easy way to bypass the 5 minutes till his flash comes back up. And they're not trying to lane swap to get away from Ezreal Braum.
Yeah, so that is going to be a lane swap initiated by IG. Koro going for a recall instead of double jungle. He's going to teleport to the top and find Kid. Kitty's taking the long way around to try finding Clearlove in the jungle. Will spot him, but I don't believe he's going to be able to do anything too crazy. Yeah, instead they just kind of pass like ships in the night.
Yeah, and the reason why Clearlove is standing on the back of his wolf pit is because he's expecting with Corking the top lane Kitties to be kind of hunting around for him, so hiding himself in the back corner there.
Yeah, here in the mid lane you've got Pawn and Rookie trading it out. You can see Pawn using that arrow as best he can to try harassing Rookie out of lane, but just not quite finding any crazy harass just yet. Mako looking to head to the top side to help Koro out as Kid and Kitties continue to provide pressure on that top side of the map. Should be just fine.
They're pulling Cacao as well because they need to break the freeze that's happening. So they want to push this wave in, reset it. Likewise, if they looked for an opportunity to get a gank, obviously they would have gone for it. But it's more importantly about trying to reset this wave so they can put it in the middle of the lane and start denying Koro some of the CS.
Yeah, so the freeze is not going to be successful for Koro on that top side. Unfortunately, that means he will have to go toe-to-toe with Kid and Kitties, though Kitties with a bit of a run gets a nice deep board. On the other side, however, that means that Deft and Zatai get to farm it up. And we saw Zatai do reasonably well on that Yasuo in game number 1, but it seems like there might be a bit of importance placed on him once again this time around.
Yeah, but more importantly, they're running a kind of a triple threat composition and giving Rookie much more carry potential with this late game Azir. Godv has been a big proponent of taking Varus into mid-range. I'm not going to call it mid-range. How about control mages like Victor, like Azir, because Varus's piercing arrow is one of the few abilities that can outrange as well as push the lane. So look for that. It's going to be very similar to a Jace build. You're going to go into your tier, Mirror Mana, Last Whisper, Brutalizer, get some CDR boots, and it's just about pumping out as many various Qs as possible.
Yeah, we'll see if Pawn is able to use that to the same success that Godby had previously, as he is going for a sustained build as well. Clearlove on his recall opts for the Rangers Trailblazer, gets spotted out by a ward, but that's perfectly fine, giving vision of that. And it seems like things are off to a nice slow start. With vision of that, however, Cacao actually looking like he might have gone for a bit of a roam towards the mid, but Pawn with it on mana actually gets a timely recall.
Yep, which means that Cacao will just go back to power farming, possibly looking bottom, knowing that Deft doesn't have his flash. That said, Deft doing a great job pulling the wave into him. Will we see a dive? There's a lot of potential here because Fizz has the ability to reset tower aggro with his Playful Trickster.
See if he commits to it. Clearlove shows himself on the top side. Cacao was backing away, but headed back down to the tri-bush. Finally, he can't make up his mind as to whether he wants to do it or not.
They were looking for where Mako was, and so now that they see him top, they can re-engage on this idea. The only scary thing is that they don't know where Clearlove is.
Ooh, Deft gets a Trinket Ward, spots it out, and continues to play nice and safe.
Curious, we didn't get a chance to touch on this. Pawn actually started with the Flask on Varus as opposed to a Doran's item or possibly even Boots and Pot, so getting a lot of respect to Rookie, and that's one of the nice things about Rookie. Unfortunately, we didn't get to really talk about it last game with him when he was on a Lulu, but Rookie has fantastic lane control, one of the better LPL mid laners and just kind of understanding wave management, positioning, and brilliant trading.
We'll see if he can continue to trade effectively with Pawn, as he was able to keep pace with Pawn in game number 1. This time it looks like he does have about a 14 minion CS lead, though Pawn should be closing that difference up just a bit as the wave crashes into his turret. Yep, thank you cameraman for knowing across time and space that we wanted to look at that. Yep, manages to bring it down to a 10 CS lead. But again, that's Azir versus Varus. That's to be expected early on. Interestingly enough, Pawn actually took Exhaust for one of his summoner spells, not going for Cleanse or Barrier.
He's not facing against a ton of CC that he would be able to cleanse. Barrier's a preference choice, but he's got, again, so much backline threat that he's facing against in Fizz, Rek'Sai, and Azir that it makes sense that you would pull the Exhaust, because as soon as, you know, Fizz hops back there, Azir looks for the Insect, Rek'Sai burrowing, you just press Exhaust.
Mako.
That was cute.
Has to jump out, styles his way on out of that jump. And Zatai, he did receive a bit of pressure from Clearlove and Mako, but was able to dodge a majority of it without burning any of his summoner spells. And continues to farm it up, though a recall sends the duo of Kid and Kitties down to the bottom. And Zatai looks like he's going to head to the top, so we've seen pretty standard farm coming out of these two so far. No crazy action, but now that we've got both of the 2v2s once again on the bottom side, could we be seeing any sort of early dragon action?
There's always going to be the potential right there, but it's also in either team's best interest to prolong and elongate the lane phase, just because their power spikes are going to come through mostly itemization. And then you have a double tier composition coming out of EDG first and foremost, although they will have a massive mid-game power spike. But hold on.
Mako gets destroyed. The knockups are coming across left and right. He's taken so much. He jumps out of there and makes it out alive, though he still takes some poke from Rookie. Vaughn doesn't have enough mana. Kakao looking for the knockup, can't quite find it, but Mako, woo, he's flirting with danger. Here comes some more poke across from the side. Deft joining up with the rest of his team.
Again, a bilingual team. Pawn flashes forward to give Mako the correct spacing so he can stand behind him. United? I don't know. I think it's stand behind me.
Yep.
Hop to Varus to safety.
Yeah, so Mako making it out with his life. As you mentioned, excellent communication from EDG. And despite that first blood, going over to IG from picking up the kill onto Deft, his summoner spells are now back up. It's dead even in gold, and we're actually starting to see a bit of a CS lead open for Clearlove as he's netting about 400 gold ahead of Kakao.
Just really power farming. This goes back to the fact that Kakao was kind of uncharacteristically indecisive when he was looking at the initial dive on Deft bottom after the first blood. During that time, the reason Kakao didn't pull the trigger is because A, initially he didn't have eyes on Mako, and then secondly, he didn't have eyes on Clearlove. Clearlove was farming it up.
Again, things going towards a nice patient laning phase. The poke and harass coming out from Ezreal and Corki. Deft even arcane shifting aggressively forward for better landing his Mystic shot.
He's got full control of the minion wave, which means he's more than capable to do that without sacrificing anything or taking too much minion aggro damage. Likewise, Ezreal typically has a fairly weak matchup in a lot of cases, but having the Sheen and the tier available, he's pretty much on par for the damage that Corki's going to be doing, and isn't losing out on any battle stats that he normally would in this particular matchup.
Yeah, so again, things very slow and calm in this early game. Kakao secures his red buff. Clearlove spots him out as he was looking for a bit of a steal himself, though. A collapse from Koro. Looks like they might be heading towards the mid lane to find Rookie. This could be a scary situation as Kakao sees Clearlove over the wall here. They know that it's a bit of a tricky situation, but instead Clearlove plays it safe. Koro heads back to the top.
No reason to try to overextend, especially because Varus is more than happy to just continue and farm, stack his tier.
Deft does some serious damage here. He actually forces the recall. Oh, Kid actually dashes into it and gets chunked down to about 100 health. He's still going to make it out alive, but this gives Deft some free time with that turret.
Likewise, unfortunately, oh, hold on.
Oh, looks like the fish isn't quite able to land. Zatai gets destroyed by Clearlove. Thought he could 1v1, but ended up getting 1v2.
And I was going to say, unfortunately for EDG, they have complete control of the bottom lane. Clearlove does get a successful gank, and it translates into them getting the bottom tier tower because Kakao's prioritized top, but they're not able to translate this into dragon control because their jungler is across map. So, still good for EDG, but could have had more.
Certainly could have, but not quite able to find too much. They did take that first turret and a kill. Dragon still on the map as Pawn continues to farm it up in the mid wave. And everyone returns to those standard laning phases. Koro heads back to the top. Zatai doesn't want to burn his teleport to get to the top side, so he misses a few minions. And there's the Void Rush now from Kakao to head on over to his Raptor camp and continue farming. Deep Ward came out of Kitties to spot the red buff of Clearlove. Entirely certain what he's looking for there. Might be trying to take that bottom tier 1 with the untimely recall from Deft.
He's just trying to set up deep vision so they can see how aggressively and how far forward they can push onto this tower. It's just a high traffic area.
Ooh, looks like Kid is going to be able to take the turret. Yeah, Kitties takes a few hits, but that turret is now secured. And it's traded 1-for-1 overall in turrets. Still dead even in gold now that that turret has been taken. Clearlove going for a bit bit of an invade with Mako. Might be hoping for some deep wards. And let's actually talk a little bit about the vision for EDG. They've got some pretty solid control over that bottom side right now.
Likewise, it's very well mirrored by Invictus on kind of the opposite side. So both teams having great vision control, especially around this Dragon objective, which is now being pinged multiple times as Kakao's caught.
Yeah, he's taken some serious damage here. Tunnels out to safety. The knockup from Mako, but he just doesn't have any backup. Def doesn't have the true shot barrage. Rookie goes in, but Zatai teleports, actually completes it, but isn't able to find anything.
Rookie was going back in to look for the Azir sec. Unfortunately, I think he was tagged with a slow or was having some pathing issues. Decides not to commit his flash onto it, but with EDG getting full control and forcing Kakao back, doesn't have the Void Rush available, they can actually turn onto Dragon, but it looks like they're going to prioritize this structure.
They're putting some damage out with that crazy poke from Pawn and Deft. There goes the True Shot Barrage. Doesn't quite find any champions, but clears the wave. They're actually buying a lot of time for Koro on the top lane, who you can see is 24 CS ahead with a completed Abyssal Scepter.
I love Abyssal Scepter. You know I love Abyssal Scepter, which is why you handed that to me.
Yes.
But we have so much magic damage on the side of EDG as it's actually Invictus Gaming. So EDG, I'm gonna call this a mistake. They had full control to walk over to that Dragon Pit, but they don't pull the trigger and let Invictus walk up and take it for free.
Yeah, and IG now secure that first Dragon for themselves. They're still down a minor amount in gold. Should be able to defend this turret. Mako goes aggressive, but Deft with the poke. He's got to back away from taking some damage from Rookie. And, oh, there goes some more damage from Pawn, but he decides not to commit to it too much as Kakao looks for a bit of a flank from the side.
Yeah, that was interesting. Unique. Curious. Here we go. Here's a dive.
Yeah, the dive onto Zatai. Luckily
got the
that is
cast.
Fizz.
Ooh.
There goes a flash from Zatai. He makes it out.
He flashed at the perfect moment that the knockup from the fish hit him, so Clear Love couldn't throw down the cast to bounce him back. That was really well played.
Oh, here comes the rest of IG. Could be trying to punish EDG for taking that top tier 2. And while that objective has been secured, EDG are playing this game very slowly.
Okay, so Invictus' next priority objective for them is going to be that mid-tier tower. They can start to shift their vision to the top side of the map, although they do have a ton of control over the bottom side. Should be looking for some deep vision, but they really need to start applying pressure and taking advantage of their lead that they have. I say lead, but they're actually down still 1K due to the tower being taken in the top lane.
Well, but that gold's on the map. It's available for them to take.
Yeah, but it's also kind of the itemization differences between them. The fact that
that was cute.
The fact that Kid has the Trinity Force complete versus Deft not having that power spike available. So there's a brief window of opportunity where IG are in control, which now it's gone because Deft has it.
Now dead even between these two teams once again, looking very similar to what we saw in game number 1, but this time EDG in a very different team composition.
It's a poke siege comp. Yep.
Looks to be a very powerful comp. We'll see if they're able to make effective use of it this time around. 16.5 minutes in, we've seen some pretty consistent farming out of just about everyone. And speaking of farm, Pawn still keeping pace with Rookie, just barely behind him, whereas the 80 carries are dead even on top of it. The only person who's really got a distinct lead is going to be Koro, who's up by about 40.
Distinct is the way to put that. That is 133 to 91. That said, Koro has not gone back and bought for a very long time, so he's relatively even still with Zatai in terms of itemization, as EDG trying to do what their comp does best and approach a tower.
We'll have to see if they're going to be able to poke it down. There goes the True Shot Barrage, finds Rookie, the most valuable target for defending that turret, though. We've still got Kitties for the Eye of the Storm defense on that turret. Here comes Pawn. He's ready and prepared. Oh, yeah. Clears out the minion wave right quick. Siege continues unabated. Will they be able to take this turret down in time? Clearlove looking for a bit of a flank. Is he going to commit?
Just waiting for IG to misposition or commit too far one way or the other.
Yeah, some excellent poke coming out of EDG right here. Pawn doing so much damage with that piercing arrow. Zatai, he was at full health when he showed up there.
Meanwhile, Koro was applying pressure up into the top lane. That said, EDG going to go ahead and decide that they don't want to continue this siege. Mana bar is very low. Obviously much harder to do when your mid laner, Varus, doesn't have a blue buff.
Yeah, now we're getting to 18 minutes into the game. Rookie on his recall completes his Morellos and opts for the sword boots. Continues to put pressure onto the mid, and you can see Clearlove pretty happy. He's in the zone right now.
Cacao has shored up the CS discrepancy between the junglers, however, which is pretty massive. We have to think the last time we checked in on them, Clearlove had a 10, 15, close to 20 jungle camp advantage, and it's now actually in Cacao's favor with that scuttle grab.
Cacao finally going to be taking the lead this time. He is level 9 to the level 10 of Clearlove. As Pawn, interestingly enough, heads to the top side to continue farming it out. Looks like EDG are content to sit and play a passive game.
The thing about Pawn, putting him on low mobility champions like Varus, is that I feel like it subtracts, or excuse me, detracts from a lot of things that Pawn is naturally good at. So if we want to think about him as the skirmish mid laner, as the guy who kind of goes off on his own, walks into the enemy jungle and just straight up murders someone, it's much harder to do that, much more dangerous to walk into Fog of War on someone as fragile as Varus. I mean, even when he's on his Runeglaive Ezreal, he still has a reposition available on the Ezreal E. So
looks like a dive trying to find Koro. Will he be able to make it out of this one? 1, 2, 3 knockups are going to find him. He drops, and Cacao is the one who gets the kill.
Brilliant pick from Invictus Gaming, and there is zero response from EDG. They are not in position anywhere on the map, and again, I feel like it goes back to this isn't the role that Pawn normally plays in this team. We're not seeing the crazy aggressive plays and the pressure point that he can apply in that mid lane through the Varus pick versus something else.
Definitely have to see if he can be effective over the duration of this game. So far, looks like he's having a bit of trouble. Deft farming it up on the bottom side.
When was the last time you saw a 20-minute game where Pawn was 0, 0, and 0?
I have no idea. 20 games ago?
Here we go. They're going to fight for this dragon. Koro teleports in, doesn't have Equalizer available. That's a big key ultimate that very important for securing dragons.
To see if he is going to be able to use that in time as EDG decide to try to make the best of their bad positioning and head up towards the mid lane. They're going to find this mid tier 1 undefended and successfully. Oh, no.
Unsuccessful.
Yeah, unsuccessfully.
Hero minion.
That minion tried so valiantly. He just wanted to crit. That's all he wanted to do.
Don't you hate it when the minions crit you for like 2,000?
It's so ridiculous. But
look at the blue buff.
Finally, not able to get the steal. Turret finally goes down. IG have got the better positioning on the dragon. Pings going out.
Yeah, EDG are way too split up. Pawn is on the wrong side of that fight. He needs to walk around to either the other side or the team needs to join him. Okay.
IG are a bit hesitant pulling the trigger on this one, though. They don't want to take any chances either.
Both teams being super respectful with that back, though. I think this is Invictus just forfeiting the dragon. Nope.
No recalls coming out.
EDG have complete control. Cacao does have Void Rusher available if he chooses to go back and quickly get himself back into position.
Zatai is looking for the flank. He's going to try assassinating someone. Take a look at this build. He's going Assassin Fizz. EDG start the dragon. IG get forward. It resets. Oh no, it resets. Zatai is there to catch it at 2,000 health. EDG misplayed that just a little bit. They're going to have to contest it now in close range. Oh, it's picked up by Kid. EDG look for the fight. There's the reset. Knockup is stacked perfectly with Koro's equalizer. It's so great he gets the kill. They continue to chase over the wall. Pawn gets another one. Zatai running for his life. There goes another piercing arrow. Flash is going to find Zatai. There's the explosive cast onto Kitties. He's picked up now, and EDG mop this up cleanly.
Again, though, so great performance from Pawn in that fight, standing above on the ramp. They lose the dragon. Simply a misplay from Clearlove. He was clearly in smite range. In fact, both junglers didn't smite. It's Corky who ends up with the jungle. Gonna see the replay here. So, yep, Clearlove, he had that, man. Here comes the engagement. Beautiful equalizer from Koro. Lands across 3 members of Invictus Gaming. Completely destroys Cacao. Zatai hits his fish on Koro. not able to follow up with it, and then it's just zone control. Now the thing is that in EDG are running a poke comp, and so typically with a poke comp, you want to lay down your poke before you then look for the big engagement, but they're playing this poke comp like they would any sort of 5v5 comp, but it's working for them because they're EDG, they're brilliant at team fighting, but that's not necessarily how that works. So that's a bit concerning.
Oh, look at Pawn smiling. He knows it too. He's like, gosh, those American casters, they really know what they're talking about. So we're 23 minutes in. It's 6-2. Now it's
funny. When Pawn was at MSI, Fizz is a massive champion now, yeah? But Pawn has played Fizz historically throughout his career. Even when he wasn't a massive champion, he was considered an off-meta pick. And you would ask Pawn, you'd be like, so why do you play off-meta picks like Fizz? And he would just like stone face you. What do you mean off-meta? What's wrong with my picks? My picks are fine. You don't like Fizz? It was excellent. No, Fizz is fine. This is cool. Wow.
well, now he's got Varus on top of Azir, so I hesitate to say that he's playing some more standard styles, but you can never be too certain what Pawn is thinking.
He has I think he's played 22 unique champions over the course of the LPL split. I don't think I think he's, maybe Godfrey might rival him in just kind of unique picks, but just absurd champion pool.
BG with timely rotation managed to find the mid-tier 1. It takes some damage and finally goes down to the concentrated attack damage from Pawn and Deft, and IG just caught on the back foot there.
They're in their, as we like to say, power spike. You've got the Mirror Mana completed and upgraded for Ezreal, as well as the Trinity Force, but more importantly, this is where Varus is powerful. He's got the Last Whisper, the Brutalizer, doesn't have the upgraded Mirror Mana or the tier completely stacked, but it's got the CDR boot, so this is the window where EDG can start to run through Invictus, or should be looking to make these sieges happen.
We'll have to see if they are going to be able to succeed in doing that, or if IG will be able to drag it out just like they did in game number 1. Zatai looking for a bit of a pick here, doesn't quite find it as the ward over the wall spots Kakao. He is not able to smite it. Damage finds Mako in the front, but that's the tanky frontliner who needs to be absorbing the damage. True Shot Barrage comes across Koro with the flank. Doesn't quite find anyone. Let's see if he can tag Zatai. Nope, lets him walk away. And they disengage successfully.
Big problem with the composition is that they do have long-range engage tools with Braum Ultimate as well as the Equalizer from Koro. That said, they were on the hunt there in the jungle trying to force Invictus to fight them, but Invictus have a ton of tools to just walk away from EDG at any point that they want.
Seems like that's exactly what they did in that last opportunity, but this time around, continuing to take it nice and slow. Zatai farming it up. You can see he's closed some of that CS difference quite a bit. No longer 40 in favor of Koro. Only 15 or so in favor of Koro. Though Zatai continues to shove on that bottom side to pull attention away as best he can. Some poke coming out from Pawn. Doesn't find anyone that he's looking for. 26 minutes in. The next dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes, and EDG probably are going to want it because that first dragon buff is a little important for their scaling team.
Hold on, though.
Ooh, damage over the wall. Finds Kitties. He goes low. There's the cast. Clearlove nets the kill.
Dunked. That said, Kitties has discovered that they were looking at the Baron, which alerts the rest of Invictus Gaming to head over to the area. So Kitties has sacrificed his life, but EDG don't get a free purple worm.
Not quite able to, though they do still have complete and total vision over that side of the jungle. IG are going to immediately respond by swinging mid and successfully take down that mid-tier 1 before claiming that turret as their own.
A lot of back pings coming out as Invictus Gaming was looking on a flank, but Deft and Clearlove quickly trying to get out of that area. Dragon will be spawning within the next minute. Meanwhile, Koro has created quite a sizable pressure point on the bottom side of the map. EDG need to reset the map, push all of their waves, even them out, back, pick up some vision, and head towards this dragon.
Yeah, you can see some of the gold on the screen right now. About 1,100 in favor of Pawn over Rookie. This is the permanent xylophone going hard for Kid.
I think the camera guy was just really interested in it.
What instrument is that? I don't know. Oh, it's a xylophone.
Is it really?
Sure it is.
Huh.
I would think it is.
Oh, I thought you just knew
Yes.
fun facts with
I have
Seda.
an innate sense whenever I hear a sound, I can tell whether or not it's a xylophone.
No, I just mean.
Like, for example, that's not a xylophone.
Okay. Just thought that maybe you knew working in the NA office. Dragon is up and available. EDG are the first team on the scene, which means that they have the vision priority. That said, not a big deal because Invictus Gaming do have Rek'Sai. She's able to approach things fairly safely with the Tremor Sense, but if she's late to the party...
Yeah, that could be a bit of a problem. Dragon is secured for EDG. That's Dragon number 1. They're all grouped up on this side. Will they look for a fight? Stacking the Braum ultimate on top of the equalizer from Koro. Worked so well for them last time. Can they find the angle this time?
They need to rotate to the top wave, take care of that, move their vision into red side, and either make a pick, translate to Baron, or reset the wave top and look to siege that outer.
Yeah, seems like they're just going to continue playing defensive as they're catching the wave on the slow side. Pawn continues farming it up in the mid from a distance, using that piercing arrow to make sure he doesn't get too close. As Deft continues to play safe on the far side of this minion wave. Doesn't want to take any chances.
He's trying to push it in. Pawn's just making sure that there can't be a counter push mid lane. Meanwhile, Koro is setting up a slow push to the bottom side, but they want the top side of the map.
Ooh, 1,500 gold lead for Deft. We're starting to see some pretty big numbers opening up from EDG just about all across the board. Again, Koro now 30 CS back ahead of Zatai. Poor guy can't catch a break.
Spending all of his time on the bottom side of the map. A little deft pickup. He's looking for his Blade of the Rune King, so going for more of a purple Ezreal. No? Okay.
I'm thinking about how that's going to end up working into this.
I think it's just safety because of the backline dive threat again. The fact that you have the Unburrow, the Fizz, Playful Trickster, Azir, that the Bork is just going to give him that extra added tool to step away, as opposed to actual shred against a tanky member.
Oh, Deft gets way too aggressive there, takes some significant damage and is forced to jump away, even burning the flash and the heal. True Shot Barrage finds Rookie. There's the equalizer on top of it. Here's Mako looking to turn the fight around. He interrupts the Monsoon channel, but whoa! Somebody gets knocked way out of position. Zatai goes low, but he's going to go down here. Whoa! Finally ends up getting dropped. Man, I didn't even know Deft could displace that far. You can see Zatai not looking too happy with that.
Cacao does finally pick him up on the side, and this team fight may still be going.
Just might be as EDG continue to provide chase. Cacao running off with Rookie, but is not quite able to find anyone, and suddenly EDG, could they be doing the Baron right now? Oh my gosh, they're trying to go for the Baron.
They're turning on with the teleport. Cacao does have Void Rush available, as well as a tunnel right in front of the pit. There he goes.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to steal it away. You can see EDG burning through its health as quickly as possible. Rookie running as fast as his bird-like legs can carry him. Here's Cacao. He makes it over the wall. It's over down to 15. 1,600. Does not succeed. He goes low. Here comes Rookie. Can he save his carry? No, he's going to end up going down as Cacao flashed over the wall. Kitties flashes to get out with his life, and EDG secure the Baron.
Cacao had the stronger smite in that. Clear Love leveled up on the Baron.
IDK, my BFF Jill. So that's Baron secured. Unfortunately, Deft was not alive, so he does not have the Baron buff for the time being, but just continuing to farm it up on the bottom side of the map. Now 50 CS ahead of Kid.
Let's be frank right here. That was an incredibly risky play from EDG. That's what I like to call a 50-50 Baron. In fact, most pros will tell you that the guy going in for the steal actually has like a 60-40 advantage because of the element of surprise. True, the team on the Baron can communicate burst as far as the timing with the smite, but that's just absurd. If Cacao had gotten that Baron, that would have been a 4-minute pause on this game. Yeah, look, 14-13. Okay, so it's 13-13. So it was an even smite trade. And then he levels up as he gets the Baron smite. But still, this is so risky. If Invictus Gaming get that, they're right back into this game. I cannot believe that EDG made that play.
He smited too soon.
I mean, but you're still relying on the enemy team to screw up rather than you playing the game correctly.
So Cacao, unfortunately, not able to secure the Baron there. EDG with it now have a significantly stronger element added to their poke composition with Baroned up minions. looking to be sieging their base as well. Now that top and bottom tier 2 tier 2 turrets are the last ones still standing outside of the base for IG, though it seems like EDG have got their sights set on the bottom tier 2 first.
Clear Love already setting off onto the side, does have the cask available, so we'll see if they just want to siege this tower, if they possibly look for a dive.
Gracious, that poke. That was with a full overshield from the tier 2 turret, though it just keeps coming across.
Just shredding through it, the power of having double 80 carry.
Oh,
Kakao
and
going
the hook
in.
finds him. Is he going to follow up the chain of corruption? No, he does not indeed. Instead, they decide to play it safe and just commit to the turret. Whew.
Really nice disengage from Clear Love to hit the belly bop on Kakao as he was looking for the unburrow. He could have immediately gotten to the back line and opened up at least a little bit of a CC chain for Rookie to follow.
Yeah, as a 5-man group, EDG don't look to stop here. They're continuing to find harass as Kid is just chunked out so low. He's got to Valk out of there. Finally, the turret goes down, and this is going to be the inhibitor. Zatai looking for the flank, but he just can't find an angle on this. Ooh, is Zatai going to commit to it? There goes the fish. Is he going to chum onto Clear Love, but he decides not to commit.
And this is how this composition is supposed to work. So again, we had some kind of wonky dragon fights where EDG just played it full 5v5 without laying down poke first, but finally in the driver's seat, 10k gold advantage, have the Baron. They're laying down the poke, looking for the siege, and they're in full control.
Yeah, now Dragon has just spawned. EDG are still on this side of the map. They no longer have the Baron buff anymore, but this is going to be their second Dragon that they secure now. 34.5 minutes into the game. They're up 7 kills, 10k gold, and have just dropped IG's inhibitor. Once again, they're playing the game very slowly and patiently, similar to game number 1, but this time they've got a much more concrete advantage compared to game number 1 as well.
Definitely agree. We still have some options late game for Invictus as we approach closer to that 35-40 minute mark with Rookie's Azir. See what they're able to do here. Do have to make sure that they manage that super creep wave bottom appropriately, but they could look for a pick.
Oh, looks like Mako is going to spot Kakao out of position, drop some wards over the wall to make sure he's not caught. They try to burst through his health and succeed. Pawn gets knocked back in with the Emperor's Divide. He goes low, almost picks up a kill, but finally drops. Clear Love rides the Divide over the wall, but cannot find the kill as Mako dodges the Chum the Waters. Here's the tie providing chase. He makes it in, finally is going to be able to secure the kill, and suddenly EDG looks like they're kind of in a bit of a bad position here. Yeah, and actually no, EDG Clear Love is able to turn it around, picking up the kill onto Zatai, and IG have to back away.
And that was best case scenario. We talked about how Invictus are looking for a pick. The reason why they position on the top side of the map is because it's the last standing outer tower, so it's going to be the easiest objective for EDG to siege. IG knew that they would be in the area. They make sure that they got there first, set it up, doesn't trade as cleanly as it could have, but it's a foot back in the door.
Oh, there goes the cask as they look for a dive. Equalizer finds Rookie. Kitties goes low and gets burned to a crisp from Koro's Equalizer damage. Here's Kakao having rejoined the battle after respawning. So much damage coming across from Rookie. He brings Koro low, but Deft mops him right back up. They drop Kakao. Koro flashes out and gets out alive, and 2v3, 3v3. EDG come out clearly ahead.
Deft turning it on, showing what he's famous for, and it's hitting these crazy skill shots on caster-based AD carries.
Ooh, they could be looking to end the game right now as they dive into the base. Instead, they're going to try continuing to play it safe, instead focusing on taking that inhibitor. Zatai was waiting under the Nexus turrets to defend his base, make sure that it was nice and clean as the Super Minions push in from the other side. This is going to be the second inhibitor going down, and IG can't do nothing to stop it.
And they can easily rotate down to Pawn and clean up number 3. The reason why they dove into that base so deep is they knew that a super creep wave had been on the inhibitor tower, so they were just Nexus tower. So they were just checking to see how low it had gotten, if it needed 1 or 2 more autos.
Yeah, so just like that, all 3 inhibitor turrets are down for IG. EDG have got complete momentum, 14,000 gold ahead, 11 kills. Baron's going to be up in another minute. Dragon looks to be another couple of 2 or 3. And EDG, man, this team is unstoppable. The one thing that kept IG in game number 1 was the fact that they could team fight so clearly with EDG, but This time, EDG is not even giving Invictus Gaming a chance to team fight.
No, I completely agree. I mean, the last team fight that we really had was over that Dragon where EDG just kind of mowed through them after ClearLove fumbled the smite. Since then, it's pretty much just been sieging. If you have the wave pressured, it's about throwing out your poke, and IG never finding a true full 5v5. One member is just a little bit too low that has to disengage.
IG are just not quite finding the engages that they want as EDG creep closer and closer to victory. 3 Nexus turrets are down. Baron has spawned. EDG have got complete control of the pit. IG, they're overextended trying to do this. EDG burn it down.
Kakao looking to get back into the pit. ClearLove trying to zone him.
Yeah, gets the knockup. ClearLove goes low. He's actually going to have to be careful here. 1 Nexus turret has gone down. EDG are just going to bait it out. There goes the Chain of Corruption on the Zatai. They flash for Pawn, but he's able to make it out alive. Kitty's looking over the wall. There goes the Equalizer and True Shot. They pick up 1 kill. Knockup finds Zatai. Can they get another one? Foss misses. There goes the Emperor's Divide, but it's not enough. Rookie just doesn't have the damage. Deft is still alive. Mako following with him. They managed to stay, all 5 members of Alive. EDG are cleaning this fight up as per usual, and IG are running. Koro teleports in and ends the game.
And meanwhile, while that team fight was going on, of course, Koro wasn't needed there. Teleports to the massive creep wave, crashing onto the Nexus towers and cleans that one up for himself. So a little bit of a slow start for EDG. Had some questionable mid-game decisions, especially on that Baron call, but in the end, they put it together.
Yeah, eventually EDG were able to take the win that we have expected from them. Some amazing play over the duration of this. And, I mean, Deft, he's been playing a little bit shaky these past few weeks, especially with Baney, especially with Amazing J. It just seemed a little bit off. But now that he's back with Pawn, now that he's back with Koro, this guy is on his A game.
Yeah, it looked fantastic on that Ezreal. We talked about how, you know, Pawn wasn't having the same performance on an impact on Varus as he would someone who's high mobility, able to kind of do his own thing and be self-sufficient. So EDG, again, they flounder a little bit early, but they're able to find the 2-0, and that's 2 2-0s back-to-back.
Yeah, Pawn, I have not seen this guy look so happy in a long time. He's been grinning throughout this entire set. And as you mentioned, that's 2 2-0s for EDG. That brings them up to 30 points. It's hard to believe that at the beginning of this week they were at 24. EDG are making a shot for that first place playoff spot.
And they're starting to really run away with it. But again, I have to emphasize this. A new playoff format is announced, and suddenly, what, we had 3 2-0s today?
Yeah. Absolutely incredible.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, no more experimentation for these teams. No more crazy, wonky rosters. It's go time. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to see in the next few days and even weeks as we get closer and closer to playoffs.
Completely agree. So far, it looks like, I'm still going to say, it wasn't necessarily experimentation in terms of, you know, rosters or things like that. I still feel like it was a bit of an experimentation as far as composition from EDG. However, playing more of a poke comp again, kind of translating Pawn's role in the team, putting him on Varus, but we'll see. It worked out.
Yeah, so we'll go and bring up the bracket for you, the standings, so we can see where everyone fits on the standings right now. Edward Gaming in first place at 30. Xiaogu right behind him at 28 points, but things get a little bit closer as we go further down.
And by a little bit, we mean a lot. So OMG, after a fantastic day with their new AD carry North over Uzi, managed to find the 2-0 and have now moved up cleanly into the 3rd place spot. But as soon as you get into 4th, 6th, and 7th, that's a 1-point difference, even all the way down to Vici.
Yeah, it's going to be a race to net those higher spots as we get closer to playoffs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the last page. Unlimited Potential still right behind them at 15 points, and Royal Never Give Up. They're 1-2-0 from being tied with Vici for that 8th place spot. And there's still a lot of potential for King or World Elite to make a play for the playoffs.
Yeah, and the easier way to kind of look and interpret these standings is to think top 8 teams make it into playoffs. So the very first screen, all of those teams are qualified for playoffs. That second screen, those 4 teams, and there's like a 2-point difference between the top part of the 4 teams. Those are the guys who are battling to slip in at the very end.
And again, this is only week 8 of the LPL. We've got 3 more weeks of high-octane Chinese League of Legends action coming soon. So we're going to go ahead and call it for a night. On behalf of myself, FLICKR, and the other casters, and the whole broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. And be sure to come back tomorrow for more LPL.